taking, no persuading, heading to the one where he discovers me. We're on the run, love, the run, love, the run here. We're on the run, love, the run, won't you steal me away? On the run, love, the run, love, the run here. We're on the run, love, the run, won't you steal me away? Steal me away. We're on the run, love, the run, love, the run here. We're on the run, love, the run, won't you steal me away? On the run, love, the run, love, the run here. We're on the run, love, the run, won't you steal me away? Won't you steal me away?
It would seem I'm making mountains out of dry earth. They always crumble, but I pick up where I left myself. Do an about turn, then blindly fumble. Give me strength, give me worth, give me gratitude for all that I have. My fate is placid. Is that what it's supposed to be like down here on this dry earth? I'm gonna make a list of all
pulling focus. I'll grab you for a minute. Take me at face value. You know I live within it. Blended so long, I'm breaking you out. Escaping this roundabout. Smash the ceiling. I need a dose of sun. Feeling loaded. About time to get things done. This velvet space is moving slowly. Open up. Check out that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Don't wanna miss the most high. We blasting through these skylights. Hey. Check off that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Tomorrow brings a new fight. Beaming up there like skylights. Shining through these skylights. These skylights. These 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 skylights. Kiss the morning, breathing in the dawn, finding a way into this great beyond. Feels so abstract, we're floating this calm. Cloud covers all gone. Rising slowly, just going with the heat. This restraint is building me complete. Ready to fly, we've got all around this open up. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. 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 Check off that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Don't wanna miss the most high. We blasting through these skylights. Hey. Check off that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Tomorrow brings a new fight. Beaming up there like skylights. Shining through the skylights. These skylights. These skylights. Shining through these skylights. These skylights. These skylights. Shining through these skylights. These skylights. These skylights. Shining through these skylights. These skylights. These skylights.
It's the middle of the night and I'm still awake. Where to draw the line between now and daybreak? Cause we living in disguise, trying to shake it off. Time and time again, I've broken through so many walls. And maybe everything we said and everything we knew has changed, and now it's time to think things through. Everything we name, freeze the frame, pause the game. I'm just waiting for the right move. Like I wanna switch back, turn around, flip the breakers so we reset. Tap out, turn the game face up just for a second. Just breathe, take it in, cause you know, you know I wanna switch back. Turn around, flip the breakers so we reset. Tap out and it's all on me. Just put it on me. knows I wander so misled. And baby, everything we said and everything we knew has changed, and now it's time to think things through. Never be the same, but that's part of the game. I'ma make the right move.
Like I wanna switch back, turn around, flip the breakers so we reset. Tap out, turn the game face up just for a second. Just breathe, take it in, cause you know I'm gonna switch back. Turn around, flip the breakers so we reset. Tap out and it's on me. Just put it on me. Shining in the street lights, you know that we own this. Building up the tension, flexing like we all live.
He's out to fight, they have no Ash. Only looking to try and run and gun. Sidesteps the Mystic Shock over the 1v1. That could be the game-winning play just like that. Bot lane is pressured.
That's exactly what just happened. All the champion on now to the bottom lane's giving.
There it is. Ash are going to have to stop her. Short it's all gone. Harry with the culling, but it's just not enough damage. He needs to make a play right now. Four, they're all low. They're all joined together. That's one, that's two. A double kill for him. A triple. Emperor's divide onto Johnny. Oh my god.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is Friday. We love Friday and we also love LCO. It is going to be a banger of a day. Two teams already qualifying to the playoffs, and I believe today is the day where one of these teams may just be eliminated and have no chance at making the playoffs. But before we get into today's action, let's have a quick look back at Wednesday and see how things went.
Engaged and they found it. It's 1 for 0 so far on court through most of Order. But how big of a difference does that really make? Order are so uncontested right now that even with Baron, Chiefs are completely wiped. At the moment leading the charge, does he look for a headbutt pole? Right now he does. Cupcake is the focus, only stuck inside the Cataclysm, and there's the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's all working perfectly, Tubes. That's exactly what going to be a huge problem for Direwolves, but maybe that Cataclysm will be. Ooh. There's another Mega Inferno Bomb. And the curtain call from Schifrin as well is just sliding through the Direwolves roster. So far, the trades haven't gone too well, but Direwolves are so damn low. Another all-in in the mid lane. And Curcio's going to go back, and Sybil is going to have to do it himself. Now, he will be able to. So strong in the early game is Udia. He's just going to chase Decoy down and make something happen. Nobody charges on in there on Scion, but once you're in, you can't get out, especially when Magnet Storm is available. Isaiah stunned up again. It's a double kill already for Violet. Hasn't quite gone too deep. Able to turn back around and escape. And
Ladies and gents, it was a banger of a day there on Wednesday. A couple of upsets. I wouldn't even call them upsets, you know, very close matches, very close matchups. And look, it allowed Peace to get over the line as well. But speaking of Peace, these two boys had a very peaceful Wednesday. Not on the show, and we're going to bring them back in. So it's Rusty and the Skim Man, who I believe was really eyeing off Rusty's backyard for a skimboard this afternoon.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, mate. Absolutely trying to get things done. Look to try and peel apart a skim milk carton, turn it into that little quake board, get it done, and, you know, hit him with the hold high five. You know, we're doing all this from home right now. Just not enough space in Rusty's house to look after the two of us. So, unfortunately, Mac, I'm here.
Oh, I think it's pretty fortunate, to be honest. What about you, Rusty? What'd you do with your day off?
On that Wednesday, I drove for 2 hours through torrential rain to go to a physio appointment, missed the first game, drove all the way back through the same rain, got here to watch the rest of it just in time. So you could say an uneventful or peaceful day, but I'm not sure that was the case. And it's currently flooding in my backyard, so it hasn't really gotten any more peaceful from that moment back.
Yeah.
But hopefully we're here all night and nothing stops us from bringing the LCO to you.
Well, look, we are us three at least in New South Wales, so if one of us goes, I dare say all of us go, and then there'll be no show. So, you know, pray for good weather for the rest of the night. But let's have a quick... Hey, look, Nat just said in my ear she's offended that you're not on here yet, all right? You're going to be the one to save the show. Just remember that, you know, when you're solo casting. Now, let's have a quick look at the standings where everyone currently sits. On the ladder, at the top there, you got Pentanet and Peace both qualifying already. Pentanet still undefeated. Let's see if that trend continues. Direwolves and Order tied for third, both in 6-4. Chiefs as well, who did lose to Order the other day. Now still on 5-5, so still sitting in that 5th slot. Legacy as well, 3-7. Still potentially a contender if they can get some wins, but of course they've got a pretty hard run towards the end of the leg for this second round. And Gravitas and Mammoth still on 1-9. And look, Rusty, I need you to tell me, what's the grim news for those teams on the bottom of the ladder?
I mean, the amazing news, first and foremost, is
Okay.
that Gravitas
Yes.
are still in it. They still have 8 chances. The grave or grim news for them is that they're running out of chances, and today one of them will be eliminated from that race. But out of it yet, there is still hope for any fans of Gravitas, Mammoth, and Legacy out there to make that top 5.
Yeah, we were having a discussion about what the key number was, and you think at the moment it is going to be those 6 wins, although towards next week, we might see a couple of teams need 7, depending on how things go for the rest of today and next week.
Yeah, it's looking like 6 wins is the number for now to at least ensure that there is no Gravitas or Mammoth, you know, making their way through with massive upsets to get in top 5. But I believe 6 only confirms the top 6. So 6 wins should only confirm the top 6, and we'll find out as the weeks progress.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at what matches are coming up today, because it's a big day of games, and there is some upset potential and some close matches. Speaking of close matches, look at this one. Crucial. It's going to separate the boys from the men here. Order and Direwolves first up. Yet another banger. Following that, you got Legacy and Peace at 7 p.m. Gravitas and Mammoth at 8. And this match is important because one of these teams is pretty much going to be out of contention for the playoffs after this game. And then to round things off, 9 p.m. Pentanet. Can they make it 11-0, or are the Chiefs going to pull out the Yumi and maybe cause the upset, Skimmy?
Oh, wouldn't that be a sight for sore eyes? We've already seen that Drake who's been taunting us with some of that in the Twitter sphere, so would not be surprised for that one to come on out. But you touch on a good, really good point, right? The fact is, Direwolves and Order are both tied in third so far, so they'll be looking to try and break up that rift. Gravitas and Mammoth looking to try and keep that playoff dream alive. But between Peace and Pentanet, sure, they're already qualified for this one. But Legacy and Chiefs, there's going to be that big rush to try and find themselves for 4th and 5th. And you start to wonder if Pentanet and Peace maybe pull off the accelerator a little bit, there could be an upset on the cards here.
Yeah, there's certainly something in the air tonight. I feel like we could be on for some upsets potentially. And look, we're going to look at some of the key roles again. This time, today, it is going to be the jungle. Now, we don't have our resident jungler on the desk at the moment, which would be Jews. We do have Rusty. But, mate, you know a whole lot about the jungle anyway, don't you? Because you've got a big brain in that noggin.
I'd like to hope so. Back, there's a reason I've been around for this. It might be that I know maybe a couple of things. But yes, I'm not. But right now you can see the 4 most picked on your screen. I, of course, not taking into consideration this list some of the most banned champions as the Udyr that are running around. Putting Udyr into this mix, having 3 very heavy junglers that all have potential, which is generally what we're wanting from a lot of these junglers. Olaf comes into the fray as this 4th option that can kind of do all of that Nidalee perhaps as well further down the list. Is that wildcard jungler that comes to conversation here, where I like, because a lot of these are getting banned, players seem to have not as deep a champion pool as perhaps they would like when it comes to farming junglers. So they start going to familiarity, and that usually pick a champion like Jarvan, who can gank and can team fight and can also have minimal resources, which is one of the key reasons I is so good for these junglers.
Yeah, we've seen them have a lot of success so far. Skimmy, any thoughts on the key picks before we move too far forward?
Yeah, big emphasis on the AD junglers because they have that strong ability to get into the mix of things, trade, duel, contest, double scuttle, go for those invades, and look to try and take objectives nice and early as well. You know, Lilia, as strong as she is and impactful she is, come level 6, does struggle to try and go for those early drakes to get those soul point conditions online nice and quickly. So I don't think there's any real surprise. AD junglers seem to be reigning supreme. We've definitely got our flexes, the likes of Skarner, even Mundo and Graves in the mix, but there seems to be a set narrative globally as to what the go-to picks are right now.
Yeah, and speaking of globally, we do have a quick question from producer Phil behind the scenes. He thought it was interesting that Nidalee is seeing a pretty decent amount of pick ban rate overseas, you know, a little bit of playtime there as well. But over here, we haven't seen it once. So, Rusty, do you want to go over this and at least give us a bit of insight as to why we're not seeing it locally?
Yeah, so one of the biggest things that I can feel about with Nidalee is that, one, she's not the easiest jungler to play. She generally requires setup from your laners, so you want like a Renekton, for example, as a top. Like, he hits the stun, you definitely hit the spear, and then you actually have the damage in the execute. Otherwise, very difficult. We've even seen Nidalee's in these other regions, the top 5 regions in the world, still missing those spears, for example. So quite difficult to play. I would imagine that, again, because the season junglers, there are a lot of new junglers coming into the professional scene, that generally the only players are the Nidalees of the league or the best teams. So I would people like Parboon only to be considering the pick. The other thing is kind of like what Skimmy mentioned, because the comps, you know, need cool damage more than magic damage. If we're prioritizing mages for in mid lane, definitely another factor to consider. But for me, it's just the one's good enough on the Nid. If they're getting Lilia.
Yeah, that brings me to another point as well. I remember a couple of weeks back, I can't remember if it was you or Jube saying it, Rusty, that you don't want to have an AP jungler and an AP mid because I can't actually remember the reason, but they were just saying that it's a really bad decision to make.
Yeah, it's because a tank smacks it around, right? Basically, it means that someone picks like a Nidalee and an Aura as their mid jungler, their Mundo on the enemy. He's a raid boss. There's nothing you can do against it. It's literally just a free win from the draft.
Okay, cool. Now, moving forward, we got from the fans. So we have had a whole lot of OPGG submissions from you guys at home, and we're going to bring them up and quickly rate them as well. But also, before we do, if you want your OPGG rated, make sure you add LCO, hashtag LCO. Send them in, and we will break them down, roast you, and coach you. And Rusty, go ahead. You got Chiogane here. He's a Plat 4 player. Looks like he's a bit of a mid laner there.
Yeah, generally speaking, it seems like he has quite flattering stats overall in terms of win rates, but he hasn't had a lot of games played. One thing that I would say is that he should probably stop trying to diversify his champion pool this much, because it's clearly not successful. He's got a 20% rise win rate, so maybe consider not that. And generally, his KDAs are quite low for a ranking like Platinum. So it's clear to me that, you know, if he's averaging 3 control wards maybe a game, that's not enough. He's dying a lot, and he should really reassess how many deaths he's getting in these games.
Okay.
Looks to me though like the dream player though, if anything, right, Mac, is that he's able to play mids. He's able to be the assassin if need be to trample the game in his hands. Maybe it's that burger flip, hence the 50% win rate. But if he is auto-filled, if he does have to play support, he's clearly got the mechanics from mid lane into bot lane to pop off. He's got the fresh there, 100%, and not one of the easiest supports to play. Could be a Yuumi. Rusty might shake his head, might get a little bit angry, but you know, the fresh, it gets it done, and the Vector, well. The late game powerhouse.
Look, I have nothing to add on this one, so let's move on to the next, because he's probably a better player than I am, and I'm just going to repeat probably what Jube said to me over and over every time we try to rate these. Now we have a big old Urgot player. So he's Silver 4. Any words for Jimmy Osfang?
Oh, I mean, his win rates on his most played champions tell me that he's playing too many champions again. Like, he's got such a high win rate on like the top 8 there, but he has a 50% win rate. So I don't know what he's doing with these other champions, but it's clearly not winning the games. I would strongly advise that he sticks to what he knows and what he's good at. And at the moment, also, from what I can tell, maybe too many roles in there. I like when people have one champion per role, Mac. because it's clear that you're like prepared or at least capable to fill. So you're not just a burden on your team. It's nice, but I would stick to one champion per role.
Yeah, I'm
I think it's
seeing
even,
like the quickly just give me the 60% ADC role, but then all the recent games is Urgot. So
what is exactly my point, Mac, is the fact that is that a case of playing multiple roles or just he loves these particular champions? So I've never seen an Urgot in the jungle. I imagine that'd be a bit of a scary nightmare to run into him. He hits you with the ultimate and you go, hang on a minute, this is not how it's meant to play out. Maybe just a big fan of the Urgot in general. Center, I love Center. I used to be a big fan when we had the Grasp Center, the old tank Center that came from the Chinese Super Server. I don't mind that champion at all, but yeah, maybe too many roles. We see it all the time, right, with players that tend to be like not one tricks, but masters at 3 champions in particular. So there's no harm or foul in becoming a master at a couple and grinding up to diamond.
Yeah, so relatively good job from those 2 OPGG candidates, especially the Urgot player there. Now, as Jubes would say, just keep doing what you're doing. You've got the good-ish win rate, and you know how LP works. You know, you're getting a little bit more than you're losing, so you're always going to slowly rise up the ranks. So just keep doing what you're doing and keep playing those tanky champs. Now, if you want your OPGG page reviewed, please, at LCO, get a screenshot, black out all the names of the people you don't want on there, or if you want to hide, I suggest making a second Twitter account to post it because your tag's going to be there. And at LCO, hashtag LCO, send it in, we'll rate you, coach you, and maybe roast you. Jubes isn't here today. I feel like the roasting kind of got put to the side. We already had dinner.
That's really nice. Like, they were not easy to roast nuts, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like if I was going to roast those, would have been stretching. And I don't want to lie to the viewers, Mac. I want to try and be honest.
A roast would be a person with like 80 games, 1 champion, 40% win rate, and you're thinking maybe it's not the champ for you, boss.
Look, honesty is the best policy at the end of the day. Now, that brings us away from the fans and back into the meat, the middle of the show, the main course. That's going to be the first game of the day, which is Dire Wolves going up against Order. And let's talk Dire Wolves first, because they've been putting on a good performance, mostly only in these pre-game interviews. His voice, angelic.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't know where he gets this. I mean, maybe life after playing, he takes over my job and becomes a caster. So I'm already concerned about that one. But no, this is a team that we had big expectations going into the season. We really wanted to see what they could do with the accolades behind them already. A few shaky weeks, and we had that one major pop-up performance there by Claire on the Gnar going into Peace and showcasing that, hey, I'm here, I'm ready to play. This is sort of the skill ceiling that we expected from him. A bit of a shaky game up against Mammoth, a few skirmishes and fights that we've had people on the edge of their seats thinking, hang on a minute, how can you go from one extreme to the other? And a little bit of refinement in the mid lane there after we saw, for the most part, be it the shock show. He'd been hard carrying this roster in those first 3 weeks. He's now being focused in a lot of these games, and teams are realizing if they can try and crumble the mid lane, then the foundations from there may just fall apart. So they've got a big weight on their shoulder right now, for the obvious reason that both teams themselves in Order are tied in 3rd right now, but also for the fact that when these teams last played against each other, it was only Shock that got the kills. The rest of the team weren't able to find a single kill, so it's a different beast this time around, Rusty.
Yeah, absolutely, and I do like the point that you raised before as well on targeting Shock being a clear potential point of exploitation for teams that go against Dire Wolves, right? The positive there, like you can highlight, is the rest of the team starting to improve around him, but still, even in this game against Mammoth, they were exposed through that avenue, and that was 2 games in a row. So it 100% to me is this point to look at if I was the Dire Wolves opponents to say, well, it's clearly working, because if Shock's behind, it seems like the shot calling is failing a bit.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, it's kind of working, because at the moment they have made that resurgence and now they're in the tied 3rd position. So look, that's one side of the field. On the other side of the rift, of course, we do have Order, who we're going to have a quick chinwag about. They've been doing well, but of course, we keep going back to their consistency. We want to see a little bit more from this team, Rusty.
Yeah, the first person who always comes to my mind when I look at this roster is Chungy. He is someone who is not a rookie coming into the scene. He is someone who we definitely have expectations for growth, for improvement, for stability as well in a team like Order, because that's needed. You know, you've got Maximize and Vengeance running around, trying to carry, playing these different champions, playing for each other as well. And Chungy's the person who we should be highlighting coming into today's games because he did have an absolute blinder. Came in, put some massive work in for the side of Order in what was a very losable game against the Chiefs just on Wednesday. Honestly, we have to give him credit, right? He put in the work, he out-farmed, he got the Flame Horizon, they team fought very well. So that, from him, is something that we haven't seen much of, which is my concern. We need to see more of this from Chungy because it clearly helps get them over the line in those hard games.
Certainly does, and no doubt as a result they'll be feeling quite confident, quite happy. You heard it from them before that a few defeats weren't having the most confidence in the camp there. They took down Mammoth, then they said, look, if we beat Chiefs, maybe the momentum is back in our favor. They find that defeat. It looked like a situation where the game was Chiefs to lose. Ultimately, it was, right. That Baron team fight ability, pretty clean on their execution front, and I think they're going to have a few advantageous lanes in this game through just champion diversity, their champion pools. And if they do target mid lane with Shock, then I think Order can break this game wide open.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a battle towards that mid lane as well. Look, we were speaking about Chungy, speaking about Shock, but let's have a look at them head to head and see how they fare in terms of the statistics. Now, Rusty, have a quick look at this, take it all in. Tell me, what do you think is probably the most important thing you see for both of these players?
The haircuts? I mean, I don't think there's a single most important stat. The style of these players is entirely different.
Okay.
You can, I would say if I had to pick one, damage share is always going to be crucial for mid lane as a role, but the reason that it's not so important for a player like Chungy is that he's played a lot of Galio and Twisted Fate and hasn't been trying to deal damage for his team. He's been facilitating. Kill participation is probably then you would consider the most significant thing. The fact that he's playing the aforementioned champions but has less kill participation than someone like Shock really just cements how much of a star Shock is for the side of the Dire Wolves and where Order have a lot of room to improve.
Anything to add on that one, Skimmy?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I mean, it feels like a bit of a redundant point. A lot of the Dire Wolves game plan has to be running through mid lane. I was looking at a stat beforehand when these two teams faced each other, and it was Shock doing 50% of the damage in that game. He was really been trying to put his carry boots on and get this team across the mile. And I start to wonder, right, with teams clicking on and deciding maybe we do target mid lane and the whole foundation crumbles from there. How on a week-by-week basis Dire Wolves gear themselves up, not only by, I mean, there's not enough time to completely change up your strategy and your script, but how do they look to try and bridge that gap and find resources to protect him, be it through vision or better shot calling or parving? That's what I'm curious on, because playoffs only a week away, and it's a very important game tonight.
Very important indeed, just to get that edge, do what needs to be done. And someone that does what she needs to do every damn week is Nat. So let's bring Nat back in because I know she's chomping at the bit to roast me for what I said earlier in the show.
I feel like I could do a one-man show. I'm not going to say it'd be good, but if the pressure was on, I feel like maybe I could deliver. I hope it doesn't come to that, though. Please, no.
Well, look, I guess we'll see when we get there how it goes, and all the best in case we don't get a chance to wish you well and do drop out. Now, I believe you do have those mid laners to have a quick chinwag to.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about their stats, but I'm very excited to hear what they have to say about the game. Guys, thank you both so much for joining me. I want to start with you, Chungy. Last time you guys went up against Dire Wolves, they were a very different team, and you guys absolutely just kind of wiped the floor with them. So how are you feeling coming into the matchup today, knowing how well they've been playing recently?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I just feel nerves every single game. Like, I think that's just normal. Yeah, and I do agree, they have improved like heaps compared to when we played against them.
Then I think it was definitely someone on Order. You guys were saying that the Mammoth win wasn't going to give you any confidence. It was really down to whether you guys were going to beat Chiefs or not. You ended up getting that win. So where is the confidence sitting for the team now?
Yeah, we're feeling confident in the win, and if we do get this win, then we do have the chance to become second as well. So yeah, if we go 3-0 this week, it will be a really big confidence boost moving forward.
I could only imagine how great that would feel for you guys. But Shock, what about you guys over at Direwolves? I just said it before, but you guys are a completely different looking team at this point. So how are you feeling?
Yeah, I think we've like improved a lot, and I'm really happy with how our style is like ending up. For a long time, we're playing things that like, I wasn't super comfortable at, to be honest. But I'm really happy with our team's direction now.
Has that been, you know, something that's been like a lot of prep work for you guys, or is it just something that's come naturally?
No, I think it's definitely been a lot of work, like from the coaching staff and from players as well. There were like a lot of problems that we had as a team, and I feel like definitely at the start our play styles didn't like complement each other that well. So we had like a lot to work through, and yeah, it took a lot of hard work, but we're in a good place now.
I mean, you say it's been a lot of hard work, and you know we're only week 4. The last little question I wanted to ask is that winning this game puts you guys in a pretty good position to potentially, you know, make it to playoffs. So how much pressure are you putting yourselves on this, or are you trying not to think about it too much?
I wouldn't say I feel that pressured by this game. Rather, I feel like pressured that we might not be good enough like in playoffs for our own standards. I do have like confidence that we're going to get there, but that is where the pressure comes from for me, rather than like winning or losing the game.
Where do you think you do sit in terms of how you are playing compared to your expectations?
I'd say like, well, our expectation is to be the best team in the league, and right now I think there's still a pretty big gap between Pentanet and the rest of the teams. So I'd say we're probably like second best or third best right now, and we really want to be better than that.
Look, I mean, this game is definitely going to be a big decider to that. Chungi, I'm going to ask you the same question, though. How do you guys feel and pressure-wise, knowing that, you know, this game is a really big influence as to whether, you know, you make it to the playoffs or not?
I think like the top 5 right now is fairly confirmed to be in playoffs. I think like if us, Direwolves and Chiefs just win one game, then everyone else is out. So we're just gonna focus on like just improving as a team, and then when playoffs come, like just try our best then.
Alrighty, well, thank you both so much for joining me, and good luck in the game.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. Nice humble answers. Good little bit of insight there as well. And now I want to ask, because this is... We're getting towards the predictions, but which way do you guys see this in terms of, I guess, a percentage-based look at the game? You know, like, is it going to be like 55, 45%? Is it going to be 50-50 chance? How do you see this one playing out?
60-40. I'll jump in straight now. 60-40 in favor of Direwolves. I think
Bias.
they've definitely not. I do think that they've put in a lot of work. Not to say that Order haven't, but like they've just, I don't know. I think maybe just seeing how they played at the start to now is really big. And then I guess that's also the other side is Order maybe doesn't have the confidence in themselves as much as they want to win and think they can. They might not have the confidence they need. But it's close either way.
It's certainly close. What about you, Rusty?
I would say 70-30 would be my percentage. So a little bit higher than that, but at the same time, like we've seen Direwolves lose in their last 2 games. We've seen Recipes to beat them. I just don't think that Order is a team that can do that. First and foremost, just in terms of the style required. So I like very few worlds where I think Order do win that.
Okay, and what about you, Skimmy, before we bring the predictions up?
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite... I want to go like 60-40 in Direwolves' favor. As long as Shock still finds himself on a champion where he can execute and just smash the laning phase, that he can find that lead, that only can get a champion that can influence the tempo of the map, and that Claire finds himself on something comfortable. We saw in the last time he went calm, he went to try and be a support more than anything. We've seen him come into his own a little bit more with some of these bruises. So if he finds a matchup and doesn't fall too far behind, is able to be unleashed in the 1v1, I think they have a really good shot.
All right, well, let's bring the predictions up, see which way we've all decided to lean today. And it looks like it's just me for Order again. What's going on?
Wait, what about your percentage, Mac?
everyone.
Mac, what about your percentage?
My percentage, 99-1. Direwolves, almost no chance here in today's matchup. All right, and you better believe I'm going to repeat that exact statement for every single game today with all the predictions I've gone for. Full faith in Order. going into this one, all right? And that's why I'm not one of the analysts on here. I'm just leading the charge and trying to create some storylines because, again, I'm going to be the only one yelling if Order do get this dub
I've
today.
got 2 analysts with me now, though. You look at the tips, they're all even with me. I massively entered my Tuesday tips just to take a gamble. So now we're all legitimately on even footing.
There you go.
Yeah, he's trying to play it off like as if, you know, he didn't actually have faith in the teams that he tipped. Now he says
Did you see my gravitas tip? I'm not saying I had a lot of faith in that one.
Look, there's a world where you could have got that one right. It was, you know, that 1% I was talking about before, but it didn't happen, unfortunately. Now, let's have a quick look at how you're doing, Rusty. What's that? That was a really slow reaction time. You might want to get that one checked. Esports Assessment Labs. Go over there, you know, do the tests, and you can see how you're doing in terms of your reaction time to Mac talking to you, you know, your cognitive ability, see how great your focus is. We know Skimmy, you know, he's the most focused, what is it, on the desk? What's the word they
what
use
is it?
for
It's
the
like
90
95% attention, but everything else
Attention,
shouldn't have
yeah.
been. So I can look at a screen, but I can't do much more than that, Mac.
Well, that's look. It's a good thing to think about, is, you know, just looking at screen for hours and hours. Maybe we should get you into CS and you can just focus on the crosshair. You know, that could be something down the line. But look, it's time for Champ Select. So, ladies and gents, it's the time you've all been waiting for. Order taking on Direwolves. Order probably going to win. Take us away, boys.
With that in mind, it is a big one here, Rusty. Both teams locked in place so far at 6-4. And they would look to try and break apart that gap. Tied in third so far. A big chance here to try and guarantee themselves that playoff spot. And we'll try and find what all those weeks of practice look like as we come into week 4. Only another week remains. It's game on.
Yeah, just looking at the bans that we have so far, though, Skimmy does raise a couple of eyebrows. You know, when you're looking at the Udyrs and the Lilias running around on Summoner's Rift, the Hecarim often being traded for it. Direwolves ban what I would say is the conventional jungler of choice.
Yep.
Where when I'm looking at Order, they've gone for targeted bans against someone like Only. Both good champions, you know, both fit the bill of what we were talking about before. Jungle, fast, clear speeds, can be mixed damage if needed through like an AP champion like Karthus.
Yep.
But now you've just got a Lilia and an Udyr matchup waiting for you if that's what you want.
It's a point worth mentioning, and with first pick priority here for Order, it would be interesting to see what direction they decide to take. Touching on that jungle ban priority, Only has yet to play Karthus this year. He played it a whole bunch last year and made a big name for himself when he was actually on Order. So interesting to see that a champion of old still finds itself being noted and denied away, as you called. There is the Udyr, far too good to pass up. And now the question is, how do they look to respond to this? They've tried doing Dr. Mundo in the past, and it wouldn't be too bad if they decide to do it here again.
There's not a whole lot revealed champion-wise to just lock the Mundo, I don't feel like. Oftentimes you'll wait to see maybe the first 3 champions before you consider something like a Mundo in draft priority. No surprises realistically with where Direwolves went so far, and I'm uncontrollably doing this with my hands, Skimmy, so I apologize. Lucian actually going to be the other pick that goes. With Ana being banned, does remove one of the other flexible pick choices. Direwolves choose to ban that one. They pick the Lucian, so clearly rehearse strategically here. And Order now the next picks.
So on to the next picks. Worth noting that Lucian, none of these players have played it just yet. We've seen that it can be flexed between top, mid, and in the bot lane position. But historically speaking, these individuals have not shown it as a pick they will go for. So interesting to see how they will decide to navigate this going into these next few picks and bans. Rel, as you touch on, strong, stable, gets the job done. Really reliable frontline to get into dodge. And the combination between the likes of that and an Udyr just means you've got so much reach to find that backline access with those stuns.
Yeah, it does mean that they're kind of flash reliant for those hard engages and team fights, so objectives tend to be the way that you would start trending at the moment with the Order composition. They've also gone for the Syndra with it, so the standard, let's say, mid lane mage that could be matched at any time by an Orianna if they wanted to for shock. Ooh. Or something of the likes. But at the same time, you know, they're holding the flexibility of that Lucian pick. Janna going to be the obvious choice, you would have to say, with a Thresh removed for the lane champions that can handle a Rel. You don't want to go unnecessarily into the direction of like give Rel a free lane because she's so oppressive in team fights. You could have maybe considered an Alistar but it seems to me that Cupcake does have this preference for like his Tarics, now maybe for the Jannas as well. He doesn't go straight towards the most conventional choices that exist.
It's the rise of the Enchaners, Rusty. They're coming back. We raised the question before. You pick the Alistair into the rail, you headbutt the engage from that end, but there is always the question of, well, Janna can do that just as well, and now you find yourself in a situation, you've got some fantastic mitigation, first and foremost with the shielding, but the fact is that you already mentioned, they have the flash to find those engage angles. They might be very reliant on the objectives as a result, but the Monsoon, the ultimate from Janna, could be that clean reset button they're looking for.
Yeah, so one thing to consider here for Order is that Lucian actually has a pretty good lane into Syndra, so you'd be shocked to see that changing roles. So it is most likely that Gunkrab still has an AD to pick, which is why you can see the 280 carry bans. In fact, there is 4 Skimmy going at both of these teams. Ezreal Janna as a lane as well is nearly impossible to kill, yeah. So they've just gone safety. My concern with the Direwolves comp so far is they've gone so far down the poke route with a Lucian in there, who only really pokes with his ult, and their engage is just generally lacking, yeah. Right? You'd have to hit some flash Lilia blooming blows, perhaps. Claire now has to pick a champion that can engage if they want to consider the front-to-back style team fighting, where Order definitely have tanks. They definitely have engage. You know, they've got frontline that is looking for some damage to round that composition out. And a couple of the hovers here are directions that they could consider. Yeah, I mean, that is the big point to touch on right now. You've invested so much in the poke and the, the shredding potential of taking down and sieging those structures. But now you find yourself in a situation where maybe you're too vulnerable to even having to face check objectives, to trying to bully yourself into the river to look at objectives and to even look at team fights as a whole, because you're going into a Camille as well now, and based on the maximized performance we've seen from him already, very keen on those flanking angles, very keen to exploit squishy champions as we can see here. And there's going to be a huge weight now as the Gragas comes out, a huge weight no doubt on Claire's shoulders to be the key go-to man in this roster to find not only the engages but the peeling with his explosive cask. Yeah, that's probably the most important thing here, right? Like, Direwolves have doubled down on their composition, which does round it out nicely. You know, it's not just flash engages everywhere from a Camille ultimate locking you in with a Galio following up. You know, it's not that style of Wombo, but they've doubled down on like the Venn diagram of disengage style composition. There's a lot of AoE that still comes out of Direwolves overall. The damage is still nicely mixed with your Lucian mid lane and a Lilia top lane, so tanks don't run away with the game. And the Gragas and the Janna mean that, like, while you don't just walk down mid lane and beat your opponents in a front-to-back 5v5, it means that you are very good at fighting for objectives if you get there first still, as you can engage, or if Order come at you, you're uniquely equipped to deal with that and be able to beat them down in that 5v5 that way. So fight on your terms, you'll have a very good time if you're Direwolves. Don't fight on your terms, you might get picked off. And that is the concern. I think if I'm looking at an area or an avenue of success here for Order to try and get the ball rolling, get that snowballing angle so that they can find themselves with priority and vision control for those objectives. I just look at the mid-jungle duo first and foremost. The link up between the Udyr and Syndra, so much CC. The ability for Udyr is the flash bear stance, take you down, and ruin Lucian's day is definitely an area we already put a bit of focus on. We've seen how crucial Shock has been to carrying this roster to get them here so far, and with a champion that can be as volatile as this, might be the area they'll target again. Certainly could be the case. I think you're right mentioning the volatility. I would be surprised if they didn't put some focus towards the top lane. However, you know, Maximize getting that signature pick definitely has the capabilities to hard carry himself and the whole team across the line. Also gives them an avenue of split push threat. And I think that having multiple win conditions is a viable choice here for Order to start the game off prioritizing top lane priority or surviving elsewhere, and then just having multiple places to focus. Plenty of places to focus and plenty of insight to be found. We do have Coach Omo on standby here from Order. And welcome, bro. Thank you for taking the time to join us here. I want to start the discussion by talking about your standings. You come into this one, it's been 3 wins on the go so far, a very different Direwolves to what it would have been back in week number 2. How do you view them this time around?
Well, we feel they're definitely much stronger this time around in the second round robin. They seem to be figuring out a little bit more what they want to do, but I still feel like they have some of the core weaknesses which they had coming into the first round robin. So I don't think that much is going to change.
Not much is going to change, but no doubt you guys both playing here to break up the pack, tied at third, looking to try and guarantee that playoff spot and put yourself in the best position for seeding possible. You look at this one, a few questions, I suppose, were raised by myself and Rusty about the Direwolves composition. It definitely excels in multiple areas, but it almost requires the early game going not necessarily as well in their favor. So you look at your one, a few more options to play around with. You've been given the Udyr. Were you surprised with how the draft played out in your favor?
This was one of the jungle matchups which we kind of were expecting to play into. We know that those only those likes the Lilia into Udyr matchup, but at the same time, Vengeance also really likes the Udyr into the Lilia matchup. So we kinda were ready for this one. It's not my favorite matchup, but I'm confident in Vengeance's ability to play it out.
And then talk to me a little bit about Vengeance in particular. He's shown up in this first season here and has really found his pairing with the likes of Maximize from Synergy of old. What's it been like for him, making a step up into this league and showing up already so well?
I mean, it is a different ball game from playing in an academy, right? Basically, so there were some growing pains, but I think he is learning pretty well and he's growing at a decent rate. And like you mentioned with Maximize as well, the two of them do have some synergy, for better or worse from the past. And I'm pretty confident in his ability to step up here today as well.
Well, I'm really excited to see what he can do here today. Thank you so much for your time. We'll leave you to it for the meantime. And Rusty, anything crazy in the first few minutes here?
No, not at all really so far. Ultimately, we've had both junglers starting on the opposite sides of the map, going for that red buff full clear. It's not too surprising to see that from an Udyr and from a Lilia in general. So playing pretty casually, and then when you're looking at the way lanes have been playing in regards to things like priority, Maximize is playing strong side. He's been pushing in his opponents. The exact same thing on the other side of the map. Cupcake, Gunkrab, double ranged lane being very annoying and poking Beats and Puma as they have only on their side of the rift. And this is the first point in the game where we've seen a teleport, right? So mid lane, one of those roles where there is a lot of potential aggression from a Lucian. If he's unleashed in a 1v1, or if Chungi uses one too many spells on a wave, he can get hard punished and will run out of mana until he has that tier purchase. So this is, again, I want to say very standard so far, but it is still a teleport advantage to Shockers top lane.
Top lane is where the action might be. Looking for that first blood action right now. Claire going to go for a very delayed flash, but is able to keep his life intact. As you see Chungi on the rotate now. He stepped up too far.
Claire.
What have you done, Claire? He's been stunned again. The rotation, the cycle. There's the first blood. And it's all in favor of Order.
That was really greedy by Claire. I think he wants to reset the wave, maybe get the push in. He knows Maximize has nothing to provide, right? So if it's just an Udyr, then I'm keeping the jungler around and I'm winning tempo for the team anyway. Only gets here eventually. But hold that thought because it's happening again.
They're running it straight back. TP's top side. Maximize hook shots out, then comes back in. The Predator has been popped. And Zoni's got the boots. And the boots and the movement speed get the job done. That's Maximize. He's in a fair bit of trouble right now. There is Vengeance that falls on down as Claire soaks up a turret shot, and really fought a situation where Claire falling down twice there, Rusty.
Yeah, and look at this wave, though. You've also got a Janna coming, so Cupcake level 3 roam on a Janna, the classic that you never see. It's going to be able to force Maximize away from the turret. So ultimately, especially because Max doesn't get the kill, he'll only lose a couple of these minions, but that starts to swing the way of Direwolves just a little bit.
And it is interesting, the tempo or the timing of that roam from Cupcake, given the fact that Gunkrab is first and foremost playing Ezreal, nice safe AD carry, the wave was locked underneath his turret, so wasn't really much you needed to do, didn't need to be there to babysit, and as scary as a roaming Janna sounds, it has allowed him to crash a sizable wave.
Yeah, I guess if Janna gets behind your turret and she has the tornado going up, that's pretty terrifying. But ultimately, was just a free moment to leave. Same thing, of course, for Beats on that rel. He was up there just a few seconds later. The big mistake overall was the over-aggression from Claire, and it could just be miscommunication with mid. It could just be a surprise. Like, that's not your standard Syndra roam by any means, right? I don't think you ever actually expect that to happen. So might have just been caught unaware, and fair play to Order for making that happen, right? It's just that the follow-up was still nice from Only and from the rest of Direwolves to ensure that something went back their way.
And they needed to find that, as you already touched on. A bit of a greedy play there, but it pays off in the end, and it trades gold back in each other's favor. Vengeance isn't going to stop there, no. Neither are both these junglers, both going to be very present and going to try and do whatever they can to try and make the situation that works in their favor. Vengeance runs on in, figures out, hang on a minute, I've been baited by my bot lane. Now I find myself in a whole spot of bother. Gunkrab picks up the killing blow there. He gets gold. He gets kills. And he finds success in his bottom lane himself.
Yeah, I mean, you could say baited by his bot lane. I think he was just baited by seeing an opportunity. So again, that's the Direwolves doing, right? Like, they're the ones who look like a juicy gank target, but they've got Only nearby. And the thing is, you know, 1-0-1 is the scoreline of this Lilia now. Has Lucidity Boots completed with Predator. So he will be able to cover extreme distances to get to these trades and get to these fights that, like, maybe the UD starts 5 seconds earlier. Is still there. Direwolves knowing this, of course, right? So they're the ones able to play around that information that Order don't have, and that's what ultimately comes back to hurt Vengeance through that counter, as he's just left to the wolves by Puma and Beats.
He certainly was, and worth touching on that this Lilia that Only is playing. He's played 3 games of it so far, 3 victories. It's been his most successful jungler to date in this league. 10.8 KDA across 3 games is not too bad. It's a pretty sizable lead compared to the other players, or the other junglers, I should say, that have played the champion so far. So we're going to try and harness some of that synergy, that potential to find a victory here again today. A shock, a crash in that wave, pop the ultimate and zone away Chungi again. Some of the indications, I suppose, Rusty, as to why Lucian can find success in his 1v1.
Yeah, 100%. When both waves are gone, Syndra should not be looking to be in range of Illusion at all when that ultimate's there, because you'll just lose half your health, you'll lose priority in that lane. It does mean there's no kill threat, though, in mid. Shock needs that usually to execute. So by not having that ultimate available, he is just looking for priority. And he will have that, right? You've got Only nearby hovering again. Vengeance just looking to push this wave in, so it's unlikely anything would come from it. Overall, mid-priority, mid-farm advantage coming up nicely here for the side of Direwolves, and overall, they are in control.
Certainly feels that way, despite it being Vengeance that seems to be leading the charge on trying to get these ganks between top and bot side. It has always been Only there to respond, always keeping a good tab as to where this Udyr could be at any given moment. They've got the tracking there with the vision as well, and making sure that he's unable to sneak in an early Rift Herald as he drops the control wall just before. But even in camp clear, even in participation, and it's going to be very interesting once we see that full first skirmish, given the fact that level 6 is not too far away now for these 2 support players.
One thing worth pointing out at the moment is just how much priority Cupcakers seem to be able to relinquish in bot lane for roams. You know, top lane level 3, he's been mid twice now. Also just gets spotted actually by that sweeper, so Chungi is fully aware that this tornado's coming. And we'll just be able to casually list to the side to avoid that one. But it's the freedom, right? It's knowing that Only is so powerful that if they don't know where the Lilia is, suddenly this Janna is powerful out of nowhere and is able to have a serious influence on the map state. And that's a lot of that through vision itself, right? It's not just a Janna roaming trying to get kills. It's the Janna protecting 2 control wards in the bot side river, which is strong neutral vision, and early in the game gives a distinct edge to the team that can retain it the longest.
It's always exciting to me when you break down, you know, the protecting of the vision, sort of what it amounts to, because it's just giving Gunkrab so much freedom to, you know, be able to take those 1v2s, not to feel too afraid in situations like this, as he's able to hit the sidestep. The curtain call never really being used as a kill threat, more so just to mitigate that wave and burn it and ensure that these trades and this poke harass continues to you know, try and favor them. You can see that the True Shot Barrage will come out now, and they're just really trying to punish the fact that, hey, you're playing a Jhin and you want to engage, but we just won't give you that opportunity.
Just being oppressive down there in bottom lane, right? The same thing can be said throughout the entirety of the map except for top lane, where Claire hasn't really died past that early gank and is just surviving. So things going pretty much to plan. Again, Direwolves, looking at them compositionally, they have exceptional poke, and they can just threaten you, right? Hover at the edge of your range and just throw spells until enough of them connect that they're able to follow through with an all-in. That's the big strength that they've got. Order are looking for more solid, just straight up, you know, turn the switch, flick the switch, engage, and try and be successful immediately at the forefront of these moments. So continue to expect to see Order with the first foot forward, continue to expect to see Only responding and trying to match the Udyr's whereabouts for those ganks. But at present, they are looking to threaten bot side because the Herald has been taken.
Yep, they've had that announcement made, so they know exactly where Udyr is at the moment, and Only's taken that chance to get some vision down, do a bit of counter jungling. He might look to go for the 1v2 as Shock comes on the rotate. He'll be here first. Only flashing forward, hits the lullaby. 2 members go to sleep. The culling. It's going to be a full channel. He's got no cleanse. He's got no hope. Double summoner's burnt, but it doesn't change the outcome. He falls on down. Unleash the power into Shock. He'll fall on down. As they connect there with the Hextech ultimatum, and now Claire Ruxford Defy has already burnt that ultimate. He's looking to try and disengage away from this one, but protect his squishy AD carries. And Direwolves can disengage safely.
Yeah, Direwolves can disengage actively, safely, readily, whatever they want. They've just constantly got disengaged there. Beat's also just getting his recall cancelled by the ultimate of Gunkrab, so that's what you were just seeing on your screen. Means that they can threaten if they wanted another plate down in bottom lane, but they'll reset. They'll get the free disengage. At the end of the day, that was just a small trade with nothing massively significant coming from it. Order, however, you know, they're the ones who move into their own jungle. They try and find where Only is. They do it with half health, but they have so much engage potential from a Rel and follow-up from a Jhin that Only gets chunked out before this even kicks off. Puma gets down from a full culling straight to the face, unfortunately for him. No summoner spells left to get out of that one, but Shock goes too far in an attempt to do so, and Janna, Monsoon timing with Gragas ultimate, not ideal. They both throw it when only one was needed. So doubling down on that disengage skimmy. It's clear what they wanted to do.
It certainly was, and you saw multiple flashes as a result of that get cancelled out. So a few summoners have been burnt right now. Both Shock and Gunkrab still have theirs, so potential positioning advantage given the fact that they're already nimble mobile AD carries. An extra layer towards that to aid to this understanding of being mobile. There's the Infernal Drake picked up, and we've got ourselves a Cloud Soul now for extra mobility.
Yeah, that's a really important Drake skimmy. What are the chances that we talk about this soul before broadcast and it's the first soul that we get on show?
It's so funny, right? Because the producer's saying, did you guys want to have a discussion about this one? I said, I'm pretty sure you and me are on the same page. The joke for me is more so that we seem to always get Cloud Soul in these Oceanic games.
Here's something. We might have to hold it if they're going to be too aggressive, but here's something that you have to remember about the Cloud Soul that really makes it good to me is that it's consistently giving you 10% movement speed. So when you've got Udyr and you've got Lilia in the meta, you've even got Janna in this game as well, like move speed is clearly important. Yep. So the fact that we've been getting so many Cloud Souls, not just for the ultimate cooldown for someone like a Lilia, but for base movement speed as well as movement speed on the ultimate activation, means that Cloud Soul has pretty significant value, but ultimately it's not the be-all end-all Drake, right? Which is, I think, where we are mostly aligned on it.
Yeah, and definitely going to be some champions that will benefit from it a fair bit. Culling, for instance, on Shock's Lucian. Vengeance probably the most to benefit from it as he switches between all the different stance. A ton of movement speed. Already know how strong and frustrating it is to try and catch an Udyr. Well, that could definitely be a big benefit for them. But hold that thought, because as both of these junglers continuing to keep tabs on each other. Chungy seems to be caught out of position. The exhaust goes out straight away. There's the culling. Spreading damage between two key members. The tornado is fantastic, but a stun connects. The monsoon cancels, and they both survive. Only looking to try and turn things around and find a fight in their favor, but in the 3v3, both teams will decide enough is enough as they're down to a third.
Yeah, Chunky not having the ultimate means that there wasn't enough kill threat to take Cupcake down. Cupcake really just there to ensure that that 1v1 goes the way of Direwolves, but at the same time, Vengeance gets to disengage towards the action, towards the fight. So again, nothing really doing, just consistent farming to be seen. Waiting for that moment, right, that break point, that objective that catches the eye of both of these teams. You know, there's no turret plates anymore, so this Herald charge is just for the sake of it, and it will be successful in that much. But the next Drake, you know, it's the third Drake of the game for Direwolves if they start to pressure that one. Could be something that ought to consider, but in the same vein, it's only a Cloud Drake. It's not the most influential third one to be able to give over, and you could happily give yourself 5 more minutes of farming time to scale up into team fighting if you would like.
100%. And it wouldn't surprise me if they were to go down that avenue, buy more time for Maximize to cause problems on the side wave, get him that Ravenous Hydra to Power Spike alongside the Trinity Force he's just achieved. As for Direwolves, they're going to be feeling pretty happy that the game has worked out so far in this favor. 15 minutes in, up by 2k gold with a composition that wants to snowball. And snowball they have, even if it's a small one.
Yeah, I mean, the Lilting Lullaby was just used, so only puts Beats to sleep. We've got the Herald up in 50 seconds. The Drake is clearly the priority here, however, after that turret goes down, as that should be available for that one, definitely. Very curious to see from this moment, though, where or to choose to prioritize. You know, they've got some vision control already established. Topside Scuttle Crab just gets secured by Vengeance. It's clear to me that they could consider just going all in on the Herald. This is something that's very easy to read, however, in a macro sense from a team like Diables. In terms of lane assignments, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Ezreal planted top lane. But because Shock is the one who has teleport, it could just be an Ezreal mid lane, and we start to really flesh out what would be, I guess, called mid-game lane assignments.
And that is the big question right now, because we can see them hovering towards the top end of that map. No clear indication to exactly where they are going, but with the Herald only now just spawning, they are hanging around their own jungle, looking to deny as much vision as possible from Order and keep them lurking in the dark and keep them confused and find themselves that moment to shine. Multiple members showing up to mid lane now and looking to try and see if they can execute upon anybody getting too greedy, trying to farm extra waves.
Only is actually going to be the one to kick this off as well. It's on vision. Order could consider looking at it. Maximize does have the teleport available if he would like, but by the time they get here, it's already going to be so low that it's clear that they're not going to even consider contesting this one. So they've recognized that it's not a position that they want to fight just yet. Maybe it's the Drake where they want to put priority and actually fight for that vision control. Because if you look at the map right now, they don't have anything other than the Scuttle Crab and like a sneaky ward there. Their intent was not to fight.
No real threat, no real concern on that one. They're quite happy to leave that one across to the opposition, but they do want to prevent this soul point from being acquired so easily. They do want to buy themselves a little bit of extra time, and even if it is the most, if it isn't the most influential single dragon, it does buy them the extra 5 minutes that you mentioned before, and that's going to be crucial for a lot of these champions. Jim, we know how strong he can be with a couple of items. Gets all of that extra bonus damage. Maximize on his most played champion, his most famous champion, would need that second item, and continues to be a threat in these side waves.
That was a good Herald summon. It was also placed in the correct position to just instantly charge the turret. So they'll be able to take down the mid lane outer. Most of that gold, I believe all of it, of course, goes towards Only, who summons it. The cost of this, so while it's obviously it's very important that they get mid lane priority, by breaking that outer turret, they open the map so much more for themselves for any future objectives that come across, as there's less safe space for Order on the map. They do still give away the bot lane outer turret and a lot of free farm to maximize on his Camille, who wants that. They do give over the Drake, so they buy time for Order, who can now get an extra 5 minutes if they would like, with no soul as a threatening point. It's not like the perfect situation for Direwolves at all. It's just a conscious choice they seem to have made, and a conscious trade that they opt into. Neither team is forcing where it feels wrong.
Quite content keeping to their own win conditions right now, and as you can see from the gold graph, the biggest benefactor is Maximize being able to collect and tax all those waves by buying extra time and avoiding these unnecessary fights. But it has been Guncrab through all the turret plates, the CS differences, and just the sheer nuisance of being able to poke from the laning phase onwards, that has found himself as the biggest recipient and the biggest gold lead, and probably the argument as to why, as a whole, Direwolves find themselves up by 2k.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you could note this through lane assignment, priority rather, from level 1. Yeah, it was Only was pathing from red on his top side down towards Guncrab. They were aggressively pushing from the first wave of the game. They've just been pressuring Puma and Beats, and so it's very easy for Guncrab to be able to get the slight CS lead. Once we hit this mid-game point as well, he's also been collecting a lot of the side lane pressure and farm. So has just been completely, you know, he's living his best AD carry life, Skimmy. He's just red dot syndrome. Everywhere you go, he sees a red dot, he wants it. He's going to be able to get a lot of farm from this. The lead is significant. He also has fairly cheap item spikes in terms of cost compared to your prototypical AD carry builds. So we'll be at a point of 3 items before anyone else most likely in the game, besides maybe Only. But I doubt it, actually. Only doesn't have nearly as much CS and still only has 2 kills.
Yeah, he's got to be two-faced about this one. He's got himself a stopwatch, then soon to convert that into a zone use and allow him to make those flashy plays where he can look to try and put as many people to sleep as possible and be that game changer, that team fight decider. It'll be interesting to see what direction Gunkrab decides to go with his Mythic, as pretty much the Ezreal of old continues to be that these are the go-to items. That hasn't really changed for the most part. Get all the cooldown reduction and just spam from afar and be a damn right nuisance. What is worth noting though, Rusty, is that Chungi has opted to go for the Everfrost as opposed to the Ludens. A little bit of extra CC, find those angles to catch somebody out.
I'm big on Everfrost in general right now. Like, this is the one patch where I'm willing to accept Ahri as a reality, where I haven't been for years.
You heard it here first, Twitch.
Simply because I think Everfrost is insane. Like, it just enables you to not have to be a charm-reliant champion. Your kit becomes better from an item. As Claire might be in trouble.
Yeah, he's in a whole bunch of trouble right now. He's popped that ultimate now, waiting for the Hexagon to go on through. Hook shot. There's the final shot with the Q. Unleash the true damage and find a side lane solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice ult from Claire to try and disengage, but the flash hook shot connects, and because the body slam is... It seems to be that they are even priority between a hook shot and a belly bot from a Gragas. They both just get stunned. The fact that he has Merc Treads, I think, is the reason he's able to get that Q off, and there's no reactive flash available from Claire.
That's frustrating. Really is quite frustrating there for Claire. We'll see how this trade starts in the first place. Just cycling through the cooldowns, finding trades and finding uptime. I mean, this is the nuisance of a Camille, right? Just the sheer stickiness.
Yeah, and Max is a Camille player, so he definitely knows what he's doing in terms of timings and cooldowns. And he doesn't use the Hextech Ultimatum to dodge out on an explosive cast. He uses it in the downtime of his hook shot, which is what he needs to actually secure the kill. So clearly a master of his craft, clearly an expert on the champion. You can see that right there, and the fact that he's able to get the 1v1. And here's the thing, Skibby, we've already noted this earlier. He was given time, he was given space by Direwolves to farm. He got that bot lane out of turret by himself. Now he's getting solo kills against his lane opponent. The win condition we note through draft for order, well and truly on the cards.
100%. And you start to get a little bit concerned now as a Direwolves fan as to what this could mean. Nice scatter of the week. That denies the engage that Claire was looking for, but the cult beats instead. He flashes away, looks to try and mount on top of the horse again, but the horse has been desaddled. Falls on down, and it's another kill going in favor of Gunkrab. So the win conditions on either side of the coin, well and truly here.
Yeah, I mean, Gunkrab's definitely finding his mark on this game right now, but it was the flash body slam from Claire. You know, that flash that wasn't used earlier in the solo death comes in clutch. They have the numbers advantage here. Maximize nearby, so no need to even teleport. Chungi's also hovering, and they've got vision. Baron is risky.
Baron is very risky. This is a 50-50. TP is being committed by Chungi, who's come back on through. Beats is on his way from the fountain. It would be a 4v5 if Vorda decide to commit. He's already gone. Chungi's dead. He falls on down. The Baron's still at 50%, and the curtain call and the vision and the flanking angles, it all looks so good. Now Vengeance looking for the flash play. He takes out Cupcake. Maximize trying to be a hero 1v3. Here's the Hexagon Ultimatum. Trying to do whatever he can. Dies to Lucian. Shock takes him out. Baron gets acquired. Direwolves have secured it. And Vengeance does the great run, the world tour from one side of the jungle to the other. And he baits out all the CDs in the world.
Oh, they're very close to getting that kill on the back end there for Vengeance as well. Only looking to 1v9. Did regret that for a hot second. But he's able to walk away and, of course, still has the backup of that Ezreal. Direwolves, they throw the gauntlet, you know, they make the risky decision. This is the Baron that will be committed to. And we will pick apart anyone who tries to get nearby. And again, that's what their composition is capable of doing, right? You've got the Ezreal to just keep them at bay. Janna as well can do the same thing. Teleport's coming in. Direwolves, they want the Drake.
They want to commit to this one. They look to just literally walk in and take it off and say thanks for the leash order. Now they find a situation where Beats is caught out of position. It's a one-man sleep, and they will send him home sleeping. Down for 40 seconds. The Baron buff proving to be the deciding factor there.
Yeah, and it'll be the longest sleep in the world there, unfortunately, for Puma, as he is down for 30 more seconds. Direwolves will see this fight one more time. Chungi just forgetting that he isn't a Camille. You know, one of the key differences there. Perhaps oversteps in an attempt to use his Scatter the Weak, use the ultimate even rather on Cupcake. Doesn't get what he's after. Vengeance comes in clutch here, of course. Flashes with Smite. It's worth pointing out to secure the kill on Janna, so it just doesn't have Smite here. So this is no longer a 50-50. It's a free Baron for the side of Direwolves. They navigate it well as hold that.
From the replay to the real action, and it's the same outcome. It is Vengeance taking down Cupcake's Janna once again. But it doesn't seem to change the tune here, as Direwolves have asserted themselves in what would have been a 2-3 split. Looking to try and get as much structural presence as possible. But it continues, Rusty, to give Maximize free reign to do whatever he likes in these side waves.
Yeah, here's the one risk that exists in this game. You know, Baron is something that can slow it down, but Claire doesn't have the buff. So Maximize can run away with this game, and you can see only hovering that as a result, right? It's not as simple as stand in one lane and push and poke now. You can't just prod your opponents out of the game. If you're Direwolves, you need to respect the Max. They will, and it does alleviate a lot of pressure here for the side of Order. It buys them, again, a little bit more time, and that's what they need. Because if he's going to be their win condition, it's going to be a slow and steady, hard slog in the side lane that the Camille needs to get it done herself.
Be interesting to see then how they decide to try and change the tune. We know that Lucian can be proficient at side laning as well, but a squishier target compared to the Gragas, and a bigger risk factor now when he decides to make this option a reality. You can see that Maximize patiently waiting in the bush, just seeing if Shock decides to tempt fate and push for one extra wave, but he won't. He's got the discipline, and they know that this game is one still on slim margins. Yes, there's been a 4K lead, the extra 2K from where the lead was sound before, much in part to what Baron allows you to find. But it hasn't changed the overall tune here of those key members that we saw only minutes before, still carrying the majority of their team's gold.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, gold is in the right places for both teams, except for mid lane and AD carry here, having significant advantages. But that's just because of the gold difference between these teams, right? So Direwolves perfectly placed gold into the carry players of their team. Max being ahead is crucial. And he's now about to reveal himself top lane split pushing. So this is the moment where Direwolves, even though they don't have that hard engage style composition, they can, because there is no Maximize. They want to force the teleport. They want to try and pressure if they can now, before he becomes an issue, and he will be in 30 seconds.
Certainly will. Won't be too far away now from that Ravenous Hydra. Got so many of the components to complete their second item power spike. That makes Camille so damn strong and hard to deal with. You can see that Direwolves respecting that timer. They know it's a minute and 30 to play for that Cloud Soul as well. But they're unable to find their mark to crash and complete that turret acquisition. And we'll have to settle with just trimming his wave once more.
And better safe than sorry is the approach that Maximize takes here. Is also standing on top of a control ward, so knows for the current moment, unless they guess he's there, he is safe. You can also see they're constantly hovering, so Claire knows that he can't win a 1v1 and does not want to get caught out of position. It's a soft bait. You know, Maximize reveals himself being in the bush. It was the correct decision for Direwolves. They get confirmation. But he also knows that he's not safe.
You know he's alone right now. John has revealed with a Scryer's Orb, and it's now going to be a 3-man collapse. So very difficult to try and chase the Camille. Plenty of mobility to ensure that even in a situation where it may look like you're being collapsed upon, you can still defy fate. But regardless, that's the condition that keeps ticking and knocking on Direwolves' front door. Whilst you have those advantages, whilst you want to siege, and as good as you are at sieging, we can look to trade efficiently as well.
This has definitely been a really long game of League overall, Skimmy. Even looking at the average game time of our League, we're about to hit that, so clearly we're in for a little bit of a longer one than we're used to in the LCO. But with the next Baron coming up shortly, the Cloud Soul being able to be confirmed potentially by Direwolves as a result of the timings of these objectives, we are starting to accelerate. Pun definitely intended.
I like it. And we'll see if they like it too, because here is the Dragon. The Soul Point acquisition is on the cards. TP's committed. Direwolves find themselves in the river first. This is where they want to be. Time to test Order and how they can look to try and find themselves in the driving seat this time around.
Order have to face check, and it's easier said than done into the composition of Direwolves. You've also got Maximize, as you can see, planting his feet down in the bottom lane. That is the closest point to the Dragon, so will, again, not need to teleport. But this might just be gone.
Looks to be the case, and it certainly is. Committed there to Cloud Dragons and the Soul. Plenty of movement speed and ultimate reduction to guarantee that they can continue to drive their momentum and showcase that we weren't too afraid of the split push shenanigans. We're quite content keeping your other 4 members occupied and turtle behind the base.
That's partly true. The thing is, they sacked the Cloud Soul intentionally there, right? They had a 1% chance of stealing it. They went for it. They have put Maximize intentionally and early into bottom lane because that's the lane they're going to split. The furthest point away from the Baron buff is where they want the Camille to plant her feet. That is where she will stay. Of course, Only is about to reveal Maximize, and they can confirm what they already knew. The problem for Direwolves, of course, is that Order have control around the Baron. A couple of nice wards in River will buy them a lot of time there. So as it stands, it was a decision for Order to say we're not really concerned, you know, about giving over a Cloud Soul. In fact, that would mean the Elder spawns sooner for us, which could be a free win condition for us as we are losing.
That's a good point that you raised, because we have seen how proficient Order are at finding those late game team fights that they were able to steal away the Baron from Chiefs only a couple of days ago. And look to try and hedge their bets on. We have some scaling champions that can definitely hit their stride, cause problems in the side waves, manipulate those lane states to cause panic in the ranks of Direwolves, so maybe continue division control in our favor. There's Only flashing forward. It's a two-man sleep. There's the true shot barrage onto those two key members. And then the Monsoon comes on out to try and deny the fact that Beach jumps on in. He gets punished immediately. Maximize is nowhere to be seen. He has the TP, but he doesn't decide to commit towards it. He's just sacking the team fight here. Two of his teammates have already fallen on down. Direwolves untouched. And they've got their eyes set straight through the mid-wave.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice pick from Order, against Order rather, overall. Direwolves definitely in a winning position, but look at bottom lane right now. Look at the split push pressure. Maximize has definitely said, why team fight when I can just win the game myself? Threatening the inhibitor means that if Direwolves choose to go for the Baron, this will die.
Yeah, and we've seen this happen before, the TP angle in to try and backdoor and end the game like that. What a trade, what a disciplined move from Maximize there to respect that, hey, we might lose the team fight, but I'll trade up, and I'll trade up positively. The other four members pick up that Baron, and Maximize, he's done the damage already.
He's overstayed though, so you've already got Cupcake on the flank. You've got the ability to catch him potentially. There's no way for him to teleport to safety with all the cancels that exist. So he's just going to have to walk the longest way possible, and will, of course, be able to sneak himself out to safety. So we'll be happy with that overall. I guess the question is, Order happy with that trade? The bottom lane inhibitor is usually the most important one when Baron is alive. When there's no objectable, it does just mean that Direwolves can push through the lane where the inhibitor is gone and try and threaten two lanes. So right now, you would expect mid and bot priority. Push in bot, time your waves with mid lane, and threaten both inhibitors. And Direwolves you would expect to be able to get at least one inhibitor from this move, from this play with Baron. Maximize is definitely going to try and go to the other side of the map. And look, if he gets a second one, it's on. You know, Order could actually potentially win this game through just split pushing, sacrificing their members for the greater good. But now they have to weather this storm.
And this is a dream setup, right? If you're Maximize, the fact is you've come into this one as that Camille player. But will he be the hero that watches this team crumble before his own eyes? That's Syndra dead. There goes Vengeance. He's full on down as well. Baron buff proving to be so huge. An explosive cast onto two. That forces out the TP as Direwolves look to try and end this game. Here he goes in a 1v5 situation. What can he do? He pops the Hex to ultimatum. He flashes on out. He's running back to that fountain. And he has no teammates. He has no extra lifeline. They are looking to end this game right now at the 34-minute mark, Rusty.
Should just be able to end this one as we speak. 4 people dead, nothing that Maximize can do. It's just a free nexus for the Direwolves.
How frustrating for Maximize, only moments before able to steal away an inhibitor. The trade was there, the game plan had been set, and you could see what they were trying to do. You just wanted to see them buy a little bit more time, but Direwolves realizing that, hey, we don't want to force this to be a bit of a 50-50 situation where TPs can be used and waves can crash against us. They took full grasp of that situation, went for the engage, and they found the end.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they were just a little bit too far behind. Direwolves a little bit too fast in their gauge there, Skimmy, and ultimately, you know, having that extra advantage in tempo, playing through the inhibitor down lane as well, just means that it's very easy for them to try and threaten Order. And Order, unfortunately, you know, while the idea is sound, they got caught a lot. You know, you can look back to a couple of those team fights, and this is a team that is meant to be known for team fighting, actively avoiding it. That's how good Direwolves are.
Certainly were good, and Mac, we called it out to be a close game. Many of us in the 60-40 range, the 99-1, ending up being a bit of a curse there, mate.
Yeah, I can't believe it. You know, the 1% Direwolves really pulling through today. It was the biggest upset LCO's ever seen, honestly. No, it was a great match. It just looked like Order. They were running scared after the couple of ganks with the Udyr didn't work early on in the game. It just turned into this 20-minute passivity fest. Nothing really happened.
Yeah, it was, I mean, to be fair, to a side like the Direwolves as well, they wanted passive. You know, they built a composition that thrives on playing on their terms, not letting Order have anything. And you got the feeling as well a little bit, Mac, that perhaps the impatience started to get to Order. They just couldn't find something they wanted because Direwolves would focus on just not letting it happen. And they started to get advantages from maybe that impatience of Order.
Yeah, it's
Good
one of those
situation.
things, you know, where like, I just want to say, every time I've played Udyr in my games, I just get actively avoided and it really annoys me. And it feels like that's exactly what Direwolves did. Every time Udyr was going near anyone, they're just like, nah, just walk away. And it seemed to be the perfect option. You know, you said that Direwolves did have that poke lineup, so they didn't really have to do anything other than stand back and just be a bit of an annoyance. Of course, Maximize trying to make this late game play did get the inhib. But even so, that Baron buff and the team play from Direwolves really got him across the line in the end. Skimmy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a weird situation, right? Because we look at this, and this is a comp from Direwolves that definitely has its moments to shine. And I look at it and say maybe if there was a situation where Vengeance was able to, you know, find more successful ganks, credit obviously where credit is due to only to find those responses and always keep up to parving to make it a 2v2. But if Vengeance had found moments to shine and get the ball rolling a little bit earlier, you know, that's a situation which can really flip on its head, where Maximize isn't forced to be the split lane, hero, pretty much as that story went on. They would be the ones in the driving seat that could really be forcing fights, team fighting, and not sort of saying, we'll trade this, we'll buy more time, we'll trade this, there's another 5 minutes, there's another situation, you know, we'll die, you get the inhibitor. So it was a fragile game that really could have gone either way.
Yeah, and I want to actually highlight that for the sake of Direwolves. You know, you just saw the draft on your screen there as well, because that's not your standard Oceanic team composition, right? Not many teams play this style, and that's because it often loses. The difficulty is in understanding when to make your plays, because you're entirely about disengaging, where most teams want to focus on the moments to engage, because that just makes more sense, right? Pick Malphite. Oh, there's 5 people right there grouped up. Press R and suddenly you can win a team fight. But to win in the style that Direwolves did, to me, adds a layer to their ability to play and gives me a lot more hope for them come playoffs.
Well, look, we've had a quick chat about what we think the game plan was from Direwolves, or at least what it looked like at face value, but we have Nat down on the sidelines who can really go get the insides, the answers that we need from the players.
Yes, I'm very excited to be asking Guncrab all the questions that we want answers to. Guncrab, congratulations on that win. It looked, you know, pretty close for a while there, but I want to ask about the draft first. You know, was that something that you guys were expecting to come out from Order before even coming into this match?
I think this was one of the draft scenarios we were very happy to play against out of Order, because I think this is a composition we're very comfortable with. Specifically, just like you know, the bottom lanes, I feel very comfortable playing into their team composition, and yeah, I think we expected most of their priorities and their picks this game. And we were very happy loading into game after drafts.
Oh, well, look, that's good to hear that you guys were just extra prepared and were comfortable going into that draft. But walk me through some of that game, because it felt, you know, quite passive from you guys, almost a slow pace compared to what I think I've seen from you in the past.
Yeah, we had like a very strong mid-game composition, and I think we did make a few errors around choosing where we wanted to fight and control, and that led the game just being sort of a stalemate at some points, because we had given the enemy team a few advantages that we kind of let them get away with. But I think we were during the whole game, we were still really confident that we would win any fight coming out of laning phase, given the game state. And I think yeah, I still had confidence the entire game that we were gonna smash them. Yeah.
We don't. That I do want to ask then. The Camille near the end was looking a little bit intimidating, especially with the split push. So you say you were confident throughout the whole game, but was there any, doubt or worry about Maximize on that Camille?
Not really. We was like probably the win condition left in the game, and we were at times kind of slow to respond to what they were doing with the Camille, but we just had a much stronger 4 unit and we had a stronger 5v5, and we knew that as long as like she didn't get access to the base for free, then their win condition like was kind of nullified.
Well, I'm glad that you guys held strong and got that win out of the end, and congratulations. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to hear from Gunkrab there after the victory for Direwolves, and now that puts them into a secured third for now. So they really have gone from 0 to heroes over on Direwolves.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Direwolves, if you look back, and I have said this a lot actually, Mac, but if you look back at like the week 1, day 1, where you expected these teams to finish,
yep,
they definitely started the exact opposite direction. So 0 to heroes, true, but I think in the eyes of the the Direwolves fans, they've just gone to where they should be, which is a positive in the end, and it has timed correctly, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, it's always better to finish where you need to be right at the end, not going too quick out of the gates. You don't want to run out of gas. Speaking of running out of gas, we have a lot more games to get to, so go rehydrate, re-energize, and we'll be back after this break with match number 2 of the night, Peace and Legacy, coming up soon.
Control in our favour. There's only flashing forward. It's a 2-man sleep. There's a true shot barrage onto those 2 key members. And then the Monsoon comes on out to try and deny the fact that Beach jumps on in. He gets punished immediately. Maximize is nowhere to be seen. He has the TP, but he doesn't decide to commit towards it. He's just sacking the team fight here. 2 of his teammates have already fallen on down. But will he be the hero that watches this team crumble before his own eyes? That's Syndra dead. There goes Vengeance. He's full on down as well. Baron buff proving to be so huge. Situation. What can he do? He pops the extra gold at him. He flashes on out. He's running.
Baby boy, you know what I got is for you, crazy boy. Play with me, you get there before I ride, but stay with me for the night. All you want, all you need, don't think about it. All on you, put it on me, no way around it. Let's review, take on me, let's get to driving. I can show you the ropes, baby.
Bet you didn't see this coming. Coming back, match 2, right now, you know. Too quick sometimes out of the gates. We were talking about that earlier. And I went and practiced my sprinting outside, so now I'm sweating. It wasn't the spicy bean soup I just ate. But look, match 2 coming up very shortly. It is going to be a banger, Peace and Legacy. And it's Legacy's time to shine because they are so far down on the leaderboard when they've come so close so many times. We want to see them win. The question is when, and is that going to be today, Rusty?
Well, the question has to be, will it be today, right? Because it kind of has to be. If they want to, like, again, it's really important. We haven't mentioned this much, but the higher you place in the standings, the better it is for your team, obviously. But it means, like, to the point where you might get an extra chance in the playoffs, right? So really crucial that you not only get in, but you get in as high as possible. So every win is important. They've brought in Why Not as well to play, so just keep that in mind. They have switched him up, and he's not playing mid lane, guys. He's actually playing his main role. So we do get a chance to see the real Why Not the ban Kiana and watch him flex with everyone. Craziness.
Yeah, I wonder if we get to see something a little bit different from the jungle. Obviously, Sybil good with certain champs. I dare say Why Not will have his own pool, which could open up Legacy for a different couple of strategies. Obviously, you know, at the sacrifice of the experience. But even so, you know, going up against the likes of Peace, they're going to need, well, pretty much anything to get over the line because everyone's figured out, you know, oh, we're going up against Legacy. Let's just get rid of the cat, get rid of the Yone, and then all of a sudden, the game just seems that whole lot easier. Now, speaking of Peace, Skimmy, you want to run us through their lineup before we get into the middle, to the big talking points of this match?
Yeah, Peace doing fantastic, right? A couple of blips on the radar with 2 different defeats, but ever since then have bounced back to a formidable status. We've seen them showcase that, hey, we definitely are more than the Violet show. Definitely plenty of players that are best in their class. Been really impressed with how Appy has been since switching back to the top lane position and his ability to hold his own and pretty much play everything unique. What a dream for a coach, right? Just to have such a expansive champion pool like that. Aladoric on his game, insane, especially on his Rakan. Really allows Violet to play so aggressively, but I'm always so interested to sort of see the switching in and out in this jungle department, how Lisa and Kevy have molded and sort of what they bring to the table, but the sort of competition it brings, because we see them switching in and out interchangeably, but it hasn't really changed the overall theme for Peace, which has been true for a lot of these players for a bit of time now, which is aggression that is refined into the mid game to allow them to be in a situation like second.
You know what we have seen, though, from Peace the last couple of games is some proper angry gaming.
For sure.
I feel like they lost one and then they're like, oh, I'm absolutely sick of this nonsense. They've just started playing individually, getting solo kills more and more, right? Like I think it was this game where the Spectator had a hard time keeping up because everyone was solo killing everyone everywhere all at once. So, I mean, I think we've seen a bit more angry gaming from Peace, and it's not just Violet, but it's still Violet that's popping off.
If there's anyone that knows about angry gaming, it's Nat T down on the sideline. She's seen all the anger, all the frustration from all of the gamers down there. I know you yourself are not an angry gamer, Nat. You're usually quite pleasant to play with. But who do you have down on the sidelines?
Well, look, hopefully they're not going to be too angry in this interview, but I am going to be talking to Why Not and Lisa. Thank you both so much for joining me. Why Not, I want to start with you first. You know, this is your second game in the LCO. We didn't get to talk to you, unfortunately, in your first one. So I want to know how you feeling coming into this game and, you know, what does it mean to you to be playing tonight?
Yeah, well, I'm feeling pretty good. I think my first performance was pretty disappointing for me. It was quite shocking. I'm just getting used to, I guess, the pressure and how to approach these games. But I feel like I'm feeling a lot better this week, and I'm really keen to get back on the Rift and see what I can do.
Oh, that is so good to hear. I'm very excited to see what you're going to pull out this game. But Lisa, you're also a player that has been subbed in and out with Kevy. I want to know a little bit more about the team and the synergy that goes on and how you guys share practice time and all of that.
Well, this week the team decided for me to play the first 2 games. It turns out like very well. Like the early game was very good. So I'm playing another game on Friday. That's it. So I get all the practice this week.
That's it. You showed up in the first 2, so they want you for the 3rd. I also want to ask what you think has been your biggest personal improvement throughout this split.
For this split, it's definitely like the early game communication, because like from last year, my team was like was there for being the best early game team, but fails off really hard for the late game and middle game. So this split, I'm trying to like get better in the early game to make sure like we can have a clean game.
And what about you, Weiner? What have you really learned or think that you've improved on a lot from the last time we saw you play?
Since the last time, I'd say I've kind of brushed up on my consistency, both with kind of impulse control to consistency in play. So if we say we're going for something and we understand we're going for something, I can make sure to be on board with it. So definitely pre-planning, and I think that's changed our gameplay as a team quite drastically for the better.
Awesome. Well, I won't keep you both any longer. I'm very, very excited to see what's going to be happening in the jungle this game. But thank you both so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The jungle, dangerous place to be. I know from matches and matches of experience. Usually it goes pretty all right for myself, but then someone will fight on my team with someone else. They'll leave, and then I lose. And I've had, I think, 5 out of 7 games in the last 2 days of losing to teammate, to the mental battle, mental warfare that is our own teammates in bronze. But look, that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about this game because speaking of mental gameplay, sometimes Peace, they do have a little bit of issues mentally. We've seen it a few times where they just kind of lose themselves, you know. They lose the gameplay that you expect them to be, you know, putting on the board. And then from that point, it just goes downhill. So they can't seem to get themselves out of that divot. And look, because of that, let's bring up the predictions and I'll tell you mine. It's not Peace.
It was all set up for this, wasn't it?
Probably. Look, it's all for the entertainment. And look, I dare say I'm going for the underdogs from now on because it's the only way I'm ever going to catch back up to everyone. There's no point going the same direction as you all. And look, yeah, 31-10. Oh, big whoop all three of you. And you're going to be on 32-10 after this game, maybe. Who knows? But Mac may just be on 26-16. And that's the storyline I'm writing.
I mean, is it worth going for the underdog to try and catch up if it puts you further behind? And that came off a lot more rude than I intended it to be.
Look,
nah, roll with it.
Being rude, completely fine. Have you not heard what I've been saying for the last 5 minutes? It's completely...
that is also true.
Straight into a hole with Mac. You know, throw him away, lock him up, throw away the key. But look, let's have a quick chat about Esports Assessment Labs. Nat, you love to check on your reaction time and your cognitive ability. I know Skimmy and Rusty, they both do as well, and I dare say we're going to be doing that on the sidelines. And look, we're trying to catch up time, so me and myself and also Nat and herself are going to be jumping to the sidelines because it is time for the Champ Select. Boys, take us into match 2.
Thank you very much there, Mac. Well, let's jump into this one here, Rusty. Let's figure out the story because it is a bit of a big one, really. You know, Peace having already qualified for the playoffs, they've already guaranteed their spot. Now they're playing for seeding. For Legacy, they are on the fringes, right? They've definitely got Gravitas and Mammoth hot on their heels, looking to try and keep their dream alive. Whereas the other teams across the mess in the middle of the pack are starting to say, yeah, a win here or there, and we feel pretty good about our strength of schedule.
Yeah, while Peace have risen above, they want to try and retain that second place position in the ladder at the very least, right? If there's mistakes from Pentanet.gg, which who knows, there's 4 games left, they're within touching distance in that respect. But so far, find consistency, find form, play your last week and this game like you're going into playoffs, right? You shouldn't be able to take anything away. If you expect a Legacy versus Peace matchup with both in form, Peace should just clean house. But that's the difficulty of playing a team like Legacy, right? You don't actually know how to handle them as well as perhaps other more predictable teams, as this is the the solo queue squad through the mid jungle, and the fact that it's Why Not instead of Sybil does bring about the question of how much more normality will we get, or is Why Not even further down the path of no return solo queue play style?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point you raised, right? I mean, there's no better proof than the bans we're seeing here so far, right? With the Yoni and the Katarina always going to be a target towards Incursio. We raised the question earlier today, what would happen if, Nidalee was on the cards, being seeing it more and more overseas, especially when Nilia's been taken off the board. But one of the players that can play the Nidalee would be Why Not.
Yeah, so Why Not definitely picks up his Nidalee. Again, very excited to actually see the Nidalee. I do think it's a great champion right now. We will start to see more of it I would expect that usually it'll be because there's bans on the junglers, however. And there's only the Hecarim gone, so Udyr easy pickup on Lisa's side of the coin. Now, Lisa was an insane Hecarim the other day.
Yeah.
Legit just like went 1v9 the entire map all at once. So I'm not surprised to see that taken away from him. But still got a strong pick. We look towards the rest of the champions here as well. The flexibility of the Tristana being on red side could be significant, Skimmy, as we go through the draft.
Certainly could be, and it is worth noting that Tristana has been let through the drafting phase, right? The fact that Legacy have decided to target Violet on Isaiah, he's had some insane performances on that champion, holds some of the best farm on it. He's definitely popped off on it, and it tends to be one of the most prevalent bans against Peast as a whole. But the fact is, Tristana is insane on this patch as well, can be flexed around, but we've seen that Violet, if given the ability to pilot it, will justify its existence. Much like an Aphelios, will smack through turrets and delete them in a moment's notice. A couple of bans though. The Alistar first and foremost to try and target the rail, as we see be a common support pairing, but the Sylas adding another layer of complexity to try and ban out Incursio.
Exactly, yeah. 3 bans now towards Incursio. Where does he go is the question that you have to bring up. Now, Syndra being banned by Legacy away from Halo. Halo is a very prolific Syndra player, but he still has other options. You know, if you wanted to go the Orianna style of play, that still exists. Looking towards what Incursio would play, he is on blue side. They haven't revealed the mid lane matchup. So this is maybe the hardest point in the draft for a player like Incursio. Do you just blind Yasuo, right? Like, do you like throw that type of gauntlet and say, I'm just comfortable on this champion? Or is there something that he's willing to play that fits into the composition, a la like maybe a Kali or something, you know?
It's a good question, because right now they have a composition that wants to hit the double tap, wants to get in your face, and wants to really get aggressive there with the Frostbite passive of Bron. The Kaiser makes sense, the Lucian makes even more so. And it just means that if the likes of a Udyr and Ornn run towards you, it's going to be very hard for them to guarantee that they can get the engage working in their favor. You can see that now. Halo, with all the time in the world to find his matchup, is deciding, is it the Twisted Fate angle or is it the Orianna?
Yeah, Twisted Fate's an odd angle where you could just run Cleanse on the Lucian and be hyper aggressive at your moments, and there's really not a lot you could do as the Twisted Fate. He's going to switch that one, considered the Orianna, good wombo, but Lucian can dash around you early levels again. Victor's one of those champions where you can actually hold your stun, run phase rush, and if Lucian ever dashes, place the Chaos Field down, get your phase rush, and just sprint on out of there if you need. At level 6, of course, you can also cancel the culling with the ultimate of your own if you have the Chaos Storm there. So I don't mind the Victor pick. I actually think it works nicely with the rest of his comp. They've got hyper carries, they've got scaling, and they've got frontline. What more could you possibly want in a team comp, Skimmy, for the side of Peace?
Be very content with this one. It'll be the first time that he's played this Halo, so looking to try and tap into some of the magic that Victor provides with a ton of scaling. Seems to be the common theme that I'm finding here from Peace, right? Victor, insane in the mid lane if he finds himself with a lead. Appy, we know how proficient he has been already, and able to dish out the items. He will be there to collect those side waves notably as well to ensure that all those ornaments will go around to the boys. And then the Tristana has been let through, and it seems to be this continued theme now where the likes of Praedyth and Violet are, you know, they might be targeted in one aspect, but definitely allowed to continue to play these insanely meta AD champions.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you've got your Xayah being banned away for this team. You've also got the, I believe it's the Aphelios constantly being banned away from Praedyth. So they each have one champion where everyone's saying, you can't have that. And then they just go to the Kaisers, you know, go to the other standard meta things. The Tristana definitely is. And I've mentioned this before, Skimmy, but while it hasn't been performing its best in Oceania, we've seen insane 1v9 performances in Korea and in China as well, with the Tristana specifically in the AD carry role. So it's always exciting to see this one. And of course, last time we saw Peace play, Violet was on the Trist pick. They were duo killing bottom lane on cooldown. It was insane and they were popping off.
Be interesting to see, because as much as Tristana is good at popping off, it can disengage, it can jump in, it can do it all. Big shoulders, or big weight, I should say, on Emilk's shoulders here is the bomb to try and stem that aggression and pop off with his passive. We'll get a chance to speak to the coach here from Legacy as we welcome back Ceres. Hey mate, how are you?
Oh, hello.
Hey, and I want to start by asking. We brought back in Why Not here. He's already had a game of experience, but this time a little bit more conventional. So speak to me a little bit about his influence and sort of the differences between himself and Sybil.
So the reason why we brought back Why Not is because I think that Why Not's playstyle suits very, very well into PCs. So there's basically he gives the team a lot of really, really good direction going forward into the mid game, and that's obviously something that we struggle with in general. Is that once we acquire our leads, then we sometimes just we throw it away once we build our leads. I think Why Not does a good job of solidifying the direction for the team and making sure that we're a bit more stable.
So would it be fair to then say that he's a pretty vocal member on the roster to try and lead that direction?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. He's definitely an extremely vocal person in general, both in and out of game.
And I suppose leading from that, then I want to change the tune around. We've sort of seen the strength of schedule and how teams coming into this one got teams that have already qualified, like your opponent here today in Peace. Knowing where you're at right now, where it's definitely a very realistic chance of getting into that playoff spot. You know that Gravitas and Memphis below, you still have that dream alive. Does this add any extra pressure, or are you just looking at this as another game?
Yeah, no, it definitely does add extra pressure for us. We really want to make it into playoffs, and we think we have the capabilities of doing so. Every game is extremely important, especially since, I believe, because Order beat Chiefs. So that adds extra pressure for us to actually upset one of the top 2 teams. We couldn't get it done with PGG yesterday, but hopefully today's our day.
And I wish you the best of luck with that one as well.
Thanks,
talk to me a little bit about, on a final note, talk to me a little bit about some of the players and sort of their interaction coming into their first competitive season, right? You know, the upgrade for the likes of Winter or Why Not, you know, Incursor coming in from Solo Queue as well. What's it been like for them these first 4 weeks of play?
Yeah, I think this has been really intense for them, actually. This has really been unlike any other season in the past. So any kind of preconceptions they might have had of how a regular OPL, I guess LCO season in this case, might play out is just completely gone. So yeah, having this kind of like really, really congested schedule is difficult for everybody involved. And I think it's even harder on the people who are just rookies and just coming into it. So they're just really just thrown into the deep end. But I think they're doing really well to adjust to it. For sure, actually, they're doing really well.
I hope that they do really well here again today. Thank you very much for your time, Series, as we jump into this one. And I'll throw it back to you, Rusty.
Yeah, I do actually just want to quickly touch on the last statement that Series made there as well, just because it's super influential to the state of the ladder and the league in the first split here, right? It's congested. It's super weeks every week at the moment to try and make MSI. And as a result of that, I feel like there is a distinct advantage to the teams that are currently winning in our league. Just because, one, they've played together before. You know, if you look at your PGGs, they are familiar with each other. They're familiar with the game. They're experienced, you know. A team like Direwolves can actually make that week-on-week turnaround, where it's hard to do that if you are a Gravitas or a Mammoth who are finding their feet as well as trying to find form. So it's a pretty crucial point that I was thinking about myself earlier today, and I'm glad that got brought up because then we get a chance to. As for the game itself, Skimmy, there wasn't a whole lot that did happen. Both junglers started on their red side camps. They've now flipped the map full cleared. They've gone back to their red side Krug second spawns. They were very much aware of where each other were as well. Lisa was on a ward, but they were actively pinging out Why Not's exact position constantly. So nothing really possible for the junglers otherwise. And in terms of priority and farm, you can see it on the bottom of your screen as well. Pretty much even.
Pretty much even, and we can see that as you touch on the junglers, their ability to try and influence this map state. And it'll be interesting to know exactly where they go. We already know that the Nidalee Renekton pairing is so devastating between the stun, spear, pounce, and execute. But whether or not he looks to try and match Lisa on the board here, we may be looking to try and get Halo Unleashed as early as possible. We've already seen Aladoric spend a bit of time roaming through to the mid wave, seeing if they could try and find an early action. But already TP's being burnt here by these two mid laners to find themselves that first item spike.
Yeah, so again, like, as far as priority goes, there's maybe the one thing we didn't highlight too much of in the draft phase itself. Lucian, you would expect, does have a lot more prio early, but he took a really strong trade, lost most of his health for it and had no mana, so he was always going to teleport back. Easy to then match if you're Halo, and good recall timings for him overall. But it does mean there's not going to be a lot of mana available for the Victor. So for priority, if it's a slog, if it's a long, prolonged laning experience, then the Lucian starts to come out on top again. Looking at the bot lane 2v2, Rel is able to engage unimpeded by a Braum. Let's hold that.
Yeah, both trading ultimates in the mid lane right there. As you can see, Incursor gets the better half of him, and especially when shadowed by his jungler too, to ensure that it was no flash shenanigans or Lisa coming out the woodworks there. But he's distracted trying to take his Grump right now, and he's got his eyes set on looking at this first dragon, which is what they've picked up, an Ocean Dragon to start things off with. As Why Not might just come back mid lane again and crash the wave to get another recall.
Yeah, I mean, a spear actually just skimmed the cheeks of Halo as he was running away. It was very close to maybe finding the lethal there, but it wasn't going to happen in the end, thankfully for Halo. The dragon, as mentioned, is just taken completely for free. You've also got your Boots of Lucidity rushed here for both junglers, and it's never going to feel normal for me to look at an Udyr and say, that's a Boots of Lucidity champion. But everyone is a Boots of Lucidity champion right now, Skimmy. It's an insane item. It's 900 gold, so it's really easy for junglers to full clear, go back to base and just pick those boots up and be on the map with strong scaling from the ability haste that it gives. I think they're broken. Wouldn't mind a little bit of a nerf on them.
But I was giving you my exact point. I know how outspoken you are about.
Happy if they copped a nerf.
Well, that's it, right? Bring back the Ninja Tabbies, make them go back to the Mercury treads, right? The fact is, you know, these are bruises or skirmishes that are basically saying, why not have more CDR? Why not have extra summoner haste so that we can continue to flash, that we can continue to, you know, get in your face?
But do you know why I hate them the most? I actually think that there is competitive utility in this, right? Like, if I played Leona as... Oh, we might have an engage. We don't. Okay, I can continue my point. If I pick a Leona, no one builds Merc treads anymore, so I'm happy. You know? Like, it gives me a distinct advantage now just because Boots of Lucidity are good. However... It also means that at the same time, my teammates aren't building Merc treads against Leonas, so I hate it.
It's the double-edged sword, right? The benefit, but the con at the same time, realizing that, well, that might work for me, but it's definitely going to work against me as well. And CC stacking them can become so damn oppressive and annoying to deal with as a result. But it means that we get to see a little bit more aggressive League of Legends as a whole. There, as you touched on that, potentially engaging the bot side, and that's the strength of the Tristana pick, right? The fact that if you're looking to try and collapse, you can just rocket jump to safety and shrug off any signs of adversity.
You do have to buffer the jump, though. You have to be very careful against certain champions. You know, Braum can cancel you, maybe, but it's not the Rel on the other side. Trist is pretty safe, as that's a lot of damage.
That is a fair bit of damage, absolutely. Ultimate goes on out. Why Not thankful that he's playing Nilly, can pounce out of harm's way, and Cursor cops a few beatings to the face. And Lisa then takes the opportunity to say, well, thanks for the blue buff. I know exactly where you are. They might cross paths. He just flashes on his head, hits it with the bear slap. Run stun, and job is not done. As he now looks to try and turn his attention towards Incursio, went rushing to his aids. And now we're just going to have a bit of a scrappy skirmish in the topside river. Winter pops the ultimate, finds himself first blood. Halo hits him with the question mark ping, and 9 minutes in, it's Legacy get the other hand.
Yeah, Winter with the really key roam there as well. You know, the top laner comes down. It's a guaranteed stun, which is the one thing that's really missing from their champion pool. It's one thing that's important to set up for the Nidalee. We mentioned this at the very start of the day, actually. But at the same time, you know, the Udyr jukes into the spear, which secures that execute. And so at the end of the day, good spears, good little first blood, teleports bottom.
Yeah, TP's coming out here, but it's going to be Winter that gets to the fight first. He's got double buff, but no ultimate, so decides I don't want to pull the plug right just yet. And especially when Call of the Forge God is there to cancel out any trades. Peace have made a really good trade for this first blood that's gone against them, right? The fact is they've managed to crash in bot wave and then pick up 2 turret plates whilst baiting out teleports too.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if Violet's getting advantages, that is good for Peace. That is always something that you'll be able to say about that squad, at least. So I think might have just revealed himself for a hot second there also as he walked through towards mid lane. So Halo spots that one. There was pings straight away. Also a control ward in the river after that Scuttle Crab is taken. Can be looked towards potentially. Never mind. We're going to invade again. Lisa, you know what? I did say invade accidentally, but while we're looking at this fight as well, he has been commanding the jungle. So the fact that they're able to get this pick at all is crucial for the side of Legacy, because if this blue is taken and Why Not's forced back to base with 0 HP, maybe just lights out for the jungle difference in this one, but they stand resilient. Lisa's still with a strong advantage though.
Certainly has a strong advantage, as you can see there from the camp clear differences. And you raise a really good point, right? The fact is, one, it's invested a lot more time trying to find ganking angles, especially in the mid lane, and trying to get Incursio ahead with this AD pick. You know, we see a lot of AD champions in Incursio's roster for a mid laner, which can be a little bit odd given the current nature of so many AD junglers, as we touched on at the start of the day. But that has been the trade-off here. That's what's allowed Lisa to find success. And now he roams to the bot lane looking for a lane gain because the spear connects, Violet buffers, that's beautiful there. Now he's in a bit of trouble, Emil jumps in, hits the glacial fissure and knocks everybody up. But that's a fully charged explosive shot and that's why not falling on down. Exhaust doesn't matter, it's already been burnt, he gets a double kill. And this is why Tristana is strong.
Yeah, Legacy look to make the play, right? They've got full control, 2 control wards in their tri-bush and in the river, so they think it's a free chance, but Lisa's read the play and is so far ahead of that play that he's able to just walk in, lane counter gank, and perfect setup there for Peace. They get the doubles, the jumps come in from Legacy to try and engage that one straight into a rel stun, and now the Dragon is consolidated afterwards also. We'll see this one more time because, you know, the spear is great, but the fact that the spear just is followed by a dash in sets them up to take Why Not out first. You've got the resets, the exhaust runs out, easy double kill there for Violet.
And it looks so frustrating as you can see from the minimap of that replay that Incursio as well on his way to rotate. Halo wasn't bothered whatsoever. Even Winter is there to cover and catch mid-wave as a result too. So a solid idea and comprehension from the squad of Legacy, but unfortunately for them, the execution just not paying off in their favor.
Still, it isn't not going to deter any aggressive moves from Why Not whatsoever. This Nidalee still looking to be very aggressive. He's in topside tri-bush right now. And while that is true, he is still being tracked by Lisa. Anything you do, I am following you. And with Alidoric hovering Lisa, there's a soft bait once again.
Worth noting though that Alidoric doesn't have his ultimate, but one person that does is Halo, and that's going to force out the flash from Incursio. Just out of range, the stun won't connect. They'll turn their attention on towards Amelga instead. And they will deter each other from finding any extra aggression. As the Herald is being picked up here by Why Not. And Violet, well, he's having so much fun right now. A very early Kraken Slayer. That's another turret play. There's another TP angle. They're really trying to make sure that this guy does not get too far ahead. He's going to flash first, then he's going to buffer the jump across, make sure that he does not get stunned by Braum passive, and you just can't kill him.
And they give him 60 gold as a reward for escaping, Skibby. They say, congratulations, you made it out, have some bloody money. Herald's going to be summoned to top lane as well, so they are trading for what it's worth on both sides of the map. Legacy look for a gank. They also Herald top. Some turret plays will go, but Lisa once again has the Nidalee on a leash right now. Just knows exactly where he is at all times, and at the end of the day, while the gold is nice, the extra gold into the pockets of the Nidalee and the Renekton is great. How were they going to stop the snowball of Violet, who is clearly getting out of hand? They just tried and failed.
Look at this. I mean, this is the biggest proof of the fact that they can't even defend this wave right now. They don't want any interest in fighting whatsoever. And he's essentially shredded all those turret plates before they fall on down in 30 seconds. With the looming threat, the double ultimates there from Peace 2, the all-in potential is very possible. And with TPs having been burnt, it would be Halo that had the advantage if they were to contest.
I mean, here's what does matter for what it's worth. No summoners available for the Tristana does mean that any repeat attempts to these side lanes, you know, if the teleport from Winterer comes up and they're able to use that to influence it, it's possible. You've got Rift Herald spawning in 1 minute roughly as well, so they could look towards some kind of map rotation here if you were Legacy. The turret's already going. So I would say there's no harm in just accepting that reality, looking to set up for the Rift Herald and trying to make a play comfortably through that positioning on the map. You know that Violet will probably be flipping the map to match you, but doesn't have the summoner spells, right? So that could be a window.
Certainly could be a window. As you can see that Udyr popping his head into bot lane just to ensure that turret does fall on down. Legacy reading that with the vision that they had as well to ensure that if anybody were to stay around, that they could then try and find a catch as a result. And it's worth noting that despite Lisa having this insane start to the game with all the farm, that Why Not's done a fantastic job of catching up here.
Yeah, there's been a lot of play around Winterer and Appy, and when you take that into consideration, Winterer was a lot stronger. Did have the kill advantage, had the doubles for a bit of time there as well, and it also means that Why Not's able to play from neutral territory to defensively. So gets that slight edge, you know, maybe one extra camp every time he shows somewhere and Lisa responds. It's also like he is 5 seconds ahead of Lisa often as well, so has been able to do very nicely for himself, you know, catch up in a bit of that farm. Credit to him for Why Not to be able to bring this back. Lisa's still very powerful, however, and has a distinct advantage right this second with a finished Mythic.
He does, and he hasn't just stopped there. No, he's gone for the Dark Seal. He wants those AP ratios as a Phoenix Udyr. He wants to try and snowball, as does Why Not. No surprises As you'd imagine, very gold efficient item if it finds those stacks, but it's the risk you take with a Tristana. If you give it across the opposition, if they had the rotations on lockdown like this, they are crashing waves, they are pushing structures, they are guaranteeing fights work in their favor and more economy for them to play around with. There's the TP, Rusty. Might see our first 5v5 of the game.
Yeah, but Winterer has to base first before he teleports in because he's half HP and he's been forced out by the better movements of... He's staying. Contesting this is almost losing the game. So I'm not sure why he stays at all. They've just... The decision-making from Legacy was clearly lacking in that moment. And if you look at why, you know, why would you contest that when your Renekton's half HP? Well, why is your Renekton half HP? It's because you've misplaced your lane assignments, right? You've got Styled and Melg sitting mid lane and Victor happily clearing waves instantly. So the Tristana's able to poke him down. Now the Herald's taken, instantly summoned, Dragon also available for them. And a single moment of decision-making through macro just gives Peace everything.
Look at the cost, as you quite rightly say, the inability to contest, the fact that another structure falls on down in the second of the game, and the ability to rotate from the top half of the map as a unit down to pick up this Dragon. That's going to put Peace on a soul point as well, worth noting. Really accelerates the tempo in their favor and forces Legacy into a situation where they've got to decide, do we fight now or do we wait? There's the Dominus has already been procced as Winter looks to try and dive into the back line, looking to go in towards Violet, who's still got his Buster Shot, bear in mind, still healthy and protected. And Melg puts up the door, but the door gets slammed shut. The Dragon's being picked up. There's the first kill found here by Halo. Multiple members of Peace are low. Legacy just need to find a moment to execute upon. The spear goes wide. Winter jumps in. He jumps out. He survives. The runes are popping off. There's the double kill here for Incursio. The man is popping off. I don't care about the Dragon, but they pump out the damage, and they secure themselves a skirmish win.
And they pick their moments, Skimmy. They play it brilliantly. The smallest amount of health is the difference maker between that skirmish being right or wrong for Legacy. But it goes right. 3 people fall. Halo is going to defend the mid lane turret, so they're not going to get objectives beyond that. The Drake still goes the way of Peace as well. You can see Lisa, as this fight starts, is prioritizing staying on the Dragon, staying in the pit. Halo forced to flash away. The engage was great from Winter and forces multiple summoners and abilities from the Tristana. And Why Not goes in, and it looks like suicide, but he has that stopwatch, which is the difference between perhaps winning or losing that fight. So clutch from Legacy across the board.
It was clutch, and you can see what it means to them when they get the damage uptime. Just look between Incursio and Star, the itemization they've gone for, the Armor Shred, the Kraken Slayer on lockdown. The fact is the likes of Lisa and Appy that want to be that solid frontline to lead the charge with the Chem Tank as well as the Sunfire are just getting obliterated in a moment's notice. And you know, Violet wants to be, you know, tucked behind, able to output and hit the rapid fire, but they are finding themselves in a situation now where this game is very close despite the soul point looming here for Peace.
And another teleport in. This time Winter are using it to hold the top wave, perhaps just push Peace away. You know, Violet was visible right near that wave and it only just left, so I think he was just looking for an opportunity, but they don't find it. And I think a really key point here as well, Skimmy, is the fact that they've not stopped looking. Since the first minute in this game, I feel like you've seen a member of Legacy considering a play. You know, we've had teleports from Incursio to his side lanes as he loves doing. We've seen a lot of movement from Winterer coming down as well, level 3, stopping Lisa and invading, engaging constantly for them as well. Like, across the board, I feel like we're seeing Legacy say, the way to win this game is on our terms.
Certainly seems to be that way because in terms of macro, Peace are running this joint, they're showcasing that we're going to be the first team to hit those 3 towers. We're going to be the one to open up this map and find those flanking angles, those disengaged moments, and those abilities to pop off and shine. But Legacy not willing to give this one up for free. Winterer might be in a spot of bother as 3 members from Peace ensure that that is going to collapse in their favor and prevent any retreat. As Incursio now gets hit by the knock-up. Call of the Forge Guard proving to be decisive. Flashes over the Everfrost, sidestepping the Chaos Trap. Hitting the culling, but the angle isn't clean. He just needs to get hit by the Q. One auto would do it, but the Q will find it. And the shutdown is there for Appy.
Yeah, I mean, Halo does decide that he doesn't want to use his ultimate at all after it misses. Just gives up on the R button completely. I mean, gets pushed away from the culling. So for what it's worth, Incursio tries his absolute hardest to stay in that one. But Appy was never looking like slowing down by any means. After the ultimate had connected, it was pretty much close to lights out for Incursio, who tries but cannot succeed in escaping the inevitable.
And to be quite frank, he played it pretty beautifully. I mean, dodging out as much as he could, just needed a few extra bits of movement speed to juke out the hammer that came from Epi as it cycled through. But regardless, 20 minutes into this one, P's going to be feeling quite content with how this is going. Despite it being a rather close game in terms of skirmishing, they will be up by 2k. A minute to play for the soul point. Extra movement speed, plenty of benefits for them as a whole to find. And you know, vision control seems to be on lockdown as another TP comes out here for a Baron play now by Legacy.
Yeah, they've gone straight for it. Bold call. Peace clearly sniffing this one out, though. You know, they know something's up here. They've got a ward in the pit now, but it's already half HP and it's going down quickly, Skimmy.
Yeah, this is the threat of a double AD carry setup right now. They just shred through that one. They've snuck it. They've picked up the Baron. Now the 5v5 ensues. That's a two-man knockout. Both the bruisers locked in place. Both the bruisers gone before the fight can even really take place. Now the squishy members with their Baron buff can't do anything with it. They're running to the hills. They're running to protect them. And Peace have done what they've been after, really. They've denied as many as they can. There's only 2 Baron buffs that remain here.
Yeah, it was Legacy that sneak it, right, but they weren't going to be able to sneak it in time. The fact that 2 of them get out with the Baron buff is a win, considering who it goes on as well, but you have to look at what the cost will be at the current moment. There's the mid lane inner tower is going to fall here. There was 3 kills as well given over to a snowballing Peace who was starting to get levels into Violet, starting to get gold into the pockets. It's also a Cloud Soul given over. That's the second bloody Cloud Soul denied as well, Skimmy. Free for Peace. Makes you wonder if that trade was ever worth it, but it does take Baron off the cards completely, which slows the game down.
It certainly does, and it will buy them some time to at least catch these waves and put Peace in a situation where they have to respond and buy themselves a little bit of extra time to play around the likes of a respawning Baron or an Elder, as we can see from the timers in both corners of the screen. 5 minutes to play for. That will be the question on their mind right now. Can we look to try and find ourselves in a situation where skirmishes work like such and we aren't just, you know, falling down and being shredded in a heartbeat? Because the fact was, both Imelga and Winterer lights out in a heartbeat.
If you can take out Halo or Violet, maybe it's a winnable team fight, right? You still have to be able to have control somehow over one of those 2 members, and Tristana's got the Summoner spells back up, is now 303 with 2 completed items, and Halo also has his flash available, doesn't have the Zonias yet, and I don't think we'll have it anytime soon, but Incursio is caught.
He's in so much trouble, yep. The Chilling Smite catches him out of position. He knows that he's not going to survive this encounter. They hand the kill across to Violet. He's now 4-0-3, and they find themselves in a situation now where, sure, we've got the Baron buff, and we've denied it from you, but you're still able to find the fights that work in your favor.
Yeah, Silver Lining, it wasn't a Baron user, so it does still make pushing a little bit more difficult for the side of Peace, but the numbers advantage makes up for a lot of that. The fact they have an Ornn for long-range engage as well is a significant factor here in their attempts to look for these structures. And you've also got Halo knocking on the door of the mid-lane inhibitor. So they have to answer that one, which just gives a lot more time. Removes the entire jungle camps away from a Nidalee that wants to keep farming. Definitely starting to slip away from the Legacy squad.
Certainly feels to be that way with Kraken Slayer and Phantom Dancer. He has so much attack speed right now. Pops the rapid fire and those turrets fall on down in a heartbeat. 5 turrets to 1. Full reign of the top side of this map right now. It really does belong to them. You can see from the vision control as well, all these control wards being dropped down to really keep this part of the map dark and locked out. Legacy going to feel quite scared now to respond to these side waves, especially top side, to find themselves any extra bit of power before these next 2 massive neutral objectives come up and spawn.
Yeah, 100%. I worry that if Legacy continue to get caught in side lanes, they might just lose the game before the objectives even become a prevalent feature in terms of setup and how they're going to continue to play this game through for Peace, because they have been so willing to go towards those side lanes. You know, they have been very willing to just get priority mid, disappear onto the map and catch you farming. Very capable of doing that as well, worth highlighting with the composition they've got. Tristana jumps with a rel jumping on your face, and suddenly out of nowhere, you just get RKO'd.
It feels that way, as Legacy will be hoping to do that themselves. You've got a Black Cleaver here on the Renekton and double LDR between the both of these AD carries. So if they get uptime on the likes of Lisa or Appy, they may just melt like butter. But that is an idea. It's the execution that we'll be looking at here as Winterer hits the TP. It will be a full 5v5. He's going to face check into the jungle and realize that's not the angle I'm after. Hits the slice and dice. There's the stride breaker. He just dies on the flank. Peace is fully turn and commit towards him. And that's a 4v5. And Legacy looking to try and pull the trigger. Well, for them, they now have to back into the base and hit the turtle switch instead.
Yeah, the teleport was questionable, perhaps just trying to defend his team. The pathing was terrible. He's not going to be able to do anything in that position when they have no control. Peace, they'll find the 4v5. They catch out the Renekton. They start to push on this mid lane. Give it 20 seconds as well, and you'll see top lane start to crash also. So if they can synchronize these waves, which they are a little bit off, but if they could synchronize those waves, that could have been an inhibitor perhaps threatened. At the end of the day, they just take resources from Legacy and say, thank you very much, we'll have those, and then continue to try and threaten.
Oh, that 2-man knock up into a 3-man Magnet Stormer after that. That was beautiful, and they really know how to execute these moments. As that's going to be why not jumping into the fray of things with the last bit of mana, is able to disengage on out. Retains his flash, but that CC combo will be enough to guarantee that mid lane inhibitor will fall on down, and Peace have done enough damage now to disengage and look at the map and say, we've got major buffs to play for here.
Yeah, just generally clean, solid play from the side of Peace throughout most of the members here, right? The fact that the people who have died on their squad are the tanks is a clear indicator that they've been playing this out well, and that's against the aggression, you know, from Legacy. You could say that Legacy have, you know, found an identity of trying to force chaos on your opponents, trying to force pressure on your opponents super hard, and that is one of the downfalls of this game, right? Is that Peace have met it, matched it, and prospered just because they are such a classy team when they get going. It's mid lane again.
Oh no, Lisa runs him down with a chem tank there. That's a 2-man knockup from the Call of the Forge God, and adds insult to injury. Headbutt them into a wall, lights out. 3 members fall, and with the inhibitor having already been destroyed moments prior, it's a 2-man base defense, and Peace are just looking to end the game at the 27-minute mark here.
Yeah, they're certainly looking to try and end this right now. They're engaging.
They certainly are, and as soon as they engage, they find blood. They take him down. Why not? He finds that moment. He gets the second game here in the LCO, but it won't be a dub, unfortunately, as they will find themselves a delayed ace. It's a flawless one. Not a single member of Peace will fall on down. The execution is clean. The carries, they haven't died. They've been popping off, and now they can hit those waves. Trim the KDA, pad the stats, end the moment, and showcase why they are the team currently sitting in second spot here.
Yeah, keep them stuck in the fountain if you'd like as well, but an easy victory in the end, Skimmy, for the side of Peace. You know, there was a lot of curveballs thrown at them. There was constant attempts from Legacy, but every single time they attempted, they weathered the storm. Peace, they came back stronger for it. And that one big moment for me at mid-game, which was just quite simply lane assignments and setup for the objectives, that Legacy faltered, and that was it, right? They gave Peace an opportunity, and they legitimately just ran away with a 3,000 gold lead out of nowhere, and the game was theirs.
Yeah, and I suppose, Mac, really more than anything, that's a bit of a textbook example of what snowballing looks like. Right place at the right time, they collapse in an area of the map, and the decision-making isn't matched by your opposition. And as Rusty says, you know, you're able to go from one half of the map to the other and just claim pretty much everything and guarantee that this game is one for the taking.
Yes, I agree.
You.
I was just waiting for the perfect moment to slide back in, you know. I was just making a little bit awkward. Skimmy's like, why's Mac not coming in?
Where is he? Come on.
I was cleaning my moustache or something over to the side. But look, we're clean. We're looking good, even though some people in Twitch chat seem to think a completely different thing to that. Whatever, that's a conversation for another time. But this game, yet again, another one where Violet decides he just doesn't want to die. He's so good at staying alive through all the team fights, not giving up that juicy bounty, and just pushing his lead every single time. And I just want to add, Rusty, I love him on this Tristana.
Yeah, he's been exceptional on it, right? That's 2 games in a row now. He has been going off. He is showing why the rest of the world is successfully playing the Tristana in the AD carry role, not just in mid lane. And it has seemed to have found its natural habitat down there, and, you know, just barely scraping away, like you note, Mac, a few times in these fights. Of course, he's not putting out the maximum damage. He may not be dying for these plays, but he has the trust in his team as well, as they're often able to do a lot of the work with him, beside that one fight that just timed perfectly that was on our screens just then.
Yeah, look, while you're chatting about what's on our screens, I think this was the turning point as well. Legacy, after that team fight, had a slight advantage. You could call it at the 20-minute mark. Of course, they had lost a few objectives at that point. Couldn't get any of the dragons. Nothing really going their way. Even with the Baron, yeah, that was great, but you mentioned it as well with the 3 kills. That just enabled the snowball to keep on happening. And look, from that 20-minute mark, when Incursio went down, it just went further and further the wrong direction for Legacy. And look, 7 minutes later, Peace just running it straight down mid, straight into the base and finishing things much earlier than I thought it would have happened, considering how the first 20 minutes played out.
Yeah, I mean, for me, quite honestly, Appy really popped off in this game, right? He's playing a tank. The itemization towards him was to shred him. He went for the Fallen Male Rush and thinking, sure, in theory, this could be a way of, him jumping in and, falling down quite easily. And there was a moment like that, but they were far and few between. You just look at the highlight there, and you're just seeing multiple members getting knocked up on repeat, being unable to play the video game, being unable to really do too much. And then it loops back into the factor of Violet just being completely unpunished on this Tristana. From laning phase, ungankable. Multiple times they put resources and effort down there towards him. Comes into these team fights, he's popping off, doing massive amounts of damage. He's playing side waves, catching you, forcing you to make weird decisions, which result in that Renekton being at 50% and not being able to contest. And they just took so many structures. This is the, amongst all the strengths that Tristana has, one of the main ones. And, the map just belonged to them.
Yeah, it was just crazy as well. And I think this is the first time we saw Appy go for the double up. That's the second time he's played Ornn, I believe. So, still, it's the end. It's the end of AP's champ pool. So, even so, was that 11 champs deep? That's pretty damn strong. You can't complain about that one. And look, Nats, what are your thoughts on this one? You got the other win in the predictions again. I think you were having a good time challenging people to Tetris in Twitch chat. What's going on there? You think you're a bloody puzzle solver now?
No, okay, so the Tetris, I didn't actually, I don't like to pick fights, okay? This has been placed upon me by one of Rusty's friends, okay? I play no part in this, but if we wanted to play Tetris, I'm down for a competition.
Right, look,
I'm down to win.
We can stack some cars, pack some bloody grocery baskets, see who can get the most in. I feel like that's better than just straight old Tetris. Anyway, who do you have down on the sidelines for us?
I am going to be joined by Halo for the post-game interview. Congratulations, Halo, on that win. It was a pretty interesting game to watch. I want to hear your thoughts about the Nidalee pick, though, and anything else in the draft, how you guys felt coming out of it.
I mean, I think as soon as Legacy announced they weren't playing the Scheibel, it was going to be a hard game. I think Civil is the X factor in their team. So once I heard the Scheibel wasn't playing, I pretty much knew it was a free win, to be honest.
Oh, okay, so you didn't really worry about the draft? You kind of just always had confidence that whatever it was, you guys were going to come out on top?
Yeah, no, we knew that Why Not Be Friends is like a Nidalee, like Andy. He just picks Nidalee randomly, so yeah. If without the Scheibel, they got no shot. They should sub the Scheibel back in.
Alrighty, look, they might be listening and they might take you up on that one. I do want to ask about the early game. It seemed pretty close for a lot of it, in gold, kills, all that sort of stuff. What do you think gave you the advantage to break away and just kind of take over this game?
I think we were really disciplined. We knew that comp was going to fall off a truck if they didn't find stuff. I mean, a cliff, sorry. They didn't find stuff early, so yeah, I think our laning was fine. My laning was a bit rough, to be honest, but I made sure I didn't die to any ganks and made sure that they didn't find any angles to kill me. It was a bit close at one point, but as soon as they didn't get any early game leads and we have our champions versus their champions, I knew we would win the game for sure.
Okay, and can you walk me through the Baron play that happened as well? We saw Legacy grab Baron and then you guys were just right on top of there, ready to guess almost team wipe them.
Yeah, that was really random. I don't know why no one really thought they could do Baron that quickly, and then they did it, and we just said play for the fight, Baron's probably gone. And we just tried to clean up as many kills as possible. I didn't really care when they got Baron, they could have 8 Barons and their comp wouldn't win, so I don't really know what they're thinking with their draft, to be honest. It's way too early game focused. They already have good early games Legacy, that's the thing, they always play well in the early game anyway, so it's really confusing when they pick really champs that hard stomp early game, when I feel Incursio specifically is really mechanically good, so he usually finds random leads. So even when they got Baron, I still didn't really care. Our comp's just way better than theirs at that point.
Okay, well, I really appreciate you taking me through that one. I want to ask, is there any other words or thoughts or anything that you want to share with us about the game?
No, I just want to say sub in the Scheibel. That's all I want to say.
Alrighty, sounds good. Thank you so much and congratulations again on the win.
Thank you.
Why Scheibel? Is this an inside joke? Can someone explain it?
Because he plays Jace. He just plays Jace, bro, and he gets like the solo kills. He just pops off as if he's shy, and then yeah.
No. It's the Shy from China. The Shy being a very good top lane player up there.
Yeah.
Jace is the point of similarity that you could start with for sure. But like, I think personally, what I interpret, and there may be other meanings, is the Shy could be insane or garbage, like legit on any given day. And I think people have just interpreted the name towards Sybil, who can be the MVP or maybe the opposite.
Yeah, either end of the spectrum. And look, similar to myself in that respect. Now, I am not only the GOAT, but I'm also the worst all the time. And, you know, I need to go stew on that. So I think it's time for a break. Match 3 should be coming up shortly, though, which could be a banger. You know, Gravitas and Mammoth battle at the bottom of the table. Who's going to come out victorious? Find out shortly after the break.
Now he runs to the bot lane looking for a lane game because the spear connects. Violet buffers, that's beautiful there. Now he's in a bit of trouble. Milk jumps in, hits the glacial vision, knocks everybody out. But that's a fully charged explosive shot, and that's why not falling on down. Knock it, they picked up the Baron, now the 5v5 ensues. That's a two-man knockout, both the bruisers locked in place. Both the bruisers gone before the fight can even really take place. Now the squishy members with their Baron buff can't do anything with it.
When they get going, it's mid lane again.
Oh no, Lisa runs him down with a chem tank there. That's a two-man knockout from the Call of the Forge God, and adds insult to injury. Headbutt them into a wall, lights out.
Yeah, they're certainly looking to try and end this right now. They're engaging.
They certainly are, and as soon as they engage, they find blood. They take him down. Why not? He finds that moment. He gets the second game here.
Kiss the morning, breathing in the dawn, finding a way into this great beyond. Feels so abstract, we're floating this calm. Cloud covers all gone. Rising slowly, just going with the heat. This restraint is filling me complete. Ready to fly, we've got all around this, all been up. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Check off that list and start the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Don't wanna miss the most high. We blasting through these skylights. Hey. Check off that list and start the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Tomorrow brings a new fight. Beaming up there like skylights. Shining through the skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights.
Throw me aside at the end of the game. Turn your back cause I call your name. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Slam the door as you curse my name. Toss my clothes in the open flame. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And it's already done. Now you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again. Bad again, you're bad again. That you're on your own. Hope you feel the pain.
God, I love to see you, Rusty and Skimmy. It's such a sigh of relief when, you know, like, I love Tubes. I love Tubes. There's another
Who
guy
doesn't?
too, but no, I can't remember who he is at the moment. He's, I think he's got the day off. He's talking about tanks or something. I don't know. He's bloody splitting his job all over the place. But, you know, the true ones are here on the Friday, you know, taking us into the weekend, and that's you guys. And you're taking us into match 3 too. Gravitas taking on Mammoth. What are your thoughts on this matchup, and which way do you think it's going to bloody go, Rusty?
I mean, last time these teams faced each other, Mac, it went the way of Mammoth. There was a bit of a draft gapping in that game as well, so it's hard to look at it and say there's a clear advantage in terms of players, in terms of rosters. I'm always going to say Gravitas is the favorites, but if I was to give you a percentage, Mac, it's not a high percentage different. Like maybe 60-40 at best.
Okay.
For Gravitas.
So it's rough to say one of these is an upset because we know that going into this, Mammoth, they at least won last time. Gravitas have been looking good against a lot of teams, but can they carry this into the Mammoth lineup? Speaking of Gravitas, let's have a quick look at their lineup as well. Skimmy, do you want to run us through and see which lineup we're actually got in the server today?
Yeah, they've definitely been able to flex their might and showcase that multiple members can play different roles at any given time, and they've showcased us also that they are quite willing to play multiple different drafts and comps too. So quite like this composition. We've got Kyosi in the mid lane, loves to play this Ari, loves to cause you know, Rusty as many headaches as possible, and Sepher showcasing that he can play the hard carries like the Camilla and Irelia, but isn't too afraid from playing the bruisers too. So compositionally wise, you know, coming into this one, it was always going to be a tough ask, kind of like what we asked Legacy before about what is it like coming into a condensed season, but they've shown that, you know, give them a few moments and they definitely can pop off. It's just the refinement and the time is probably the biggest enemy against them right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with both teams, right? And I'm sure we'll see that, and we'll talk about it when Mammoth's on your screen. But, like, even in these games, and you're looking at Gravitas in their last game against Peace, there's moments where you watch their play and you're like, that's not bad. Like, that's not that bad. But it's putting the whole package together against anyone that's above them on the ladder where they start to falter. And, you know, a lot of the teams just above them are like mid-game, maybe weak. For Gravitas, even weaker, where they start to lose to those teams like Legacy and then fall apart.
Yeah, look, that's the thing. There's a lot of glimmers of hope with them, but the same can also be said for Mammoth as well. We've seen moments of brilliance from these teams as well. Namely, the other day when we saw the Ziggs pulled out by Way, which I think we all loved, you know. It was out of left field. No one really expected it, but it almost kind of worked, didn't it, Skimmy?
Yeah, and I think this team, as much as Gravitas have shown that they can play a few different things, I think Mammoth have shown that they can play even more, and maybe a little bit more of that solo queue style, right? They played global compositions, Fasting Sinner, Talon in the mid lane, for instance, run it back with GP topside as well, which has been a bit of a standout. I don't see too much of that. And as you say, the Ziggs. So this this roster probably even more hard to prepare against, given that, you know, you have a meta for a reason, and we're seeing a lot of that for the right reasons too. But, you know, this squad will throw those curveballs, which, you know, some coaches might say, it doesn't seem to matter, they're not that good of a champ. But quite honestly, it must be a bit of a nightmare in the back of their mind, thinking, what could they try and throw at us that might give us a few headaches in this game?
Oh, I don't like headaches, unfortunately. But what I did notice there is Jungle Man's actually in and Buggy's out for this game. So we've actually really liked what we've seen from Buggy. Haven't seen a whole lot of Jungle Man. So I guess we're open to impressions, and it's really a time to step up for both these teams, you know. It's, if you cop this L, you're eliminated. There is no chance of making the playoffs for these teams. So there's a whole lot of pressure going into this match tonight, Rusty.
Is that confirmed that Jungle Man is playing? Over...
It was on the lineup graphic.
It
is confirmed in my ear.
Okay, it is confirmed. Cool. So the reason that I ask that to confirm is, like, I want to be as respectful to Jungle Man as possible, but the sample size that we have of him is mostly just being absolutely demolished by other junglers, and like, I mean that respectfully, right? Kevy's first game, we all remember the 10-0 Graves running around, but no one remembers the lane opponent or the jungle opponent that got absolutely stomped and had nothing available to him. That was Jungle Man. So he's had a pretty rough entry to the league, and I'm happy that he's getting extra chances still, because that shows that he, you know, while he did get beaten around, he hasn't stopped. He's still trying to improve and get back on the stage.
Look, you said nobody remembered it, but it seems like one person certainly remembered it, and that's you, Rusty. Speaking of people that are unforgettable, we have Nat T down on the sidelines. She's doing a great job with all the interviews lately, and I think you've got another one lined up for us.
I do. I'm loving these really, loving it, like entries into this segment. Thank you, Mac. You're just too sweet. But I will be joined by Piglet and Shyfrit. Thank you both so much for joining me. I need to ask the most important thing off the bat. This game is probably the most important one we have today. Whoever loses does unfortunately lose the opportunity to make playoffs. So I want to know how you guys are feeling coming into this one. What's the extra pressure, and what are what are the expectations of coming into this one? If you want to start first, Piglet.
Well, expectations are basically just to beat them, because we are technically better players than them, even in solo queue or just anywhere else. There's not too much pressure, but again, it's just like we haven't been performing against like the mid pack of the team, so it's kind of like we are losing a bit of like mental in that sense. But against people like that are lower than us and we think we are better than them, we should be winning.
When you say you're losing the mental a little bit, is it that you guys don't have the confidence, or like where is that sitting with you all down there?
It's a bit of lack of experience. It's kind of like every game we play, we're learning quite a lot. It's just like finishing games out, it's quite hard, especially if we're getting like small leads over the map. It's quite hard to translate that into like as a team effort, and yeah, it's kind of like there are things that we are working on and we're trying to improve. So yeah.
Of course, and could be the game that you show how much you've improved. But Shyfrit, on the other side, what about you guys? Where's the pressure sitting over at Mammoth for this game?
Well, I mean, I feel like the general team consensus is that, we beat this team before, so we're almost certain we can beat them again. Pressure-wise, I think the team is not feeling it that much. We're relatively confident, at least for this game. I think we just need to focus up and focus on improving more for the rest of the split.
It sounds like both of you, for obvious reasons, taking this very serious. Does that mean we're going to see more traditional draft picks coming out of the both of you? Or is this something where we might get another random way champ?
Well, I think we might have something planned, something a little spicy, but just depends how the draft goes for us, I think. Maybe you guys will be able to see something.
What about you, Piglet? Are you guys hoping to stick more to the meta, or are you going to pull out something wild too?
I mean, we always have like some spicy picks that we're always talking about, and we want to try and scrims and all that kind of stuff. But then it's just like confidence on stage. It's just another matter. And also see how the draft goes.
Alrighty, the last thing I want to ask you guys before we get into this game is, where do you think you're playing compared to your expectations?
Who? At us?
Oh, anyone? Yeah, Piglet, you can start first. Sorry, should have specified that one. That's my bad.
Yes, I mean we are playing okay in my sense. Like we are like first year for all of us pretty much, and it's quite fun. It's like quite kind of good for like how we are playing. But I mean there are things that we're just like we mess up on. Of course, like everyone sees it. There's things that happen during the game where it's just like you're not meant to be doing it because it's just like nerves and all that other kind of stuff that's happening. But yeah, I mean, I quite like the way that we're playing at the moment, and it's like it has improved a lot since week 1.
Oh, that's good to hear, and hopefully you could say that to your team, and there's a little bit more confidence going around. But Shyfrit, what about you guys? What are your expectations compared to how you're actually playing?
Well, I feel like as a team, we've definitely improved a lot altogether, but I still don't feel like any of us are playing at our potential. Like, I feel like the players that we are a lot better than we are showing on stage. Because even in like scrims and practice, I feel like my team's just really, really good actually. We just need to show it on stage and, show up.
Well, look, this could be the game that you guys unlock that potential. But I wish you both best of luck, and thank you again for joining me.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
All right. So, all things considered, both of the boys think it's going to be a spicy matchup, and it's good to hear that Mammoth have something up their sleeves. Just hope it's not like cinnamon and low quality spice. Now, let's get into the predictions. Let's see where we're leaning, at least on the desk for this one. It looks like we've all gone for Gravitas. Okay. So,
did we all, like including everyone not on air, did we all do Gravitas?
That's
I'm pretty sure. It's only because...
Can I change mine right now?
Well,
Just so
I
I
was
can be
going to
different?
say, it's only because the last time we did this, everyone went Gravitas and I was the only one. Oh, no, we both went Mammoth, right? And I checked, and this time everyone went Gravitas, so...
Okay.
Mammoth won last time.
I know. I think Gravitas is just...
No,
like they talk all back in. Okay,
There we are.
let's
Back
go.
on the board. There he is. All right, cool.
I do think, though, that like Gravitas have been learning a lot. Again, not to say Mammoth haven't been, but I will say one thing. Even though they are both bottom of the ladder, they have supplied some really good League to watch, and that's probably down to the draft. I mean, one of the hardest things about League is that it's pretty consistent champs being picked over and over again, and then you get two teams like Gravitas and Mammoth that just pull the strangest stuff out, and it's so good to watch.
Well, let's have a strange segue straight into From the Fans. Get this one up quickly before we get into the game. What is it going to be? Okay, so it's not the OPGG review, but it is from Kukachute TV. At LCO, my boyfriend is going to hate me and potentially break up with me, but this is his stats, hashtag LCO. Okay, so I guess this leads into the OPGG review.
Boyfriend stats.
She's just put him on blast.
Uh-oh, still doing better than Mac, but uh-oh, Rusty, take it away.
Oh, God. Negative win rate bronze 2.
Is there any way you can ever get out of bronze with this?
Stop playing all of those champions. Just pick one and stick to it. It's like, I don't know. Like, as it stands, this appears to be what we would call hard stuck, Nat. However, Misfortune has a very positive win rate. So why are you playing other stuff if that's your definitive most played? Just play the Misfortune.
And the Ash as well.
I'm noticing a theme there as well, right? Big tendency to play bot lane. You can play Poppy in the support. I know you like to do that as well, Rusty. I would probably suggest maybe sticking to a handful of champions in one specific lane so you learn that lane inside out. Probably put a bit more time into watching educational videos as opposed to playing the game to pick up on tricks and tips and figure out matchups or lane states and rotations. You see us, we hear mostly Rusty and Juice talk about all the time about how it sort of affects the global theme of things, but there are definitely little tricks you can pick up that'll give you the advantage to climb out.
He buys control wards though, Mac, so he's a good player.
He does.
It's good, you know, all that vision, very important. And look, mate, if you are on the other team to me, make sure you run it down mid, because I need to get out of bronze as well. Now, that brings us to the game. So, ladies and gents, it is time for Gravitas taking on Mammoth. It's going to be a spicy one, so you better grab some milk in case it gets a little bit too hot in the mouth.
And with that being said, what a weird transition from the fans into here.
Yogurt.
And, well, Rusty, why don't you kick this one off?
I prefer yogurt for spicy things because you can just rest it on the tongue, you know what I mean? I feel there's a distinct advantage. Yogurt kind of low-key OP. But let's talk about the draft, Skibby. We're already 6 fans and we've got our first pick of the gin. Shifrit seems to be preferential to this one as well. It is weird that we haven't gone for a jungler in the first 2 picks for the side of Mammoth yet. Perhaps wanting to see where Gravitas go because, again, it would be surprising to not see it locked in early. And, you know, a lot of junglers may have preferences. With a Hecarim, with an Udyr, and with an Olaf gone, that does make me feel like it kind of forces the Lilia as the primary option. But the fact that they didn't pick it, maybe Jungle Man's got something going on there.
Yeah, and that's the big question, right? We keep referring to the point of what Mammoth can do, and they've thrown us a lot of confusing tactics in the past. They may just look to do it again here tonight, as they've gone for the Jhin. It's what they played last time and found success with by taking down Gravitas. Gravitas seemed to have a big tendency towards the likes of the Leah and the Hecarim, but they've gone for that one here today with the Xayah. Blitzing through this draft, no time to break down these picks one by one. It's like Mammoth looking to try and run things back with what found them success last time.
Yeah, I mean, straight into it. They're going to go for the hard farm here. Last time we saw these teams play, I believe it was the Mundo for Mammoth into a Karthus. So it was actually the opposite way. This time it's going to be the Lilia into the Karthus. So a little bit less engage, you know, for a champion like a Lilia. That's completely thrown me just because an Amumu was hovered, sorry.
It's a bait.
We've gone for the Zaya Rakan here, Skivvy, so take it away.
With that to hold on to, it's worth noting that Azaya has played the majority of his games as this Fresh, that being banned away. His second most played has been the Rakan, pairs beautifully with the Zaya to give yourselves a fair bit of aggression and allows them to have this engage, which is really strong right off the bat, right? The fact that, you know, you can hit it with the Charm, you can guarantee the Lullaby, you can guarantee the Feather Storm. Plenty of CC from the first 3 picks, whereas as you say already, Rusty, Mammoth looking for the hard farm, looking for the big damage to stick and connect onto multiple members.
And so far we have a Lilia who can build a Zonias, a Zaya who can press her ultimate, and a Rakan who has a lot of mobility and can provide shields. So in terms of Nocturne's ease of access into team fighting, not as simple as he would perhaps like. In saying that, the Karthus, coupled with the Nocturne, provides a lot of value. You can't just use the Zaya ultimate to get out of a Nocturne ult because suddenly Karthus is raining death on you globally with his orbital lasers of doom.
Certainly does have a fair few of those. Would love to see maybe a little bit of an adaptation here from the Rakan to go for the Locket as opposed to the Shurelya's as well to make Jungle Man's life even that much harder once more. The shield could be really, really crucial here. As you touch on, a couple more bans going out. Morgana, just to try and make sure that if they have gone for this rather short range all-in fight-heavy bot lane, that they don't get outpoked by the likes of a Caitlyn with an Enchanter. Ari has been banned away as well because Kiyose just loves the champion, maybe too much. So maybe Mammoth doing him a solid and forcing him to play something else here today. And Mammoth going to round out their composition now with the GP for even more globals. That's 3 globals now, Rusty, with a semi-global with the Bard's ult too.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone for the barge in bot lane. They're into a Zaya Rakan, though, so they can be picked apart pretty easily if they make any mistakes in positioning. It's very possible that they lose that lane really hard, but long range, you know, very pokey, complementary for the rest of the team composition. It's clear that that's the goal, right? Play for the comp. We're running into a situation again where you've gone for the Karma mid for Kiyose. It's not the Sivir Hecarim style composition that we've seen before. Where my concern was Kiyose going to be perhaps kind of irrelevant or forced into the only magic damage dealing on the team and has to go the support build because that's the meta. So this time, because you've got the Lilia, you know, they repair a lot of my concerns regarding that team composition. And they've also gone for the Scion as the last pick to round this out. So they've gone for a big, beefy frontline tank who can engage, but isn't the most reliable source of that. You're looking at Rakan more than anything else, and perhaps flanks from the Scion. But he's into a Gangplank who, very early into the game, just annoys you. It's just a nuisance. We'll push you in, we'll have priority, get the Sheen purchase. It's even worse, right? So there is a point where Scion will be fine. But I have a lot of concerns for the priority of the top side of the map to maybe enable Jungle Man to get things done.
Yeah, it's a good point worth mentioning, right? The fact is that that will be their sole front line, a big emphasis on him to get beefy, finally, that so he can lead the charge, so he can roam around the map, unlocking it for the likes of Lily and Karma to do what they do best and pop off and show up just as well. But it does mean that you find yourself in a situation where, on the other hand, Mammoth have all these globals that they can target those side waves, that they can look to abuse you if you do overstretch, if they have good vision control themselves. Plenty of pick potential and the ability to force cross-map plays. We see it so often, right, with these teams where multiple plays happening at once. And given what they've brought together here with those 5 picks, you would say that they have the better hand of that.
Yeah, I mean, the global influence can be a serious impact on any team playing against it because it either plays on your mind or you forget about it and then suddenly you make mistakes, you know, because there's an extra 200 damage that's there from a Karthus. Or Nocturne gets priority in mid lane, he leaves into Fog of War and you can't win bot lane or top lane anymore just because he's missing. Like, he may not even be ganking. And the same thing can be said across the entire map here for Gravitas. So they have to play a very good vision-based League of Legends. And pick their windows, pick their timings, play around the number game, right? Wherever Zeus is, they should be focusing as level 1's already started off a bit odd.
So it looks to be the case here. A bit of a level 1 engage taking place right now as it's forcing Nectar to run away from that one. And it gives us a nice little segue in a moment to compose ourselves as we then get a chance to speak with the coach of Mammoth in Sally. Welcome back.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, I want to start things off here by asking the most obvious question, right? Given the fact that both teams find themselves head-to-head and one team will have their dreams of making a late run towards the playoffs extinguished here. Has that added any extra degree of pressure, any more resources or prep work put into this particular match here tonight?
Well, no one on our end is really expecting to hit playoffs from this position, so it's mainly just wanting to secure 7th and not be last and having a decent showing.
And I suppose from that point onwards, it then ties in quite nicely to the fact that, you know, for a lot of these players, it is exposure. Obviously, time's against you with this condensed schedule. How's that been for a lot of these players? The fact that, you know, this is a bit of a weird season with the global circumstances, that you are forced to play as many matches as you are.
Yeah, well, everyone's really new as well, so it's been pretty rough. But like, I want to think they're doing a pretty good job for how new they all are. So I'm overall not unhappy with how it's went.
And would it be fair then to say, because we've seen from as the games have gone by in the weeks too, a big variation on the comps and the identities. Has there been an identity solidified for the team that they're striving towards, or very much, you know, keep the identity from, or keep your own individual purpose from solo queue, bring in those champions, and we'll make the most of it?
Yeah, I have a really big emphasis on drafting for comfort and still making like flexible and coherent team comps for the most part. So yeah.
And then on a final note, then talk to me a little bit about this game here today. Obviously, we can see that you know, you've got a lot of globals. What is the game plan? Are we looking at multiple fights at multiple moments, or really looking to, you know, lock down a key area of the map and just hit them with the wombo combo?
Yes, we're playing for numbers at all stages. So if we have more numbers, we should always win, and we have globals to skip tempo. And I think we have a really big advantage because their team comp can only sit mid, which is kind of the Gravitas special. We've seen them only be able to sit mid, so if we hit the side waves, we should win really, really easily, I think.
Well, let's see if that is the case. Thank you so much for your time here, Sally, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Well, Rusty, what do we see there? We saw a little bit of early shenanigans with the level 1 attempt on towards Nectin, and then the drive-by through mid as well, whilst we had the coach interview. Anything else in the meantime?
Yeah, I didn't get to see the exact clear of Zeus, but it didn't seem like he got a leash in the first place from Safa, who has flash top lane, by the way, and is basically dead. He was sitting in a bush at level 1 trying to maybe cheese Nectar as he came to lane. It didn't happen. And then pan over to the Lilia, who has 0 HP, doing this clear from red to the other side of the map. Doesn't even have the red buff. Raptors, Wolves, blue buff, Gromp, and literally is just a 0 HP Lilia losing the game, is in trouble now as well.
He certainly is. He's going to get hit by multiple lay waste right now. In isolation as well, extra damage, feeling the burden of having to then sit mid and try and find himself a reset. And I think that was an interesting point that Sally brought up, right? The fact that, you know, Gravitas have been so reliant on playing through mid, and that they're definitely finding success in it already.
Yeah, I think it's clear to me, though, that the Karma is not as comfortable as they would like. There's a nice little trade happening in both lanes that we just quickly panned through. There was a lot of priority level 1, though, for Kyosei, I'll admit that much. You know, forcing early teleports, even now, because it is melee versus ranged, it's a difficult life to be Wei. At a certain point, though, and it could be like a point of perhaps a Hex Drinker, that maybe, you know, Nocturne becomes unkillable from the Karma, and then it's just a battle for priority. That's where things can turn back around for Mammoth. But at the same time, I think that the initial point that I raise here, in that Zeus just barely scrapes through his jungle, gave so much space to Jungle Man and Wei to make plays around the map. And while it doesn't give a kill or a strong advantage explicitly, it gives something back to Mammoth where they were being beaten down in mid lane.
Well, they certainly were, and I'm sure as a Carpus play, never going to complain if you find yourself up in tempo and find yourself a nice little lead like this one, able to stack up with those Dark Harvest procs as easily as possible and hit the level 6 all importantly. As we now see a top lane attempt on towards Nectar. He has no flash, already burnt it at the level 1 moment. He's looking to try and run back to his turret. Oh, Safa just survives. Both take a turret shot, but it is Gravitas that find first blood.
But what's Nectar doing, Skibby? He just cops a full Scion knock-up on the Q because he tries to auto-attack a keg inside the Q as it's charging. I mean, it's not exactly what you're wanting to see from your top laner in a lane that he was winning. You know, had the push, got the Sheen purchase, was able to control the 1v1. Not in a strong position now, as it gives over a kill to Azus. And again, you know, this Miss Lilia was struggling a little bit, suddenly has a kill backing her up, and it's not as bad.
It's a nice little band-aid to make up to the fact that, as you say, Zeus had been targeted in these first initial minutes, and it does mean that Nectar loses out on a fair bit of CS as a result too, as that wave was crashed. He had already burnt TP and had to run back to the lane at the same time too. Not going to seem to stop Mammoth's aggression, however. They've got tabs as to where Zeus is. Jungleman's going to look to steal away as many of these chickens as possible. Vision locked down in the top half of this river, but it does mean that Gravitas, having priority bot side at least, can start up the first Drake here.
You are seeing a level 6 with a mid laner here of Away, however, on this Nocturne, so opportunities will start to arise very soon, where he can get more active on the map. Jungleman, this Karthus, is the other person that you're going to look at. So it's a good little moment of opportunity here for Gravitas to sneak something away before Mammoth really feel like they want to or need to do anything. They're very comfortable, you would have to imagine, just sitting here and casually scaling up into the game. Ultimates is the first massive spike that they get as a comp, and then it's that first item completion where they start to really accelerate as well. A couple of pretty important level spikes in general also with this composition. Level 9 for instant wave clear for your Nocturne, same thing with Karthus for clear speeds, of course, but Gangplank 7 and 13 on those levels when the keg timers go down significantly is also going to be crucial for his laning phase.
Be interesting to note then, Rusty, if lane states will play as desirably as they can do theoretically, as we see that Wei continues to lag just a little bit behind in this mid lane matchup, and that's not to be too surprising, as Kiersey can look to retain a rather healthy health pool in his own regard, going for empowered Tevez, finding trades that net him health back, and really bully out Wei here, who's forced to then go for the reset. He's already burnt TP as well, so looking to see what he can converts those initial components into, but you can see that Kiersey's very clearly got his eyes set on being the utility, shoving out those waves, and then being able to then roam around the map to force these early objectives. Yeah,
he moves with Zeus there as well. They throw down the Swell Seed, they clear out mid lane with Lilia assisting Kiyose, so they are going to look towards going straight for the objective. It could have been a free reset there for the Karma, but obviously your initial concern is the Herald free, not am I going to reset at the same time as an objective being done, because that's definitely sinning. You can also see the full map flip here from Gravitas, so it is ultimately free, and it does make you feel like, in retrospect, Karma could have got a base off. At the same time, the thing that I want to talk about here, Skimmy, is the lack of magic resistance for Wei in that mid lane. He's been suffering from it. Now he goes back to base and gets those boots that we all know and love that are just OP at the moment, the boots of lucidity.
They certainly are, and what's also OP is when a side can get collapsed upon like that in a 1v4 and just ult back to the safety of his second turret.
Yeah, I mean, Nocturne ultimate used, wasn't going to follow that one, that would be inting. So we'll just go back towards mid lane, and the point that I want to make beyond what I just said is that no magic resistance means that he does suffer. It's nice wave clear, actually.
Yeah, it's a really good wave clear. That's going to trim this wave incredibly, making the 1v3 a little bit harder to try and pull off. The aggro gets juggled around. The Featherstorm drops it as it was focused on Piglet. And Gravitas, topped up and healthy. They repeat a gank topside, and it proves to be successful.
And look at the trade on the other side, right? It was a Nocturne ultimate wasted for a Scion ultimate who gets away with his entire life. He's now down there farming the wave happily and clearing that one. So at the end of the day, that's still a win for the side of Gravitas. Herald also going to be summoned. That'll be close to the turret dropping. Bard's going to say absolutely not. That is why you pick a Bard a lot of the time at the moment. It's going to deny that one, but still it's a lot of priority, right? It's still a kill. It's still waves being missed in their entirety from Nectar. And time having to be spent resetting and swapping your lane assignments for Kanade and Shifrit. So still a win for Gravitas.
Certainly is. And what's also worth noting is the fact that despite it being a win, Jungleman's had a good opportunity to really accelerate his own individual lead, up by now 40 CS. No doubt going to be looking to get that first item on lockdown as quickly as possible. And then it becomes interesting to the sort of mental warfare, the moment for Mammoth to execute upon as to when they decide, look, this is the objective we're fighting for. No doubt with a composition like this, which has so much close quarter strength, the like of contesting Drake's inheritance as this game goes on becomes that much more desirable. So maybe quite content, giving across these early ones to Gravitas and saying with a couple of items under our belt, that's when we, find our moment to shine.
Oh, we absolutely hit a point where a Karthus is going to be unstoppable, where a Gangplank can team fight successfully, even if he's 0-2. Nice little spell shield there from Wei. Is it going to stop himself from being knocked up? But at the end of the day, you know, like while we're complimenting Gravitas and saying it's great that the Lilia's got those 2 kills and has been active on the map, they're keeping him up with a Karthus, and then they're already winning in mid lane with priority. They've been stifling Nectar and his advantages. Mistakes have cost him his life. And the AD carry of Piglet and Azaya have been doing a lot of work in their own right, getting turret plates. So they are still very comfortably ahead. There is the one concern, 100%, of what will Jungle Man do on this Karthus, and, you know, will he 1v9? But so far, so good.
So far, so good indeed. As now they look to poke their head into this one, and without Cannon Barrage, it's really up to Nectar to decide, do I TP into this one or not? Mammoth sniffing, but questions still raised as to whether or not they'll decide to commit instead. Out goes the Tempered Fate, does not connect. TP's connecting on instead. There's the Paranoia, and as he jumps in looking for the one shot, he's going to force out a flash, and then they connect. They take it out of Zeus. Damage has already been done, though, because that Dragon has already been acquired. Safa with the fancy feet, looking to try and buy as much time as he can before he goes into the afterlife. Kyose flashing across the wall, the Requiem popping off, but the heal, it just seems to be insane right now. It's keeping them topped up and healthy. Now the 2 supporting members of Gravitas locked underneath their own bot tier 1. But the rotational strength that Mammoth have here is just so damn clean, and he, Azaya, very upset they didn't find a 1v2 there.
Kyose's trying his absolute best, but he is running out of mana, so unfortunately with that last Mantra Q has nothing left to give. Shifrit is slow, however, and the Karma may just be able to run and execute. So you're looking at Jungle Man now to snatch this one up, and unfortunately if it goes to the Karthus, Mammoth are happy. Yeah, they give it to him as well. Oh no.
Well, it was a scrappy team fight, and it was a scrappy disengage as well. A situation where Azaya pops the Ignite, nearly takes out Nectar. One more tick of the damage would have done it, but he is able to live. And just out of turret range as well, you can see what he's doing, going for the knock-up to try and hit the 1v2 underneath turret aggro. But this is how it starts first and foremost. Gravitas securing the Drake before it goes Knights out.
Yeah, and they basically just immediately one-hit the Lilia, get her out of the fight, nothing you can do. You know, the fact that Karthus is the one who wants to fall in these skirmishes and is the one that goes down, perfect. Because now he can just press his ultimate. He still has the E on the ground as well, so his area of influence is huge. Safa stuck inside the pit means that he wasn't going to be able to help his team. At the end of the day, Mammoth, they win this fight with such a significant health advantage that they're able to walk through the turret just barely and get out with their lives. Close fight, Skimmy, but it goes the way of Mammoth, and that puts a big question mark on this game for Gravitas.
Certainly does. Big 50-50 in the flip. In the end, works in their favor. You can see from the predictions there just how close this game seems to be. It's pretty much echoing the same thoughts that we have here. Sure, pound for pound, we think that Gravitas should have the lead, but by no means is it as clear-cut as we make it out to be, because Mammoth are renowned for doing things like this, throwing curveballs in the draft, and they've done it again here because they've got the globals, and now they are the ones in the driving seat.
And you know, the thing is, that fight could have been even better for them, Skimmy. Like, looking at that one, you know, the Bard ultimate being used before the Nocturne ultimate. It lasts like 8 seconds of darkness, so just turn the lights out before you chuck the Bard ult. A bit of extra comms there 1 second earlier, and maybe they don't even get to dodge that one. Now imagine your Gravitas in that situation, because they didn't even use Summoners to dodge the Tempered Fate.
Numbers mismatch. Could definitely be a decider here as we've transitioned. The mid lane is up to the top side of the map. It's worth noting that Zeus is working his way towards what could be a bit of a lane gank with way down to 50%. He has no flash, but he does have an ultimate to get out of harm's way. There's the curtain call. Overlap there with the Cannon Barrage. Looking to try and lock down that half of the map. And that might just be Mammoth bullying their way into the river to say, we want this next Herald.
Yeah, it was also used with the Tempered Fate from Kanade. You know, one of the big things there is a Jhin Bard combo. You actually just Bard ult the front line, so the Jhin ult hits the back line. They get a flash from Piglet. They do secure the Herald for this as well. That was a lot of ultimates used though, so they need to be respectful for the present moment once Gravitas get back onto the map, as they don't have everything that they would like.
They don't have everything that they would like right now, as their bot lane is now being deployed mid to hold off this wave and deter an early Herald summoning. As Jungle Man finds himself now with the Leandries and 5 stacks on that Dark Seal as well. We're starting to get into scary territory here. He's continued that massive lead in the jungle camp clear. And with these items, he will be ripping through the ranks. The most gold in this game, and a Karthus with a lead is always a scary prospect to consider.
100%. Because we're starting to get some resets across now from both respective teams. You've got the Dragon in 40 where all the vision went. This is pretty standard stuff, of course. Place all the wards that you can. They're going to now reset with enough time to get back to the Dragon. Because if you place your wards as the Dragon spawns and, say, Mammoth in this case, push Gravitas out, then you don't have the ability to reset that vision control and you lose it as Nocturne.
He's looking for the hunt right now. He hits the fear. Out comes the Requiem. Can he pixel perfect it with the Feather Storm? He doesn't even have to. The shields come on out and everybody's protected. Empowered Karma is absolutely insane here. Wait! He survives the Ignite once again, needing one more tick. But he's out the fight now, and with the Dragon spawning, that's surely Gravitas put themselves on soul point.
Yeah, and it's an Infernal Soul at that, so this is not something that Mammoth want to consider giving up lightly. You can see the teleport comes in from Wei. They'll be here in time to fight. Not a lot of ultimates there at all, just the Jhin. I'm not sure they can even get in here.
Very hard right now, as you can see, Sapper playing goalkeeper, zoning away. Down goes the Wall of Pain, looking to try and zone these members. Dragon still engaged at 1900 HP. Massive sleep onto multiple members. There's the shutdown, the jungler's gone. Jungle Man is dead.
They smited it.
They're still looking at this one. It could just get stolen away, and it certainly does, because Jhin is OP. Jhin finds it with those massive auto attacks. And Gravitas say, why do we get bullied off that one? We'll chase you down. We'll pick up a salvage by taking out Kanade, but a bit of a blip on the radar there, Rusty.
At 1100 roughly HP, Skimmy, Zeus smited the Dragon for health. I don't know if the Karma didn't have a shield or something. I know he was ignited, so he was afraid of dying. And obviously you want to be alive instead of dead. But then, I mean, a Jhin just walks up and snags away the entire Dragon and says, thank you very much for the easiest leash of my life. And they managed to get this one. I'm very interested to watch this one again because, like, it was a good sleep from a Zeus. The commit to following up with damage afterwards comes back to hurt. Karma already uses Mantra Q and misses it, the support Karma build. Maybe you want a Mantra E in that situation instead, so you'll regret that one. Sleep was good, but again, look at Zeus's health. There's no way he dies there. That's 1100 after Smite. What is he doing? That was a sole point for them if he doesn't do that.
It's a big question because I think if we look at the first half of that clip, he's tanking the Dragon the entire time, putting himself in a situation where he feels, I have to do this. And as you say right now, given that Mammoth continue to creep into these team fights and keep this game as close as they are, you know, they've definitely got scaling to consider and talk about. That situations like that, you hope that you had that Infernal Soul to play for. Now, a two-man dive, top side, gets put to sleep, but he'll go golden, and he might just bait out a little bit more attention here from Gravitas as 4 members rock up top side, soon to be 5, just to keep this Karthus locked down and dead.
Yeah, they make sure, you know, Jungle Man makes sure that he has no mana to speak of for himself. Will, most likely. Ooh, this might get it. Too many shields. Wow, that was
So
absurd.
Kind of crazy.
Just surviving. Wow. Okay, and also on the opposite side of the map here, Skimmy, you know, while it doesn't result in a kill, it will just be a turret take, and you have to look at Mammoth pushing towards the bot lane in a turret, getting the blue buff for Schifrit as well. So they are getting money into their pockets. At the end of the day, it's a soft advantage to Gravitas. Maybe not anymore.
Not anymore. No, that is the greed that has punished the Zeus. He's tried to catch up here to this Karthus. Both junglers gone now. Top side is doomed. It's cursed. And Wei will very gratefully pick up that solo kill.
We're hitting the point in this game, Skibby, where you can safely say that this is a battle of the 1-9 teams. And this brings up a point of discussion that I think I want to have, but I don't want to focus on it too much, is what do we call this competition? Because we've had this before the show started. I think Battle of the Blue Shells is a good way to explain it, but if there's better options out there, then please tweet them at us. I am not reading Twitch chat, so please tweet them at us instead. Because I value those opinions much more. And if you've got something better than Battle of the Blue Shells, I'll gracefully accept it. Put it in Twitch chat, not getting it.
It's not going to be seen unless Mac or Nat see it and decide to bring it onto the broadcast. But regardless, as you say, it's unorganized chaos, I think is a polite way to put it. There's a lot happening at once right now, and it's funding the idea that, well, if a global comp can get all this power, then you start to run the risk of, well, what happens in these side lanes? That is the area we thought could be focused. And if you're finding kills like that right now, it can only go from bad to worse.
Wei definitely wants to have a crack at Kyosei, but finds out that maybe it isn't worth it. Doesn't have a lot of sustain for himself going for the Stride Breaker build. Very useful though for making sure that the tether connects and the fear hits. But right now, again, like very easy for Kyosei to just continue to have that lane control. Highlighted this very briefly before, but you're against the magic damage mid laner and jungler. No magic mantle wouldn't go astray in some kind of itemization there, just to ensure you can continue to clear, like, you know, one extra wave without being at risk of dying. But we'll continue to be forced out of lane 20 minutes in. And we have this weird setup, Skimmy, where Karma without teleport and with a support build has been side laning. So this is the first time it's more normal.
Does feel a little bit horrendous at the same time, though, given that you won't have that typical AP burst. You do want to stick to your team. Nice little shove away there from Stafford to ensure that that scuttle works in their favor, as the next dragon will be spawning in 30 seconds. And this is one that they want to guarantee. They gave away the last one. This could have been their sole point. And there goes the Paranoia. Here's the Global Comp. That's the Tempered Fate. Two members locked in place. They can't do much about this one. There's the massive damage coming from the two AD threats. GP and Jin working overtime so far. They'll be the two to pick up the kills. Out comes the Requiem. There's the Magical Journey. They're looking for a team fight wipe, and they are just trying to do as much as they can. But Rakan is smurfing. He hits the 3-man knockup, and that could be the turn of fate that works in Piglet's favor. He's taking Jules one by one. He falls on down to a lay waste, but he gets a triple kill when the fight looks so doomed against them.
Yeah, Piglet comes up huge. You know, taking the Magical Journey into the pit means that it's very easy for a Rakan Xayah combo to start to pop off. And to be honest, they do through the entire team fight as well. So very much give credit to Piglet and to Xayah as that fight is happening, and we'll get to see it in the replay. But at the end of the day, man, there's just too much damage on the side of Mammoth. We'll see this fight one more time. You know, Nocturne ultimate this time comes in before the Tempered Fate. Jin ultimate comes out, the curtains are open. Sion comes in to try and help for sure, but as the feathers get returned, you can see that's where a lot of the damage starts to come in for the Wei of Gravitas. Not enough for kills though. They try and disengage here, but because everybody goes through the Magical Journey, you know, it's a free opportunity for the cooldown resets of Xayah and Piglet to make sure they get some trades. A triple for the Xayah, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be anything more in their way.
Won't be, but it's a bit of an insight into how dramatic some of these fights can be, and especially if they redeploy into the map and find out a Bard like such. 23 minutes into this one, they've had to sacrifice 2 of these dragons to delay their sole point, but with a pick like that, they might be playing around ultimate timers here, Rusty, and saying we're going straight towards Baron.
Yeah, will they be able to do this without Mammoth coming to the area? You know, Wei's had very advanced notice of this. They are starting to push in. It's already at 6,000 health. Engage fails, Skibby. I think they're going to commit to a fight.
Good spell shield. Out comes the Paranoia. The curtain has been called once again. Who's the focus? That jumps into the back line. It's the Cannon Barrage as well, overlapping every big major ultimate to try and find any kind of success that they can. Wei falls on down. He doesn't find a key target. Gravitas can disengage straight way to the top side of the map, but it will be a 1-for-1 as Gravitas will lose their front line.
Yeah, no real advantage gleamed from that situation overall. Mammoth respond to the attempt at the Baron. It's a Sion that goes down. Safa still has that teleport, however, and as does Wei. So really, it's just 300 gold, or, you know, and some loose change going into the pockets of both respective teams. There is a massive Xayah to contend with. There is still a big Jin, even though he's only 1-0-7, has those 2 items completed. Serpent's Fang also online.
Yeah,
against the Sion, against the Karma, and against the Rakan. So that is money right there in a single item. We'll be able to do a lot of work for his team. It has been facilitating, right? Like, you've got a Nocturne diving, Karthus going and dealing damage. Get rid of those shields, and they'll all do better as well for it.
Yeah, just trying to make it as easy as possible that, you know, when somebody like Wei goes in, that they do guarantee that first kill to try and open up the floodgates and hit the snowball switch, play from there. We saw how important it is to have Kanade amongst the mix of things when that Paranoia goes out to lock in place those key members, because it was so easy for Gravitas just to sidestep out, disengage the Cannon Barrage, and you know, force major ultimates to not really equal up to much impact.
Yeah, you need to survive that one punch, right? Like, if Mammoth come at you, they're going to use most of their ultimates in that first little bit of action. Nocturne ult, followed by Bard, followed by Jin. Karthus is probably the person who'll be saving his ultimate just because he tends to want to die first. But if you survive that initial punch and the cost is low, then you are poised to fight. You are poised to team fight, because Mammoth do want to make sure that all happens in one moment and they win, or have such a large health advantage that you're afraid of a Karthus ult.
No, Karthus ult's only going to get scarier by the moment right now as he's working his way towards a Void Staff. Both junglers, worth noting, do have a completed Zonias, so we'll be looking to try and be as aggressive as possible with the positioning to land as much damage output as possible. Here says Sepher, just drifting on through the mid lane to say hi. Bud? Maybe saying, not the plan here, guys, as he just falls on down for free. Out goes the Nocturne ult, and then they guarantee a charm to try and connect on towards Wade. The instant punishment between both key engagement members on either side of the coin. Big ultimates, massive range, and ultimately it's Nectar that pops the squishy here, as they might now turn their attention onto the next major threat in towards Piglet, who tries to sidestep with the Gale Force. They dash him through. The Lullaby's just too little too late. 3 members put to sleep, and it's Zeus versus the world. He swings the staff, he picks up one, but he falls on down. And because Jungleman is still alive, maybe they decide to assert control of this Baron.
I have no idea what Safa was doing at the start of that fight. He ults in, his whole team says, good attempt, let's disengage. And Safa just puts the blinders on, jumps into the horse race and starts sprinting towards Mammoth. And they're like, sick, like, we'll still take a free kill. He seems to have lost track of his team. And Gravitas just end up losing the fight to the ability to chase them down. And that was with Wei trying to join Safa in the death pit straight after. So just watch the rest of Gravitas. They're like, it'll do. Where are you going, man? Nothing is there for you. He's just gonna die. Teleport comes in, right? Wei's like, this is a good opportunity. And then unfortunately for him, the person he chooses to ult is a Rakan that dashes back to the rest of the team. So he's going to die. And this is all Nectar's keg that does most of the work here. Because if Piglet doesn't take that chunk of health, maybe they stand resilient. Or maybe they fight. At the end of the day, nice little bard stun from Kanade to hit that home. But Nectar does bulk of the work there in terms of damage output. And Mammoth now in the driver's seat.
They certainly are. They're up by 4,000 gold as a result right now. You're just seeing that they are able to find moments, sometimes gifted to them, that they're able to get away with murder. Take away dragons, get free kills. Put out as much damage as possible. Sephiroth's going again right there. Knocks up 2. The map goes lights out once again. Scheifert, he's done what he can. He's taken out the tank, but the dragon has been picked up. Still, no soul point to talk about. But it's Gravitas on the disengaged back foot, popping off shields, mitigating damage, trying to survive this Requiem. One member gets popped, but the other member's down to 50%. Nectar down to 10% himself. But Scheifert can just flash on top of their head. Look to try and hit that stun. He goes golden. But Mammoth are literally running down the opposition here.
Scheifert goes from a 1-0-7 scoreline to 5-0 and 11. He's now unstoppable with a 600 gold shutdown. Baron was secured by Mammoth earlier, and they win a team fight for it. Now, they don't necessarily win the dragon, right? It's a dragon soul point for Gravitas, so you take that if you're Gravitas, but the cost is so high here that it will be an inhibitor at least, and they're going to threaten the bot lane inhibitor as well.
Huge turn of events right there. Just the late game impact of team fights that go your way. That's going to be one inhibitor falling on down. They're going to break open to expose a second in the bottom half of the map as well. And Baron buff just proves to be so critical with allowing them to open up this map and really continue this global dominance.
Yeah, we'll see this fight one more time. Safa does go for the ultimate in. Does actually get the knock up onto multiple members. But at the same time, the rest of his team is committing to the Drake. So he tries to flash back towards them, and it dies to an auto attack from the Jhin. So unfortunate flash there, coming out of Safa on that side. Piglet trying to do bulk of the damage here, times his ultimate well with the Karthus to try and deny that damage, but a flash from Nectar, the crits from the Jhin and from the Gangplank proved to be too powerful. And the rest of it's just flanking. They're routing Gravitas. They're trying to keep them down and make sure no one survives. And only the Rakan does.
And this seems to be the big sore point right now for Gravitas Rusty, that, you know, they don't have the liberty of the same range that Mammoth do. So if they aren't winning the fight, if they are forced to disengage, they're going to lose on that foot as well. And you're seeing it from the disengage attempts where Mammoth can run them down, can continue to find success and say, well, if we couldn't get you in the first place, we can get you in this vein instead. That's going to put them in a pretty commanding position here in the 30-minute mark, as you're starting to find major CS leads in all the right places, especially from start to finish here in the jungle department. And with Karthus having now completed that Void Staff, he's got 10 stacks for the now upgraded Magias. He definitely seems to be the focus, and you had to then throw your attention to the opposite side and say, do we have enough resistance to survive this? Are we fully reliant now on these shields?
Oh, that hits 3.
Now they're actually going to flash away there because he thought the Featherstorm might have been enough to try and turn things around. That's a massive knockup with the free as a result. Mammoth turning things around, but Gravitas doing even better. That's the Piglet show. He hits the Featherstorm, then he runs across to the side and hits a triple kill with the recall. We thought that maybe Mammoth had served them up too much of a defeat situation, but Piglet shows up when it matters most.
I mean, Piglet's feeling himself. You can say that through most of this game as well, but you have to give credit where it's due to his partner in crime, Isaiah, down there. That Rakan engage was dirty. Incredible stuff going out of Gravitas to turn that one around. But again, you know, Nocturne ultimate was used, Bard ultimate was used. You have to think about what we spoke about before, right? The cost of the engage from Mammoth, if it's unsuccessful, opens the door to a squad like Gravitas to pick you apart. That's the first real example we've seen of it going completely wrong for Mammoth. And as a result, Gravitas save their inhibitor. They get a triple kill for the Xayah as well. Nocturne ultimate gone, Bard ultimate gone, just like that. Xayah sniffs the moment, finds the moment.
Oh, so good.
You've got the Scion follow-up. You've got Piglet there pulling those feathers back as well, and that's just lights out for Mammoth. No chance in that fight.
Fighting on top of a cannon barrage as well, but that did not seem to phase them whatsoever. The punishment potential is absolutely beautiful and literally ties into our point from before. Long range versus short range, but if Gravitas can pull the trigger, if they can get on top of you like that, then they will come out ahead. And I suppose now we run ourselves back into the same situation as we have before of waiting for these major objectives to take place once again, and the ease of execution and the ability to pop off and fight mechanical moments like that again. Wade jumping on through. Forced to dash away, holds onto his flash. The map is still dark. But that is one major CD, burnt before the objectives have spawned.
I'm going to give benefit of the doubt to Wei there, and that he might have just been had by vision. But he might have thought he had a pick. He didn't have a pick, and he immediately regretted that one and just stride break it to safety. No summoners used. So ultimately, it was just a Nocturne ultimate, but that's the kind of thing that you want, because that makes the Bard ult easier to hit. You know, that makes the double keg setups a lot easier as well. So now that's missing. Gravitas with the inside track to the soul point for Infernal Soul. Piglet, full build, by the way, Skimmy. This could be the fight that decides the game.
Certainly could be. Worth noting that there are stopwatches across the board right now to try and buy themselves that game-deciding turn of events. That's Sepher jumping in, hits the one-man knock-up, looking for the Q, knocks up free, out goes Piglet, pops the Featherstorm, massive shield on top of him right now. He's untouched, they go golden, he's fleeing, but he's running back, he's kiting, he's doing whatever he can. He finds the first kill, then the ultimate comes out on top of him. He's got the GA, he's hoping it pops after the Requiem, and it certainly does. It's a double kill here for Zeus. Ooh. Nobody from Gravitas has died until that moment there. Shyfrit jumps on with the Gale Force and kills Secure to get himself a shutdown. Sapphire still, meanwhile, is tanking up the world and more. He might just go through this portal and say, hello, how are you? Nice to meet you. See you later. Takes them down. And once again, Rusty, absolute chaos here on the Rift.
Yeah, there's no other way to explain it. It's just madness. The team fight breaks out. The Dragon will be looked at after, and it's going to be the Infernal Soul point going the way of Gravitas. They've locked it down. And it was a big team fight from all of the auxiliary members of Gravitas. You know, Piglet starts this one off getting caught by a Bard ultimate. He also then gets hit by a full keg combo from Nectar here, who's set up to maybe hit 3 of them, but just settles for the Piglet one. Massive shield from Karma. The QSS able to be used. They cleanse him, they heal him with Redemption. They keep him alive for so long that multiple members of Mammoth fall before they even get a chance to pick apart this Xayah. That's the Gravitas composition shining through. And unfortunately for Gravitas, a flash forward with the Gale Force means that the Jhin will get it, but at the same time signs his own death warrant from that move. Of course, there is the Infernal Soul, so there's not going to be a lot of distance covered by that magical journey, and eventually Kanade falls.
A lot to digest there, really, Rusty. It's literally every player showing up, doing whatever they can to try and turn the tide of that fight in their favor. And as we fade up from this replay and go back to live, you can see that it is now Mammoth saying we've had to sacrifice across that Infernal Soul. That is the damage buff that they were hoping for. We really wish that we had that, but if the game continues at this pace where we are continuing to trade objective by objective, then maybe there's an angle for us to consider Elder. Worth noting that those inhibitors that they took earlier in the game have now respawned, so Waves can be pushed in Gravitas's favor, but it's a case of can they push out quick enough to lay vision on this Baron?
Mammoth have started this as well, so this is going to be fully known by Gravitas. They're going to disengage. So a cute little attempt, I suppose. I could do this all day, Skimmy. The longer this game goes, the happier we all are, I think. It's delivered.
Certainly has. It's matched the hype that we put into it right now as Sepha charges into the backline, hits the two-man knockoff. Out goes the Paranoia once again. The Requiem, they've all stacked it together. Look how big the shields are. So much damage nullified there by Gravitas. The Cannon Barrage try and prevent the disengage, but everybody is topped up and stacked up as the squads. They've lost two. Ooh. Now the sleep comes out and Gravitas press forward. The Gale Force aggressively on towards Jungle Man. He gets sent back into the afterlife and he's already burnt those crucial ultimates. And Mammoth, they're out of juice in the tank.
Yeah, it does feel like they've been outscaled by the composition of Gravitas, which, you know, again, you've got the farming Karthus, you've got the Jhin, and you've got the Gangplank. A lot of scaling factors, but it's no support Karma shielding that's just going to completely counter you out. You know, the fact that they're able to win these team fights, Piglet's having the game of his life right now, but he's been supported by some of the best support efforts from Isaiah and from Kyosei that we've seen in some team fights. So Gravitas going insane. They really found their groove. Mammoth do gift that opportunity to them. They give them a couple of chances to win a team fight, and they do eventually win it, and that was all it took for Gravitas. Now it's going to be the Baron. It's going to be the Infernal Soul. We'll see this one more time as it's Nectar that gets caught. Has to eat his greens, eat his oranges, get himself out, and then Wei tries to go in. Instead of just pressing his ultimate and scaring them, the Karthus ultimate could be used as a deterrent. Wei decides that there is no other choice. He's Lee Sin hitting the Q. His mind might say no, but he, with no hesitation, commits to that one. Jungle Man just going to follow on the back end of this one also. As the Piglet respectfully says, I don't need the kill, someone else have it. I already have 6 items.
Yeah, he's fully stacked up. The strongest we've seen an AD carry in a long time right now, given the fact that a lot of these games have been rather quick. We're fast approaching the 40-minute mark here, and we've only had a game once.
He's done it, Skimmy. He's done it. 38 minutes in, he's got his Infinity Edge's Jhin. He's on the board. He might deal damage. Is this the moment?
It's a little bit rough when you see a Jhin getting that as the final item in the build. It's a bit of a head-scratcher, to say the least. But is it his time to shine now, Rusty?
I don't think it will be, but he's got it. That's what matters. They're going to lose another inhibitor. Another inhibitor will be lost, more specifically. Top lane looking to be traded. You can see that Mammoth have said, we're really not winning team fights anymore. They've conceded that reality, and it's a split push attempt from Wei to distract them. But the inhibitor's already fallen. The reset's available. I do believe we will get ourselves to an Elder Dragon fight in this game. And I will say that now that the Infinity Edge is there, that Jhin 4th shot will do more than any smite possibly could. He could definitely just secure that one, as that was the magical journey of a lifetime. Definitely not where they wanted that one to go as a Bard player, Skimmy, I can tell you that much.
Worth noting, we've only had 2 games so far, all split long. Only 2 games where Elder Dragons have spawned. But we may be getting a 3rd here today. Up in a minute, up and available. Full items, as you touched on already, in the AD carry department, but all the power in the world now looking to try to be unlocked here for both teams. You're just starting to see elixirs in their inventory.
The GA will presumably be back and available for Piglet in this next fight. I'm worried that I feel like he has enough gold to sell his boots and get like a Lord Dominic's. I swear he had before, but I feel like he has enough for that. You know, we spoke about the IE itemization, so same thing's true on the other side. A couple of changes could be made, but another inhibitor is inevitably going to drop while the Baron persists till right now.
Min-max to a T, and as they do that, Mammoth look to try and trade and respond like they did only moments prior by going straight back towards topside. Wei crashing another wave, looking to try and lay down the damage on towards this turret and at least trade evenly here so they buy themselves all that important time. Trading mid for top. Exposing the base, and with TPs available, maybe giving themselves a potential out here if they can backdoor.
He wants to stay top, Skimmy, so he really wants to test the waters here. Note that you've got your Elder Dragon up in 5 seconds, and Gravitas could just start it if they chose. Nocturne ult and teleport coming in.
Yeah, he's TP'd, as you say, looking to try and cause a little bit of panic. Tempered Fate goes on out onto the Piglet. He's the key member. Buffers the Featherstorm. He's so safe. Disengaging out of all the damage thrown his way. They find the kill. There's the GA proc right now into Nocturne. Disengaging, kiting, peeling and protecting.
Piglet.
They're doing everything. He flashes forward aggressively into the face of danger. He doesn't care. The GA is there. And they have found the wipe that they are after. Shy for it, you've got the IE, but you just can't do enough when your team is dead around you. They're TPing to the base. They want to wrap this game up and put a bow on it at 41 minutes.
Yeah, Zaya could maybe just keep the Jhin busy, but easy as you like now, Gravitas. They'll be able to walk towards the Nexus and end this one. The absolute Chad gameplay monster of Piglet with the support. 3-125 for Zaya. He's my MVP. Gravitas, they will get the win. Never in doubt, Skivvy.
Never in doubt. You heard it from the interview before the game. He said, we are the better team. We are the better players. We should be winning this game. And that they do. They keep their playoff streams alive. And unfortunately for Mammoth, the composition today, unable to find its mark.
That was a real wild one. Looking forward to the high-tier analysis from our host of the show, Skivvy, just to really hear what he could say about it and what the difference makers were. God, I'm excited for that.
Yeah, look, loved it. Loved every single moment. You know, it was action straight down the middle. Lots of chasing. Big marathon to kill Kiyose there down on the bot lane when he was running away from his base. Last-ditch effort to try and survive at that point. And look, it looked good for Mammoth. They got up a few times, and then when they did have the power spikes, they did have the leads, all of a sudden, it was just things getting turned on its head. Every time they tried to siege, it didn't really work out for Mammoth and Gravitas. You know, it was just, there was a point where Piglet was just like, you know what, screw it, just gonna run in, absolutely farm you blokes up, and he did an immaculate job of doing so, Skimmy.
Yeah, I mean, for me, a lot of those early fights working in their favor. I think the risk for them is they're fighting far too many times in open areas where their wombo combo just wasn't working in their favor. Maybe clumping up too much as a result, as you can see beautifully here. Azaya really smurfing and allowing Piglet to look as good as he did in this series and show up when it mattered most. But, you know, a lot of mess, a lot of chaos, a lot of situations where it really could honestly have gone in Mammoth's favor, but the mitigation between the Locket, the Karma Shields, the Moonstone, everything and more buying them multiple moments to survive and turn the tides in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, the resilience of Mammoth, of Gravitas is definitely worth noting, but the resilience of the players as well as the composition for me is what stood out, right? Like Gravitas with that one punch type of comp where they wanted to press their R buttons and be successful, and then Gravitas were able to just stand, and like you mentioned, Mac, there was a certain point where Piglet says, this is me, I'm just going to right-click the closest people at all moments, and you all better support me like you're meant to do, because I've got 6 items and that's how we win. And I believe this was that fight.
It was crazy as well. Like earlier on when Wei was just, you know, dropping the paranoia and just going straight into the middle of like 4 or 5 players, it was working. And then it just got to this point where he kind of became a bit obsolete. You know, the scaling obviously stumped him a little bit. And Gravitas's roster just looked that little bit better. But look, as you can say, resilience on both sides of the rift today. You know, both teams really wanted it. It just started to spiral out of control as it got deeper on there in the game.
Yeah, I think for me, Wei's going to be really frustrated at that game. Didn't go a little bit more according to plan for him. You know, multiple times so he was using his ultimate to try and dive the backline, but just didn't have the second man in command there to, you know, hold hands and try and take somebody down with him. So many moments where there was enough pressure, but it was coming in waves, right? There were burst chunks. There wasn't that consistent damage to really lock down. Because how many times do we see, you know, Piglet's HP bar fluctuate from, you know, 0 to 100 throughout a team fight? So he'll be frustrated and sort of relegated himself to split pushing duties to hope that maybe we can trade inhibitors and flip a fight at the end there.
Well, look, we do have another opinion to hear as well, and that, of course, is from the wonderful Nat. Let's bring Nat T back into the conversation. Nat, what are your thoughts on this matchup? It was bloody crazy watching that from the bleachers.
It was insane. I'm not going to lie, for a while there, I was a little bit worried about not having gone Mammoth, especially in the start there, and then, I don't know, Gravitas just really brought it back. Maybe they just found their confidence and really settled into the champs they picked.
Who do you have to chat to down on the sidelines, by the way?
Look, we spoke to Piglet before the game, and so even though he played absolutely amazingly, I picked the person who played probably just as amazingly for the post-game, and that is Azus.
Hello.
Congratulations on that win. You must be feeling so good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. It was a rough game. Well, not a rough game. It was very long, but yeah, we won. Yeah.
Yes.
It was good.
I could only imagine the ups and downs you guys would have had during that game. So walk me through it from start to finish. How are you feeling and how are the communications in the team?
Communications was pretty good. Safa shot called a lot that game. I mean, props to Safa for that level 1. He came up with that on the spot to burn their flash. That was pretty crazy. Overall, comms are good. I mean, game was good. We have more of an identity now to like play more of a scale game, and that's basically what we looked forward to. Like, we realized that like, you know, we're not the best players. We can't close out early games, so just pick like a scale comp. You know, Sion becomes unkillable versus Shin, and yeah, we just scaled and we ended up winning.
So it makes me question a little bit about the draft. Were you worried at all coming out of the draft, seeing what they had picked?
It was a little bit worrying because I saw them insta-lock Nocturne Karthus, and that is something that we just didn't have any preparation for. It was very random. However, we responded with Karma pick, which was really good because Karma overall counters Karthus in a way where she can build Redemption and just pretty much AoE shields. So later on in the game, we ended up being good for us. Even though they surprised us, it still was fine for us. We picked scale and we ended up winning. Yeah.
Wow, I can't believe, you know, you guys weren't prepared for it and you still put on an absolute show. I do want to ask, where was the turnaround point for you guys? Because, you know, it did seem pretty dire for a while there, and then all of a sudden you guys were just winning team fights left, right, and center.
Yeah, I agree. So the game looked really rough. Like, it looked really bad for us, and all the players were like a little bit, I'm not sure what's happening. But then the bot fight happened. I think they made a lot of mistakes, and we could have actually punished them way more, but we got a really big punish on that bot fight. And then after that bot fight, we honestly just kept on snowballing and snowballing and snowballing, and we started winning every fight. So probably the bot play was like pretty much the game turning mistake from them, which we caught on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that seemed to be it, and you guys were disciplined enough to just keep that lead going. The last question I want to ask, though, is because you've won this, it means the playoff dream is still alive for you guys. There is still a chance to potentially make playoffs. But standing in your way is Chiefs, Direwolves, and Pentanet. How much confidence do you have in yourself to, potentially win all three?
Okay. Teams, right? Look, my confidence is up the roof right now. Look, it's to the roof. We're gonna win all games from now on. Okay, we just needed one win. It's how League works. You either lose all your games or you win all your games. Okay, we're gonna win every game from now on.
This is it. This is the start of the win streak. Look, I am so happy to hear the confidence is up there with the Gravitas team.
You.
Congratulations again on that win, and I'm looking forward to the 3-0 next week then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Gravitas going to be clapping those cheeks in the weeks to come. So good to see exactly how the end of the first split of LCO is going to go. And mate, I love that confidence. That's what we need from all these players, especially if we are going to look to upset teams of the likes of, Pentanet. What's up?
I don't want to be that guy, but looking at Gravitas' road home, it is Chiefs, Direwolves, Pentanet. So the fact that their confidence is through the roof, I am happy for them. That's all I'll say.
That's it.
I am going to say, Zeus, I feel like always came across a little reserved in our pre-game interviews, and to see him that post-game was such a turnaround. Like, I'm so happy for this win for them. Like, I think it really did mean more than we'll ever know.
Well, look, that is a very confident man, and a team filled with confident men is Pentanet, and they're going to be versing Chiefs after this break. So, ladies and gents, don't go too far. Final match of the night, which has potential to pop off, is coming up very shortly.
Getting a flash away there because he thought the Feather Storm might have been enough to try and turn things around. That's a massive knockup with the free as a result. Mammoth turning things around, but Gravitas doing even better. That's the Piglet show. He hits the Featherstorm. Panic Tempered Fate goes on out onto the Piglet. He's the key member. Buffers the Featherstorm. He's so safe. Disengaging out of all the damage thrown his way. They find the kill. There's the GA proc right now onto Nocturne. Disengaging, kiting, peeling and protecting. They're doing everything. He flashes forward aggressively into the face of danger. He doesn't care. The GA is there. And now you have found the wipe that they are after. Shy for it, you've got the IE, but you just can't do enough when your team is dead around you. They're TPing to the base. They want to wrap this game up, put a bow on it at 41.
See, we're on the run here, steer clear. Keep me going, he'll be giving all the fuel I need. There'll be no hesitation, ain't taking no persuading. Head into the round where he discovers me. We're on the run, now the run, now the run here. We're on the run, now the run. Won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? Steal me away. We're on the run, now the run, now the run here. We're on the run, now the run. Won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? Won't you steal me pull and focus. I'll grab you for a minute. Take me at face value. You know I live within it. Blend it so long. I'm breaking you out. Escaping this roundabout. Smash the ceiling. I need a dose of sun. Feeling loaded. About time to get things done. This velvet space is moving slowly. Open up. Check out that list and start the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Don't wanna miss the most high. We blasting through these skylights. Check out that list and start the show. I'll savor this in stereo.
Quickly, PSA, public service announcement. Letting you all know there was a lot of Nectar fans in chat asking for an interview. I will try my hardest to line one up as we do move forward with the LCO. But for now, we've got to put that page behind us because Mammoth have lost today. So we couldn't get them in the post-match. But we got one more loser and one more winner here. And it's going to be either PGG, which is Pentanet for all you playing at home, or the Chiefs. So let's see how this one goes, because Pentanet is still undefeated, and we have loved exactly what we've seen from them all through this first split of the LCO. And Chiefs as well, you can say the same. They've pulled some crazy, crazy things, and also been upset a couple of times. So, is today the day where they can excel, Rusty?
Nah, surely not.
Ooh.
I mean, PGG have looked too good. You mean Chiefs excel, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, they're against an undefeated team, right? So, no, you said it right. I was just confirming because your reaction had me worried that I heard it wrong. But they're against a team that has only had to play one style of composition most of the time. They've been wildly successful on it. They're so powerful with the champions that are getting banned away from them that no one can deny the comp that they're constantly winning on. And Chiefs have been wildly inconsistent. The last time we saw them was a loss, so you could make the argument that the loss-win curse is on and Chiefs will win this one. But you're up against an absolutely monumental team right now. It's a hard thing to do.
That's, you know, if we're looking at the pattern, could happen. It hasn't been broken just yet, so...
Oh, has it?
I don't...
Yeah, I think it happened yesterday.
Oh, no!
Yeah.
Damn. Well, let's just go with the storyline of they're due for a win. So let's keep talking Chiefs while we're on this point. And look, you guys watched the game yesterday. You watched a couple of pieces here and there, and you did notice some positioning errors maybe coming out for the Chiefs. So hopefully they've polished those up going into today, because this is not, you know, Pensanet is not a team you can make errors against, Skimmy.
Certainly isn't. They'll punish you convincingly in multiple areas. You know, they've really proven that there is consistency across the board, not because of previous synergy of seasons of yesteryear, but the fact that, you know, they come together, they know exactly what they want to do, and they're very comfortable being given, as Rusty said, you know, the same comp on repeat, maybe a few tweaks here and there, but, you know, you look at Chiefs and say that their main damage threat comes from Swaith. He is their best performing player for the most part, but then Parbu is insane as well, so he completely nullifies that benefit, I suppose, that shining light, and then you start to say, okay, well, pound for pound elsewhere, unless they can really get a draft advantage, it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle here.
And just quickly, Mac, before we move on to their opponents as well, what matters for the Chiefs in this game is that they're 5-5 in the standings, so they are within touching distance of a top 3 position, which saves you, it gives you an extra chance in the best of series come playoffs, right? So it's crucial, and they've got Gravitas, Mammoth, and Direwolves on their road home, so it's realistic. And if they win today, they actually put themselves into a fantastic position for that.
Yeah, they can tie themselves back up with Order, who they did lose against yesterday. Which I mean Wednesday, last game day. And look, let's turn the conversation over towards Pensanet, the team that still has yet to lose. They've been doing a very good job at winning, you know. Even when they're behind, they know exactly what they need to do to get back into the game. You know, early losses, a couple of ganks here and there, it doesn't really faze them. They know all of the protocols, they have it all, and they've got the good looks to boot, don't they, Skimmy?
They certainly do, but they're not just pretty faces. They've got the mechanics to boot as well, and I would just love to see some emphasis towards bot side. Forget about Biopanther. He'll play anything, so don't invest any bans there. Sure, there's some meta champions that are really, really strong in the meta right now, but just leave him. Ban away this Kaiser. Maybe consider the Aphelios ban as well, because Predator just continues to get it on repeat. Then you look at Decoy. If it's not Alistair, then it's Seraphine. They're just finding Exodia after Exodia. You just can't have that many points of strength on the map at once. If you're looking to try and find an area to abuse or try and target or find advantages in, you can't have all these lanes just able to pop off in Penanet's favor.
You know, I feel like they have shown a recipe and a way to be beaten, right? And I think Legacy are the team that has been the closest both times. And is having an absolute insane performance from the Shy Bowl if he chooses to play, but it's more about early leads, right? Like getting an early advantage, something that you'd be worried about when you see the PGG Peace matchup that they set themselves, right? Is if we lose lane, while we're good team fighters, we've just opened the door, right? And a similar thing could be said in every game you see from them from now on, because that's what they're working on, whereas where they excel is team fighting.
Well, look, team fighting, a lot of the time, at least early on, does get initiated by the junglers. And let's have a quick look at both junglers as well, you know. Setting up those ganks is something that Parbu has been doing wonderfully throughout the split. Swaith as well, you know, he goes for those carry champs a lot of the time and gets a whole lot of damage done. Rusty, look, there's a lot of numbers here. Can you please tell me what they mean?
I'm not going to go through all the numbers, Mac. That's a lot of effort, and I don't care enough about the numbers for that much effort. I want to rather talk about the players and the play styles that they both have, because while they share a champion in the Viego, that's really it, and that champion's not even available. What you're really looking at is a team that revolves around the jungler in the Chiefs. He is kind of the be-all end-all for them, and their success often hinges on how he goes in the early game. And on the opposite side is a team where Parbu can play for his laners very happily and very successfully, as well as be the carry if that is what his team requires. So there's versatility from what we would say right now is the best jungler in the LCO in Parbu, against someone who feels much more one-dimensional in how he plays with his team.
Let's see how he goes today, or I guess how both sides of the field go today. And someone that's down on that field, which we love to bring in and have a chat to, is Nat T. Let's bring Nat back. Nat, who's down on the sidelines with you today for the final match?
Well, look, you know, you're talking about the junglers, and I'm not interviewing either of them. Instead, I'm interviewing both the supports. I'm going to be joined by Decoy and Draku. Thank you both so much for joining me. Decoy, I want to ask you straight up, you know, you guys say that you want to go undefeated, right? Like, that's where the real pressure is for you guys. So is today something that you've prepped a lot for, or are you at this point of comfort where you're like, hey, what we want to play today, we play, and however we want to play it, we play it?
I think being undefeated is definitely a goal, but I don't think it's like the biggest goal we have. Obviously, winning playoffs and going MSI is the end goal. Going undefeated would be a good bonus, but if we lose a game on the way, it doesn't matter. Like, doesn't mean too much.
Okay, and Draku, you say, every time I ask you this question, you always say you treat all the teams equally and, you know, with respect and all of that goodness. But surely there's been like a lot of extra pressure coming into this game with Pentanet, considering how close we are at the end of the round robin. So what prep have you been doing for them?
Okay, this week was definitely one of our hardest weeks, and yeah, like we prep a lot for like every single team, but like obviously PGG, like being the top of the board, we had to prep more. So yeah, that's all I can really say.
There's been a few teams or people out there that have like been calling Chiefs a little bit more one-dimensional. Are we gonna be seeing new things with you guys today? Or is it going to be, you know, really just focusing on you guys and trying to improve what you've been doing already?
We're definitely trying to branch out and do new things, but I think that I guess we are kind of one-dimensional, but it's the thing that we've been finding the most success on. So like, yeah, we'll definitely be learning new stuff.
Alrighty, I'm keen to see where that goes this game then. My last question for you, Decoy, is because you guys are kind of just coming out of draft, almost always being, you know, the favorites, what is the general team focus for the team coming into these games, and also for your takeaways?
I think for us, like in scrims, we're like trying new technology, I guess, because we're pretty much getting the same stuff every draft. Like every team just gets mind controlled to give us our best drafts. But apart from that, it's pretty much just I guess in game we're focusing on our macro more. And I mean, that's probably it.
Alrighty. Well, I won't keep you both any longer. Good luck with the game tonight.
Can I say something else
thank you again for joining me.
before we leave?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man, go ahead.
Victory Royale.
Oh my god. God, that one, if that is not becoming anyone's ringtone, then I'm going to be disappointed.
Buy our merch, Chiefs shop. Buy our merch, boys.
Damn, how much Drake is being paid right now? Thank you both so much for joining me. I appreciate it. Good luck again.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, that man, he's just a shell right now. He has just sold his soul just to say those things.
God, I want PGG to win so much more now.
all I want is Kuden to continue on that verse, because we know that he started it last week, what, 3, maybe 4 times, but he couldn't get to the second line. So I'm just really hoping he can get over that hurdle. Now, let's bring up the predictions before we get into the game to see how this one's going to be playing out. And look, I've been Draku sent me a couple of his progress photos at the gym, and I've just had to go. Like, those guns, mate, if they don't get Chiefs over the line today down in that bot lane, I don't know what will.
If it's not the guns, then it's the apparel he's trying to shill out on stream, right?
Exactly. That's it. You know, and he spins a good yarn. He spins a good yarn, he does, and he broke my hand at least in 3 different fingers when I shook his hand the other day. So why'd you go for Pentanet? You just want to, you know, state the obvious? Anyone? Rusty?
Oh, no, I'll start, actually.
Okay.
You know, on Tuesday, I said Jubes, right? Reviewed the VODs. Dude's pretty much 100%. So I went with Jubes. I decided on the Wednesday would shake things up and would go with Rusty's predictions. And that, regret because we lost the first one, right?
Yep.
So I decided for the third day this week, we'd go with Skimmy's predictions. So whatever reasoning Skimmy's picked, that's exactly mine too.
My tips were the same as everyone else on Wednesday. They were the exact same. What do you want from me?
Look, all I'm going to say
Nat,
is...
really good point, thank you.
Sung you praises all night. But now I've got to tell you, it's bloody unoriginal. Do your own tips next time, or someone's going to be coming after you. I'll get producer Phil on you, and he's actually on me at the moment. He said, "Get into the bloody champ select, Mac, because you're holding up the game." So we're going to go down to the sidelines, and we'll see you after. Drag Q, look, love you. I hope you watch this back later. See ya.
Well, on that note, here we go for the final game of week 4 here, Rusty. Undefeated Pennet looking to try and make it 11-0. They already qualified. They already guaranteed first position in the seeding. But can Chiefs cause an upset? Sure, that alone would be something special, but also for their run to get to playoffs. As you already touched on before, they really want to guarantee yourself in that top 3 for that extra life.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, first place in seedings guarantees you skipping a best of 5 as well, right? So every incentive to want to continue to go undefeated, continue to be in that first place role. If we're going to look at the draft so far, PGG, just looking at their match history, all I can see is Kai'Sa. Half of the games are Seraphine and half of the games are Victor. Jungle Pool is the one thing that has been attacked to the point where maybe we get something different in the last 8 games from Pabu, not something that is consistent. But what exists is it's a tank that can engage, so he's still got options. And I don't think that the Chiefs have broken the trend with what we've seen so far.
No, and I think this touches on Decoy's point as well, right? The fact that maybe now going into scrims, they themselves having to try and maybe quote grief their draft to try and experiment with different ideas and get themselves ready, because maybe there's a false sense of security, right? When you're given the pick of the litter every single time that when you do come into playoffs, you're thinking, hang on a minute, we only have this one comp set in stone. But hey, when it comes to regular season, Pentanet will for sure take it, as Chaz cycles through all the options. Said, well, what else would it be? It will be a Kai'Sa.
Yeah, wow, shocking news. So it's going to be 9 in a row. Just Kai'Sa after Kai'Sa. Of course, on the other side, you've seen the choice of the Xayah. It does work nicely into Seraphine, does work nicely into Sion, I guess, as well for ultimates, and helps a lot with your composition. If your opponents are going towards you, then you have a natural advantage, right? Like if a Kai'Sa ults towards you, you have 100 feathers that can pull back towards yourself. Gale Force also enables that to hit onto a lot of people to make sure that you don't have to flash for it. So far, I think the one thing we will see is a lot more focus towards Pabu, who usually would see a jungle champion locked in the first 3, but also at the same time, because Swaith is your opponent, he is on the red side. I don't think I'd be shocked to see a 5-pick jungle.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all, because we can see the amount of bans going their way right now. Seen Pabu play the Skarner, we've seen Swaith play the Kayn, we've seen that both of these players very keen to pop off and be that initiator, that ability that sort of fueled the fuel maker for success to get themselves into the mid game without any major hitches more than anything right now. The Victor's going to come on through, as Chaz in recent games has shown that, hey, look, if we're going to have this solid early game, then we will have that scaling option for team fights too. So interesting to see, as you say, just where exactly these junglers will go and how to look to try and complement what they've already got locked in.
Yeah, and Yone going to be taken away here as well. One thing that we can get really into once the game loads into the Rift is mid-game lane assignments for Chiefs. That's the one thing that I really want to explore through this matchup. If Chiefs do well in the early game, what does their mid-game look like? Because that, to me, was the point where they failed a bit against Order. So right now with the comp they've got, 1-item spikes are big, 2-item spikes are big. This only adds to that conversation even further, as now Kisei's reliant on being grouped with the rest of his team and navigating more as a 5v5.
Certainly is. It'll be his second game as the Orianna now to really give this idea of a wombo combo, be it aggressive or defensive, to try and answer and match the aggression that Pentanet no doubt will be showing their way. They've gone for the hover onto the wards of Lux, but the Zoe would make far more sense in another champion that Chaz very proficient at.
Yeah, nothing massively surprising here with the follow-up from Pabu as well. While it isn't a tank engaged champion, it is a hard farming jungler. Olaf very much cemented in the meta still, even after all of the changes we've seen towards him and towards the jungle in general. They've already got Engage in their comp as well. Seraphine is something that is uniquely capable, but they also have the follow-up from like a bubble that connects or a Scion ultimate that goes through. So PGG, stock standard, compositionally speaking as well. Just a couple of different champions, not their most played. And speaking of different champions and not most played, Swaith has gone for the oddball choice.
Certainly has. We've seen that Pabu's already played this beforehand and went for a build that really had no mythic item at all, right? It was an on-hit build. Surely they're just
Doesn't it look like the Shyvana is actually holding the Gnar on top of it? That's what I lost it at. But that actually legitimately looks like it's like meant to be like that.
Well, I was wondering if that was what you were referring to, right? The fact that Gnar is sitting on top of his head like a little pet plushie.
I think it was the other side not doing their swaps in time, but they managed to get those done. So again, it's your stock standard. Chiefs on the other side here. To talk towards what the Shyvana actually does, it doesn't do a lot early besides farming. The ganks that it sets up aren't great, unless you have maybe a Chilling Smite or a Flash to get some damage down. But if you're an AP Shyvana, you hit mid-game, you turn into a dragon, you're a monster. Throwing out E's constantly, just doing serious burst damage, which works nicely with the rest of that composition. Hit a Shockwave, Shyvana presses E on top, dead.
Yeah, and it just means you can definitely take down squishy members in a heartbeat, right? With the Nash's Tooth, no doubt, rushed first and foremost, maybe make that a Night Harvester. The ability to stay on top of one key member is going to be very apparent here and kind of fits the bill for what Swaith's identity is, right? He wants to be the carry, another champion that certainly can carry, but it comes in waves, its damage patterns, as compared to what the Olaf can bring.
Yeah, and tends to want to play for itself in regards to resources, right? Isn't going to be playing towards laners. Laners will trend to playing towards a Shyvana. So that definitely is the prototypical Chiefs philosophy and how they want to execute on Summoner's Rift. Kisei lived playing towards Swaith as solo laners, and Boma Dragku, if they get priority down there, Swaith may be invading. Dragku does love a good roam. He goes for those boots of mobility on Alistar when we last saw it. Also in his hands, though that was a defeat, he was actively moving around the Rift and did look like the best part of the team in their loss to Direwolves.
Well, we'll see what they can do to close out week number 4. It's Pentanet taking on Chiefs, and to coach us through this one, we do have Coach Kuden from the Chiefs on standby once again. Welcome back onto the show. I want to open up, really first and foremost, with the idea that Preshow once again gets the Kaiser, Decoy gets the Seraphine. What is the X factor here for the Chiefs bot lane to shut this comp down for good?
I baited them into picking them. We scrimmed like that bot lane 100 times, and we have a 100% win rate against it. Our win con is kill them.
Oh, it's as simple as that. Just kill them and disrespect them.
Yep.
Talk to me a little bit about this this jungle matchup, because this one's a little bit exciting, right? We know that Swaith has been so integral to your team's identity. 40% of the kill share has gone towards him, whereas Pabu is very keen to get in the mix of things. What does this matchup look like for you? We see a lot of jungle bans go that way. Is it a case of Swaith just trying to hit him with the Diffy and the Jiffy?
Yep, Swaith farms a Stormer, then 2 shots everyone later. Huge
I'm excited
dragon.
I'm excited to see what that looks like, because no doubt with the dragons that you can acquire as well, it should give you guys a big source of power. Speaking of power, strength of schedule, obviously up against Pentanet here today. Undefeated. This would really, if you were to get the victory here today, put you in such a solid spot, given that your next 3 games afterwards, theoretically, should be a little bit easier.
Yeah, was that a question? I feel...
Yeah, well, I suppose the question really was... Yeah, more so the question really was, what would a victory look like for you guys today?
As in how we are going to win. I'm really confident about today. Pentanet are going to be really surprised. I want to apologize for the last 2 days. I kind of trolled, but today I'm really confident now. I think we're coming in really strong tonight.
And you think this is the draft to do it? Rusty, anything to touch on here from the draft, from what we've seen with some of the adaptations already?
Yeah, look, my only question for you, Kuden, is I think Dragku might have stolen your thunder a little bit. He came into it before the game and was quoting Victory Royale. So I just want to know if your opinion of Dragku has changed since that moment.
Nope, he's still the king.
Still the king.
He's a legend.
Well, there you go. There you heard. You heard it here first. He's still the king. They've got the sound bites on lockdown. Hey, Kuden, thank you so much for your time as we close off the week here. And it looks like, from what I understand from the producer, a small little internet issue. So we might have a couple of minutes before we can jump back into the action, Rusty. But well, I think that tells us pretty much all we need to know about this one. They're going to pop off. They're just going to win. That's how you play League, and they're going to win.
Anything away from that interview, Skimmy, the secret to winning the game is to kill your opponents. And Kuden made it crystal clear that their way to do that in this game is by winning. And that's what that was the bulk of the analysis that we got from that one. I love it. I think it's wonderful, and I hope we get more Kudens in the future. But I think there's a little bit more subtlety and nuance to, get the health bars to 0. Kuden definitely just having some fun in the interviews. And not the easiest lane to kill down there in the bottom lane as well. A Kai'Sa and a Seraphine as your lane opponents. I mean, it's very difficult to get lethal on either of those members.
Yeah, and as we get ourselves ready to jump back into the action, I've just got word here that we have another op.gg that we can review to keep you guys at home entertained. Let's bring it up on the screen. It's a mid-game roast, why not? And why would it not? It's a Yuumi player. It's exactly what you want to see.
Next, I don't like what I'm looking at all. Do you want my honest opinion, Skimmy?
Absolutely, mate.
All of those champions are dirty. I respect that he's winning on them, like he's got positive win rates, but that's a Yuumi. You know what else I don't like, Skimmy? Janna. I feel like they're 2 peas in a pod. And as far as I'm concerned, if you've got a win rate of 64% on Yuumi, it makes me worry that your win rate will be less if you play other champions. But he's debunked that for me, at the very least. It's not just Yuumi and Janna. I'll give him credit. He has the 80% Hecker and win rate. Graves up there as well. Realistically, he just chooses to play Yuumi because he likes cats, and I just don't like that.
Well, I suppose that is the proof to tell everybody at home in Twitch chat that, hey, if you play Yuumi, you too can climb up to Diamond 1. So there you have it. It's the recipe for success.
That was a lie.
Get Rusty tilted, get it trending. He absolutely hates the champion. But it looks like, as we talk about Yuumi, we talk about the game state as well as we jump back into the action, and we get to see how Pentanet take on Chiefs.
And already you can see at level 1 he's giving me a lot of aggression in the early game, so it is going to be quite difficult to just kill your lane opponents when they're able to make your life difficult. Of course, you're an Alistar and a Xayah, so realistically, you don't have a level 1. Xayah Rakan has the advantage of having the W on Rakan, also getting amplified with auto attacks from when Xayah presses W, right? So you've got a lot. Right now, Alistar can maybe go flash pulverize, but then you don't have a headbutt to push him under turret. Xayah can throw feathers at you, but can't pull them back to trap you. So they need level 2 before they get to exist at all.
Yeah, definitely those champions that need that advantage. And as a result, going to have to sacrifice this wave, be zoned away, and wait to fight another day. As we get to see some initial trading working really well in BioPanther's favor. He's topped up and healthy, but Lived is down to 50% already.
Yeah, top lane trades going very advantageously here for BioPanther. We consider what happened in bot lane. We're waiting to get an extra CS in the hands of Mboma as he is stuck on 1. We'll start to get a couple of them now as it crashes. And realistically, that just means across the board, PGG are going to start to have control. And if you're an Olaf who is just full cleared while your laners are winning for you, that's the dream. So now he's just going to be able to go towards Scuttle Crabs wherever you like. Bot side where he's path towards, that's a free Scuttle. Do you choose to invade? Well, it's easier said than done as Swaith has gone for what you would presume is a full clear and has done so anyway. We'll be able to go Scuttle to Krugs. Lived might get a bit of backup.
And he's going to quite honestly need it at this stage, having gone for the Doran's Blade. He has no potions. BioPanther's going to go for the face check there, try and get a wall down. Flash is matched. He's going to try and run him down with the red burn ticking. It guarantees first blood here before the 4-minute mark.
There you go. Swaith is on the correct side of the map. BioPanther, I think realistically just got baited into his own lane state there. Thought he was trading, it was going so well. There was no intervention or use for the Narb before he hits Mega in that situation. But meanwhile, bottom lane, Skimmy, you've even got Chaz coming around here just to try and deny and zone them from everything.
Yeah, and zone he does because he's stolen away the Everfrost as an item, so he's going to utilize that and put Draku to sleep and say that, look, if you guys were looking to get dived upon, it's a very real option as they forced a 4v2, but the wave not being crashed means that they're unable to continue the idea any further.
And I am concerned because I worry that the one positive thing Chiefs may get from this game was what happened top lane, and was the kill for Sway. Just based off the fact that mid lane had such strong priority that he's literally able to walk down here anyway and put that much pressure onto Draco and Mboma through the way of damage dealt, that they are just in so much trouble in this lane. They're in hot water. They don't get any assistance from Lived, and Swaith used his flash for the top lane gank, and he's the Shyvana that wants to farm. So this is a very rough situation for the Chiefs across the board, even though they got that kill.
Certainly feels to be that way, because we know how in multiple games now, Chiefs have tended to path elsewhere towards mid and top, as opposed to giving resources to Mboma, whereas Praetor loves to receive those resources. He is the lion's share of their kills and economy and damage output as a result, so the mismatch there, be interesting to see how it does affect things as the game goes on. 5 minutes on the spawn, Swaith decides to rock up to the Dragon Pit and decides against it in the end, as it's not an option that would really favor them too well, given the current lane state priority. And Olaf, or Pabu rather, now sniffing out trouble as Draco looks for a mid-roam gank.
Yeah, I mean, you could force priority in mid if you wanted to. It would be easier said than done, depending on some of the balloons that Zoe's able to pop. But nothing massively influential came from that one. In saying that, you know, Drake is something that you don't want to willingly give away if you're a Shyvana comp, just because you get so much from it. Shyvana always wants to secure those objectives, but like highlighted, you know, there's no such thing as priority in bottom lane. They were due for a reset, so Draco takes an opportunity to protect mid. But there's still too much going the way of PGG, so they will be able to secure a free uncontested Drake. And Pabu will just be able to go back to those Krugs, be a Krug Goblin as he pushes towards level 6.
Certainly will. And you can see here the fans at home believe that this is Pentanet's game to win. Undefeated so far, wanting to make it 11-0, and off to a fantastic start here with the Ocean Dragon secure with the zoning ability on full lockdown here. As you can see, Decoy being the pest on this Seraphine, really making dive difficult for Mboma to play upon. But Swaith pathing towards the top side. He's going to put a bit of attention towards Liv. They found the first blood there. And knowing that Parbo was in the area bot side, can look to do some counter jungling of his own.
He's quite well off still. You know, all credit where it's due to Swaith. He has hit level 6 well before that of his jungle opponent. He's also taken Gromp and Blue, so full invade is on here. And Parbu has no jungle camps to go to if this is taken. You know, he's literally just got the wolves, and they have vision to spot him as he comes through. So this is a big advantage for Swaith in particular, while not for the entirety of the Chiefs overall. But that's what you want to do, right? You want to get yourself to 6, get yourself to the Nash's Tooth as soon as possible, so you can have a meaningful influence on your lanes. And then you'll be poised to fight if you are the Chiefs.
And that is meaningful damage. Comes at a big expense. You transform into the dragon, you hit the evolution, and you smack somebody on the head. And we saw what Parbo did on that champion only before. When we looked at the damage chart afterwards, I think he was actually leading that one, even though he was jumping in and really hand-feeding a lot of those kills across elsewhere on the roster of Pentanet. So excited to see what Swaith can do. True to his name, loves to be the carry. Now, here's the situation, Rusty. Parbu behind enemy lines, looking to try and steal away not only the wolves, but maybe the blue buff on spawn with the vision all in their control. How do Chiefs get here?
He should be able to get it. You know, Swaith plays from enemy blue to his red to Herald, so he's not looking to defend his blue side jungle. And again, looking at priority and controls, Chaz forced it on Zoe to the point where he has no mana. Drag, who just by looking here might be dead.
Yeah, he might be in a whole bunch of trouble right now. He has no ultimate. They just all in and collapse. And the fact that he has no Unbreakable Will means he is so damn squishy. Flashes are burnt. Ultimates are committed. And Pentanet find their moment to shine.
I mean, that's a little bit poo-poo there from Drag. That's not a victory royale decision, let's put it that way. He knows his jungler's on the other side of the map. He knows he has absolutely zero priority and has no business being at that blue buff. All that does is add to the risk of you dying. So ultimately, you know, PGG do punish it, but he's the one who's put himself in that position. And, you know, if that was a decision to try and defend your bot lane outer turret or defend from a dive, I get why he considered it. Kisei is dead, by the way. But at the end of the day, you know, it shouldn't have happened for Dragku, and they give over extra money to PGG.
And it goes across to that man again in Praetor. He finds that moment, and the trade for them, given the fact that Draco burnt his flash, both Parbu and Praetor committed theirs. The Ignite came out there from Decoy as well. So you can make an argument that, sure, slightly still in Chiefs' favor, despite all things considered. It is going to be Chaz, though, putting Kisei to sleep, and just hit him with the one-shot.
Now, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble's an absolute menace to deal with. Kisei going for the teleport in mid lane. Also, instead of a cleanse, you would often see cleanse into a Zoe, but you know, there's no CC in a jungler that you want to remove. There's not a lot of things to cleanse in general. He could have gone for it, but teleport, tempo, priority, I understand the choice, and that's ultimately what will be his downfall in this situation. Nice little roam there from Bio.
Good roam and a good opportunity to claw back some of the anger, more than anything, that happened in that top lane gank only to start off this game with. So he gets his mid laner into the mix of things. Worth noting also, just whilst we have a moment to talk about it, Draku has gone for the phase rush again, so not going for the aftershock build, looking for the mobility, as tends to be two different variations as an Alistar player.
Yeah, I mean, really the flowchart is quite simple on, like, one, do I need Aftershock or am I inting if I don't have it? Possibly. The other one is, I want to be able to hit my follow-up stun, so I need the phase rush to keep the distance closed. And oftentimes, you know, when you're against lanes that have slows or a Gale Force, even a Kai'Sa ultimate, that's generally the way that you would do that. One of the other conversations you could have is, do I have Flash? As he doesn't, but he's engaging.
Certainly is, and that means that Swave can jump in here to Dragon Form, hits him with the massive damage. Out goes the Encore, hits absolutely nobody. TP first hit from Pentanet as Biopanther joins into the fight. That's matched here by Lived, who's already a Mega. Not going to try and use that ultimate as he jumps away to the safety of his own turrets. The Void Seeker does connect there from the river, and everybody, true to Pentanet's fashion, converge on bot lane to protect.
It was a really quick snap decision to disengage there by PGG also. They have priority, they look towards the Drake. Chiefs, in terms of a response, have just lost their Mega Gnar, so it is a difficult thing to consider, and it will be the second Drake of the game given completely free. It's not a Cloud Soul, it is going to be the Mountain Soul instead. And nice little play, you know, early teleport from Biopanther just to make sure that they're safe, gets there slightly before Lived, even though he teleports in as Mega Gnar. They couldn't follow up.
They guarantee it, and they put themselves in a very comfortable position now, Rusty. That's 2 dragons to their name. They're going to be playing for a Mountain Soul as well, and that mitigation will prove to be invaluable for the likes of Bio and Pabu, who tend to be quite keen to get into the mix of things, will be willing to throw themselves into the chaos, and that mitigation will just make life of the bursty nature of Chiefs that much harder to pull off.
Nice little use of the portal there from Chaz to make sure he gets an auto attack on the eye of the Herald before it actually charges, so saves a lot of damage going onto the structure. Overall, you know, just a Herald placed in mid lane before 14 minutes, can't complain about that one at all. Now threatening top lane and blue buff, I think, as well. We've got Kisei with a bit of priority. Chaz very low mana, so if they force the smite, it's on.
It certainly is. They're going to hit him with the Gnar into the ultimate. He's instantly going to pop that Ragnarok, and the blue buff invade has been successful. Swave's picked that one up for himself, so Chiefs looking to assert themselves a little bit of vision dominance and control over a particular portion of this map, but the cost seems to be the AD carries battling it out in the bot lane to try and get as many turret plays as possible.
Oh, that teleport going into mid lane is risky. I think Kisei wants it, but just gets put to sleep. I mean, he had reinforcements right there, Draku on a flank, so I like the idea, though we didn't get to see all of it on screen. Just unfortunately, you know, Chaz has those home guard boosts from teleporting in, will be fine. You mentioned bot lane, Skimmy. That is the bulk of the difference here if we're looking at things that favor PGG as a response of a nice invade by Chiefs. Significant difference between the AD carries since level 1 in this game.
And that's a combination of multiple things, right? Between CS to kills to turret plates to everything. And the resources go into this man's hands. And we've seen him do it time and time again. Continues to get the same champion. And you have to wonder, does it give the same outcome? When will the trend be broken? Because this laning phase has been anything but rough here for the Chiefs so far.
Cool.
Biopanther looking for a cheeky all-in. Might just hit him on the head. Pops once and twice. Takes him down. And Lived has committed both summoners. And he's unable to survive that exchange.
Yeah, Lived has committed some illegal gaming, it seems like, as Biopanther's able to just casually solo kill him in top lane. Meanwhile, where the resources are, they break a turret shockwave.
They really do. That's Chaz now down to 30%. He's looking to try and do whatever he can to survive, but he doesn't need to do much. He'll pick up the kill, but the boys there to protect him, and the mobility that Pentanet present on towards Kisei is just too much for him to handle, and he'll fall on down for the second time now.
Yeah, the magical footwear there with the stride breaker rush from Pabu. Absolute nuisance to deal with when he stride breakers as Olaf, because then the axes are impossible to miss, and he's just got you on lock. So Pabu, nice little move there in mid lane. Kisei feeling aggressive, you know, saw his moment to use a shockwave, but the reinforcements were there, and you can never count on a 1v1 when you're against PGG.
Certainly can't. And they're going to make sure now that the ranks of Chiefs continue to be broken up as they find themselves their third objective in a row. That's going to be the next Rift Herald, as they can now continue their aggression on the map. They found the first turret, 50 minutes in, they've got the kill lead. They've got themselves a 2k gold lead overall as well. And it continues to favor them with the gold being in all the right places.
And it just feels like, you know, like, looking at the difference between both of these teams as we're 15 minutes in now, it has felt like Chiefs have overall made sound decision-making on a macro level. It's just that the micro has been failing, you know. I think draft has a factor in this for sure. That bot lane draft really ruined bot lane for them, level 1, especially if your jungler's pathing away in any capacity, as he was. That aside, you know, there's been sound invades, there's been slight edges, some objective control has been nice, they've been trading for those. It's just the micro level here, where there's a lot of sinning going on, Skimmy. And the only sin that I like is Juice.
That's a good call. And no doubt as a jungle connoisseur himself, even he'll be looking at this one, and I'm sure having his own take on things. As Chiefs invest heavily bot side, it was 3 members as Kisei looked to try and take down that structure there. Pentanet capitalized on that moment, with Mboma single-handedly left to his own device. As they summon the Herald, they take down the first tier 1. They guarantee a second turret as well. A huge explosion of map control. And just like that, it's 3-0.
I mean, yeah, one little piece of chunk there is just going to do significant amount of work to the health bar of Mboma, who is at level 9 right now to the 11 of Chaz. So checks out that the damage would be severe. Looking at item spikes as well. You've got full mythics for the 3 core members of PGG. You know, auxiliaries are the ones lacking behind, but the AD carry of Chiefs not close just yet. So this is a really big window of opportunity for Pentanet.gg to get more aggressive, more rowdy on the map, and start to really pick apart Chiefs with the advantages they have and snowball this game through.
And Snowball, they have done incredibly well right now. You talk about those sort of micro advantages of making your moves and how it all plays out, and the difference has been here that Pentanet have taken full command of the situation, that they've put themselves in a situation where, you know, 21 minutes, there's a sole point to play for. That it's such a rough situation, I suppose, more than anything, to find yourself in as an opposition, because you might want to buy some time and look at, you know, more item spikes or more lane states working in your favor or making trades elsewhere. But sole point this early on, it's a bit of a catch-22 as to how do we let it get here.
Yeah, it's a dire straits moment for sure. And the thing is, right, like, we mentioned this before the game starts. When you're attacking a team like PGG, you want to get ahead early. Like, you want to be more like Legacy in the way that they play their early games, right? Be strong early, translate that to team fights. And the Chiefs kind of took the approach here of team fights. And they didn't have that first step to get an advantage. And you're starting to see your opponents here, you know, the best team in the league who hasn't lost a game, run away with it because you've given them strengths where they even themselves say that they are the weakest.
Yeah, and they're fully capitalizing on that. It's a gift for them. They're very content with how things are playing on out, and you know, it does beg the question. You know, continuing this trend of if they've themselves admitted it, what does it actually mean? Because skirmishes definitely present themselves, and Praetor just might go for the 1v1 cheeky turnaround play. Hits the no-scope with the W. Forces out the flash there from Mboma as Deco tries to lock him down for an easy second kill. Both flashes, Draco and Bipanther on the run. They're trying to run towards their bot tier 2. He pops the ultimate, but the CC is ticking on through. Lived is there. He's not mega. He's already used the ultimate, so it wouldn't help anyway. And out come the sad B emotes, because that's 2 crucial members, 2 engaging members of the Chiefs gone.
I guarantee you Chaz is a sad B because his Sleepy Trouble bubble that was on the ground didn't actually clip onto the Alistar, but they get him either way. Chaz now looking, the bubble hits.
Oh no. He just shockwaved himself. It really summarizes how this game has gone so far here for the Chiefs. He's on the flank as the Orianna. And that just gives Pentanet another beautiful kill.
That's a tilt wave. Praetor's now in trouble though. Doesn't have his ultimate or flash.
Look at that though, the burst impact from Shyvana. We can see what it's looking to try and achieve here. He might just run back to the safety of his own turret. Out goes the Flame Breath once more. 2 crucial members down to 50%, but no killing blow. And Pentanet just continue to flirt with danger.
It will get them the mid lane outer turret, so you take that. Praedyth definitely was just trying to push his luck a little bit going into the enemy red side jungle while his team was resetting. He was also walking into Chief's vision, so does get punished nicely for it. You know, lucky he's got Danny nearby, Decoy to assist him on that escape. If there was no physical body blocking of the Shyvana, that could have been death. We'll see this 1v1 again. The Swathe does not transform at any moment. And the Gale Force is able to cover enough distance and then just gets the execute with the W. So, I mean, nicely played from Praedyth, but there was definitely tools to escape if you were Swathe. Had his flash and his ultimate just quietly. This is the bubble that makes Chaz a sad bee. Dragku does get to just walk somehow through that. But basically, if you were in range and you had a flash and you were on the Chiefs, you had to use it to get away. And then the tragedy of Kisei's death after.
Yeah, they were rather disjointed. Pentanet is a roaming death squad. Bully them out of their own jungle, force them to take flanking angles and disperse every which direction. And unfortunately for them, the composure of Pentanet proving to be far too strong. Just from the very get-go of that clip, right? The fact that Swaith's initiating on Praedyth, and he hits the no-scope just to take him out and ensure that they start the trade and they win it too.
Oh, good night. Oh, Shockwave.
Nice Shockwave onto Chaz right there. Okay, now the Pabu comes on through the Ragnarok, and it's just not going to be enough, unfortunately, for him. Liv tried to initiate, but Liv will fall on down, and the damage, it seems to be lacking here, Rusty.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like the control is lacking more than anything else. Oh, wow.
I just don't care. Praedyth is just, he's unleashed. They've taken him down as well. The red buff is insane. Praedyth is looking to basically create himself his own highlight reel in this match right here. And on lockdown, you talk about control. Chaz is making it so hard for the Chiefs to play right now. Everybody getting put to sleep. If you dodge that, then you've got to deal with Seraphine. And Pentanet covering every single angle with Swathe looking for a flank again, but unable to find it.
Yeah, I mean, Swathe needs the flanks, needs to be able to transform into the dragon and then start throwing out those nukes. But as it stands, he doesn't have other members of the team to actually stand in front and be a 4 for the split. There's no flank angle, because there's no front line to flank 4. It has the 2 items, right? Swathe can do significant damage in a team fight, but just hasn't been enabled. You know, the vision control is the first step in all of these equations, and PGG have it in spades. And Chiefs are just left trying to pick up the scraps in response. And, you know, all these trades that happen, bottom, all these picks that happen, is a result of Chiefs not knowing that there's literally 5 of their opponents right around the corner, and they're just baiting you in.
And it's proving to be a very successful tactic so far. You can see that Pentanet, a team playing very confidently. 10 kills to 1 right now. They've got those gold leads, and they forced out Liv to hit the ultimate. Unfortunately, does not connect as they try and flip the game as such. Baron has spawned. It's 22 minutes into this one, and Chiefs know that it's a 5k lead against them and a sole point to deal with too. And it's a very difficult situation to find yourself to come back from.
I don't hate that from Lived at all. He was about to transform back to Mini and is on cooldown for quite some time, so it's not the worst decision. You see Nars do that to clear waves occasionally. I like it. They're going to try and find Chaz here as well.
Yeah, good flash.
Not going to be able to do so. At the end of the day, you know, you are feeling that, right, Skimmy? Like, you know, the Chiefs have got that onus on them to make a play, but they need to also pull a rabbit out of a hat in regards to what that play looks like if they want to be successful, because it is dire straits.
Chaz had to respect that because the ultimate from Dragku there could have nullified the Sleepy Trouble bubble, and it would have been a bit of a greedy play, which possibly could have been an invitation back into this game, catching somebody out of place like such and giving across some bounty gold too. But Liv buying his time right now, waiting to get towards Mega. They full Swathe to go into Dragon, as he is already down to a 3rd, chunked out beautifully here so far. And that just gives, once again, Pentanet control of these map states. They've got Biopanther pushing mid-wave right now. They're crashing topside too. They've called out Dragku. He's forced to burn that ultimate. Biopanther on the flank. Hits the knockup, hits the stun. They've put Pabu into the pits. Now can Pentanet find their moment to shine again? Can they look to try and take out key members? He's flashed away. He just already assassinates one. It wasn't the focal point, but he'll take it anyway. And Pentanet just having fun with their food now.
Yeah, they're still hunting, and Boma's going to have to use his ultimate there as well, and just really forcing the Chiefs back. Even with Dragu headbutting Pabu into the Shadow Realm, they still are able to push forwards and run themselves out of mana before they even consider running out of health. Baron now going to be the target. Swathe alive, flash available, no ultimate, however, so can't ult over the pit. It's going to be very difficult to stop this one, to be honest, especially with your goalkeeper Zoe over there having a flash ready.
Yep, and not to mention, if they were to try and jump into this one, he'll get another flash as a result as well. He hits the Flame Breath. It's not going to be successful. He can't get access into the pit. He doesn't want to commit that flash either. All the buffs in the world here now, Rusty, for Pentanet, Mountain Soul, Baron. It's pretty much a flawless game from them, apart from that one blip. You called it. That might be the highlight here for Chiefs, and it has played out that way so far.
I feel bad that I did call that, Skivvy, you know? Like, I don't want a game to go like this, but it just had that feeling from the way it was playing out. Even when they got the kill onto Biopanther, he was so far ahead of his lane opponent that it was a catch-up kill more than anything else. The game's continued out almost as you would expect from the best team in the league. Lived no chance in any kind of 1v1 in this situation. If that hit, I honestly think Praedyth might have gone.
And I agree, and I don't contest it for one moment right there. Then they go for the 1-4 split with their AD carry in that one. He is so strong at this stage that I don't think anybody can really go toe-to-toe with him right now. Mid-tier 3 falls on down. The inhibitor is exposed. That'll crash as well. 25 minutes into this one, the Winions are on the menu. Kisei and Liv now on a flanking angle. They've got to do something. He's soon to turn Mega. He's hoping for a massive ultimate to turn the tide of this game. Dragu might fall on down before the fight even starts. He does indeed. The ultimate can't be used. The bot lane of Chiefs is dead. He's now drowsy. Praedyth spins into action, drifting from mid to bot. The Voidseeker connects, the burning flashes, they're burning life bars, and Pentanet are biding their time.
All that's left is to put the bow on it as they'll push towards the Nexus. Nothing that Swathe or Kisei can do, surely. That's game.
Looks to be the case right now. A Shockwave once again does not connect onto anybody. Demoralizing defeat here for Chiefs, and it does beg the question, Rusty, as a Pentanet player, or as a player looking into this, how do you stop this roster? Undefeated, 11-0, well secured to get themselves in for this playoffs run.
I mean, you're exactly right. There's 1 week left of the LCO before playoffs begin. There was a statement game by Pentanet.gg, never in doubt. They're coming into the last week, still undefeated, and you cannot give them anything. You give them even a single moment, they'll start to run away with this. And for me, that single moment was legitimately just the draft in bottom lane. You gave them so much priority, and then Biopanther just somehow styling on his opponent up there as well, because it's a Gnar. Like, I would say draft is something that they have to look at before anything else if I was the Chiefs.
And Mac, tell me, just what is the recipe? How does anybody beat this team right now? Because it looks like the teams are confused, we're unsure, they're getting everything they want, and they're just continuing day and week after week, showing that they can pop off with it.
Well, look, just had a quick look over on the other monitor there to look at the stats, and Praedyth hasn't died in 3 games. So I want to know how long it's going to be before he dies again, because that's bloody ridiculous. That's completely ridiculous. This man is just farming up a storm, seems to avoid all this kind of damage, and he's just so good. He just pumps it out. He keeps getting the bloody Kaiser. No one can stop him on this champion. The only people that can are the ones that want to play it and pick it earlier than him. But again, Pentanet having just such a solid draft. It keeps on happening. I don't know why, I don't know how, and I don't know if it even matters, honestly, at this point. You give him anything, you ban away anything from him, and then at that point, like, what are you going to do? It just seems so unachievable for Chiefs in this game. Yeah, they started strong, but then it was just a slow but sure downhill battle from, what, like the 10-minute mark?
Yeah, I don't know, Mac. It's so hard to watch when you're seeing a situation like this where a team is continually coming at you with ideas or angles and saying, what about this and how about that? And then you have moments like this where Praedyth literally jumps in under a turret and says, I don't care at all. He does it topside as well, as he's looking to bully across in a side lane situation, and you're thinking, the game shouldn't be playing out like this. The confidence from Pentanet right now, it really is matching the performance.
I just want to see, I don't know, just the next couple of games next week, because there is a couple of big games coming up leading into next week. And if Praedyth is going to fall, you know, just once, maybe once before playoffs, because at this point he's not only going for the perfect run with Pentanet, but he's going for a perfect finish to the season. And it's what you need. You know, you want to set your foot down and say, I am the best ADC in the region. And I know Violet has something to say about that, but this is certainly a way to do it. Just don't die. Farm up a Storm, keep on getting them kills with Kaiser.
I mean, Pentanet will be playing against Peace in the coming week, so there is a possibility to see exactly that, right? To see if Violet can put a say into no-death Praedyth through that last week. So you've got your narrative, Mac, and we'll see how that one plays out, because I am excited for it. I do think that Peace still have the tools to beat PGG. I think it exists. I don't know if it'll happen, but it exists.
Look, I think I'm just a little bit underwhelmed with the performance from Chiefs. I really liked what I saw initially. When I saw the Shyvana pick, I just got excited because I was like, yes, get to see a little bit of Dragon Girl going ham again. But unfortunately, didn't see too much action other than that first gank right up top. Anyway, we do have Nat down on the sidelines with one of the winners yet again. And Nat, who do you have this week, or today rather, from Pentanet to chat to?
Look, I've gone with the staple. I've picked Pabu again. I just absolutely enjoyed talking to this man. Pabu, 11 wins. God, you guys are unstoppable. There is absolutely no beating you. How you feeling?
Pretty good, pretty good. 11 wins is pretty crazy. I expected to do well this split, but, you know, one more week and we've made it, the undefeated split, so that'll be really hype.
Yeah, I mean, you only have 3 games left, and I guess the hardest one out of that is Peace. But I want to talk about this game a little bit more. I want to ask you about the draft. You know, I remember we did an interview, I think it was this week, and you kind of just dunked on the nah. You're like, I don't know why teams are still picking it. Like, is this a prime example of why, like, they need to steer away from it?
It's so weird because every team picks Nah straight away, and we just pick Sion into it, and then Biopanther wins lane every time. Like, the level of play from these players on Nah is, like, honestly pathetic. They lose lane on this champion designed to give you priority, and, like, it's really gross. And it's like, I don't know why these players opt into picking a pick that should give you priority if they just lose lane anyways. Like, I don't know. If you're going to lose lane, might as well pick the tank and be useful. But, like, instead, they lock in Nah early, they waste draft resources on it, and then they have no impact anyways. It's just like, I don't know. It's like, I have Brandon Alexander, Biopanther, in my top lane, and I feel so happy every game. And then I look at, like, the enemy top laner, and it's like, I would not want to play. Like, I just want, like, I don't know. It's absurd. The level of top lane play is really disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, Maximize all the way at the start of the split was talking about how there wasn't much there, but I guess Biopanther is just leagues above everyone else here. The early game, I mean, look, I feel like there's not a whole lot on this game. I want you to walk me through it anyway, but it felt like you guys kind of just snowballed for most of it.
It's a pretty standard, you know, PGG resident sleeper draft. You know, we have Sion, Kai'Sa, Seraphine, we're playing scaling, we win the front-to-back team fight, but we tried out something new in Zoe Olaf, and we tried to play a bit more pressure in the early game, and we weren't too successful, but we kind of did ruin their bot lane, so it was a good start for us. A bit more pressure gameplay for us, which is something we're not super used to, so it was a decent early game. But as soon as they locked in Shyvana, like, I don't know, the mid 2v2 is so unplayable. That, like, Kisei is such a strong mid laner, especially in his counter picks, and the fact that they're holding counter pick for jungle to pick a champion that doesn't do anything is really weird. It kind of prevents them from playing the early game. They hold 5p for Shyvana, which is a good scaling pick that counters certain team comps, but 1, it doesn't counter our team comp, and then 2, it offers nothing in the early game, so it feels like they really hamstring themselves when they have, like, a strong mechanical mid lane talent. It's like, the only way I think they win that game is if they have, like, a good mid lane 5 pick that allows them to play the mid 2v2, but they force him to blind, they give him just, like, a super standard control mage, we pick a champion that beats it early, and then it's like, it's hard for them to play.
I guess, like, after hearing all of that, would you say the biggest key for teams to beat you guys is really down to draft? And maybe, you know, at what point is it we don't pick comfort picks anymore, we pick what we potentially could beat you guys on?
I don't think that, like I guess draft is important, but I don't think teams need good drafts to beat us. They just need to give themselves options and play towards their strengths. A lot of teams, yeah, for example, the Chiefs, like, Kisei is really, like, a strong laner, a strong mechanical player, but they're always, like, shafting him and putting him in these positions where he's just playing, like, the scaling, like, late game threat, which I really think is like a waste of his skill set. So it's like teams just need to be more realistic with who they are. Stop trying to be like Damwon Gaming and be, you know, the Chiefs. Like, you can kind of just, I don't know, like accept reality and draft towards yourself a bit more, play your own game, and I'm sure teams will find more success.
Look, I hope there are some other teams out there listening to this interview. It would be very interesting to see a bit of a shake-up in the drafts. But I do want to ask you one last question. This one's not related specifically to this game, because I feel like every time I interview you, it's just either draft gap or, man, we just absolutely gapped and butt. But who has been your favorite champ to play this split? Like, who are you just like, I want to keep playing this champ over and over again?
When you have a good game on Olaf, he's pretty hilarious because like they can't really do anything about it. But I do think Hecarim has been kind of the funniest champion that I've played. Like, you kind of just click all your buttons and you run at 14,000 move speed and you just run at their carry and they're just dead. And it's like, he's tanky, you can't one-shot him, he one-shots you, and he runs across the map to find you if you ever make a mistake. So it's pretty hilarious when you just lock in the horse and you just sprint down mid and they die.
I love it. I really appreciate everything you've given me tonight in the interview, and congratulations again on still being undefeated. And we'll see you next week for maybe another 3-0.
Hope so.
It's getting hot in there.
I feel so much smarter after
out of the
listening to Pabu. It's honestly insane. He writes the interview for Nat. Like, Nat's just sitting back to like, tell me more.
Yeah. I've said it before, but these are the sort of players I absolutely love interviewing, you know? I don't know a lot about League, so walk me through it, explain everything, and everything Pabu just gave me there, man. I feel like a giant five-head right now. Like,
Also,
I feel like I could win in League.
He was savage, yes. Like, he's calling people pathetic. But where was the lie in anything he said, right? Like, where is the incorrect information? He said absolute facts. You want to beat them? Draft helps, but just don't suck, right? Like, play League of Legends better and don't hamstring yourself with draft. You can do it.
Well, this was the funniest thing is, you know, in Kuden's interview, he's saying their game plan was to kill them. And unfortunately, Mac pointed out, Praedyth just didn't even die. So they, you know, couldn't kind of execute the one thing Kuden said that they were aiming to do.
It was nuts. It was completely nuts. The Sunday roast, it's not even Sunday. A little bit cooked that one early. You know, it's going to be cold on Sunday by the time we get there. But something that was cooked to perfection was the play of the day. Let's bring her up. It was Gravitas, the final fight that managed to lock it down. And it was when Piglet just farmed up a storm. Mammoth was certainly on the menu, wasn't it, Rusty?
Game of the year. Changed my mind. You can't. Game of the year. Best game. Piglet, this was after their earlier team fight as well, where he went absolutely insane with an Isaiah Rakan engage to kick that one off. This is the fight where it's like, my turn to carry, support me while I do all the work. And, you know, frontline tank Isaiah goes off.
Look, couldn't have played it any better, could they, Skimmy?
No, I mean, they were literally popping off and having the time of their life. You could see it from Azus in the post-game interview, how much it meant to them personally. Nat was there, and you know, you hit the nail on the head, I'm pretty sure, right? You know, some of these players have been quite reserved at times, but he was full of jubilation. You could see that they were so stoked that that game worked in their favor. And from the pre-game to the post-game, you know, the fact is that they said, we think we should be better than this opposition. Sure, they got thrown a curveball. They made the adaptations in draft between Locket and Karma. That the Wombo combo press R comp that Mammoth had put together, it just wasn't able to do enough in the end.
Yeah, they just needed to press R more times, and sometimes you can't press R if your ult's on cooldown. So very unfortunate for them. But look, let's have a look at the standings and where everyone's sitting at the end of day 3 for week 4. We'll bring them up in a moment. And dare say Pentanet's still undefeated. They certainly are. Oh, and look at that. Dire Wolves, with the win, have secured themselves a playoff position. So big congratulations to them joining Peace and Pentanet. That leaves just 2 more spots to make sure one of these teams can make it across the line. And this is the first time in a while where we've seen the ladder sorted from 1st to 8th cleanly, Rusty.
Oh, true. I was going to say, yeah, we've got our first confirmation, no color changes for Mammoth being eliminated at the bottom there. But now you mentioned it, yeah, with 3 games left, we have absolute separation for these teams trying to vie to get into that top 5.
I guess, like, even though it is all separated and ordered, you know, there's still this, like, battle for the 5th position between Chiefs, Legacy, and Gravitas. And I believe, like, Chiefs and Gravitas are coming up against each other Gravitas need to win all games next week to tie. So for them to be going up against each other next week, like that's going to be a really big decider for who's going to be taking the 5th spot.
Yeah. It is worth noting, though, that their next 3 games are going to be really stacked against them. Chiefs, then into Direwolves, then Pentanet to end your first season here in the LCO. So, look, hey, if they can do it, then, credit to them. They're the best players in League of Legends, but I think the deck is a little bit stacked against them.
I think so, too. But there's also Legacy on the potential to tie with them. You know, there's only, I think, a 2-game difference between them, so very possible.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Legacy now. It's a very, very much an uphill battle. They've got 3 games left, I believe, to put their foot down and maybe get back in, but it relies on other teams now really just not doing a good job, and that's not something you want to rely on as a team. Now, we do have another from the fans. You guys at home have been hard at work at sending in your op.gg's, and we'll bring up another one. This time it is the Descended with a C instead of an S. Triggered, Rusty?
Triggered? Why?
I don't know. Just the spelling. Anyway, how about this, though? How many games played? It's unranked solo. Played 8 games,
That's
so
8
almost
out of 10
ranked.
placements. Yeah.
But
Ash
I think
Connoisseur.
if this isn't a Smurf, and if this is, real, this is actually a good place to try to get some solid coaching in.
Oh, yes and no. I know who Ranger Bree is.
Okay.
I would not be surprised to just see Ash as the only champion 99% of the time. It does seem to be an Ash connoisseur, so I will defer to our other experts here for any coaching that they would wish to offer.
Skimmy.
Oof.
You're the
I don't
first
know about
expert
Ash
in
at
my
the
mind.
moment. I'd be looking at Samira win rate and saying, okay, it's 1 game, but that tells me enough right now. In terms of playmaking potential, surely a champion that does a whole bunch more in solo queue. I feel like Ash right now is utility, where sometimes you've got to be quite greedy in solo queue. You've got to just grab the grips and say, look, I'm taking control of this situation. I don't think Ash... Maybe for, a poking lane with the Karma or an Enchanter, you can find yourself with a really strong start in the bot lane, but otherwise, you're looking at those meta champions for a reason.
What about you, Nat? Anything from this image that you like to see?
Yeah, I think I'm going to say something that hasn't been said yet. I'm going to say maybe try some more champs. I feel like always we hear, Reina didn't only do 1 or 2, but, maybe let's just diversify a little bit more. I'd be interested. Not to the extent of, 20 different champs, but it'd be interesting to see if you could get that win rate on maybe another champ or 2.
Look, there are more rangers there as well. I believe you got Twitch. He's got a crossbow. You got Varus. He's
Varus,
got
yes.
some crazy bow.
Here we
I don't
go.
know. Any more bows off the top of your head?
Not off the top of my head.
Ooh. Surely one of the crazy things that Aphelios pulls out is a bow.
I
No?
don't think so. No, he has
All guns.
shurikens, a sniper, a gravity
a
cannon,
dagger,
a
a
flamethrower, and a dagger, yeah.
I heard shurikens were derived from bows. You can chisel them
There
out
you
of bows. But look, let's have a look at what we're going to be seeing next Tuesday for much more LCO action. And, please give me something good. Ooh, I'm seeing a lot of good stuff here. Mammoth and Peace kicking things off. Let's see if Peace can stomp that one, or if Mammoth can maybe come up with some kind of recipe for success. 7 p.m. Pentanet and Order. Look, Pentanet still just trying to make sure that they can get 12 on the board. Order, they need these wins. It's going to be a hard run to the finals for them. Legacy, high potential for an upset on Direwolves if they play their A game. But of course, Direwolves trending upwards, continuing, and have already locked their way into playoffs. Do they hit the brakes because of that? Who knows? I guess we'll see. And at 9 p.m, Gravitas and Chiefs to round things off. Gravitas playing relatively good recently, and Chiefs in a bit of a rut. So this is a must-win for Chiefs.
Yeah,
Must win
definitely
either way,
is.
right?
Yeah,
Really
yeah,
is must
both-
win either
yeah,
way.
both sides.
I think that kind of like is the finale of that day 1 for our final week here of Split 1. It's kind of I don't want to say it's a do or die because it really isn't, but it definitely puts yourself into a situation where, hey, if you can't win here, what are the confidence levels like going into playoffs, because you don't have many more chances to impress now.
Yeah,
Very
I
true.
think a lot of those games as well are going to be deciding maybe the remainder of the standings and who goes into playoffs. Potentially. I only
Yeah.
did quick maths in my head, but I'm pretty sure, not that I want to go into detail, but the last 2 games will give us a very clear indicator as who's making it and who's not.
Well, I guess we'll see once we get there, but it is going to be Tuesday, so I guess have 3 happy days. Enjoy your weekend, everyone at home. That's it from us on the desk, and thank you again for joining us on this beautiful, wonderful, lovely, immaculate, perfect, stunning, wet, stormy Friday. Stay safe, stay well, and we'll see you on Tuesday.
Dials choose to go for the Baron. This will die.
And we've seen this happen before, the TP angle in to try and backdoor and end the game like that. What a trade, what a disciplined move. Will he be the hero that watches this team crumble before his own eyes? That's Syndra dead, there goes Vengeance, he's full on down as well. Baron buff proving to be so huge. An explosive cast gone to 2, that forces out the TP as Direwolves look to try and end this game. Here he goes in a 1v5 situation. What can he do? He pops the Hex to Ultimatum, he flashes on out, he's running back to that fountain. Knock it, they picked up the Baron, now the 5v5 ensues. That's a 2-man knockup, both the bruisers locked in place. Both the bruisers gone before the fight can even really take place. Now the squishy members with their Baron buff can't do anything with it.
When they get going, it's mid lane again.
Oh no, Lisa runs him down with a chem tank there. That's a 2-man knockup from the Call of the Forge God, and adds insult to injury. Headbutt them into a wall, lights out.
Yeah, they're certainly looking to try and end this right now. They're engaging.
They certainly are, and as soon as they engage, they find blood. They take him down. Why not? He finds that moment. He gets his second game here in the LCO. I think actually going to flash away there because he thought the Feather Storm might have been enough to try and turn things around. That's a massive knockup with the free as a result. Mammoth turning things around, but Gravitas doing even better. That's the Piglet show. He hits the Feather Storm. The Piglet, he's the key member. Buffers the Feather Storm. He's so safe. Disengaging out of all the damage thrown his way. They find the kill. There's the GA proc right now into Nocturne. Disengaging, kiting, peeling and protecting. They're doing everything. He flashes forward aggressively into the face of danger. He doesn't care. The GA is there. Really do. That's Chaz now down to 30%. He's looking to try and do whatever he can to survive, but he doesn't need to do much. He'll pick up the kill, but the boys there to protect him, and the mobility, if they self-submitted it, what does it actually mean? Because skirmishes definitely present themselves, and Praetor just might go for the 1v1 cheek. And Liv now on a flanking angle. They've got to do something. He's soon to turn Mega. He's hoping for a massive ultimate to turn the tide of this game. Draku might fall on down before the fight even starts. He does indeed. The ultimate can't be used. The bot lane of Chiefs is dead. He's now drowsy. Praetor spins into action.
Shining in the street lights, You know that we own this, building up the tension, flexing like we all live. Fake it till you make it, take a little holiday. No one got a game plan, taking it day by day. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. What you make of it? What you wanna listen to, your mind, all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you won't lock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? Leaving out the back door, keep it on the down low. I'm still down with playing, but some point I wanna know what we're really doing. Is this just a holiday? Cause if we're making real plans, first I got some cards to play. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now, no defenses. Now, what you wanna listen to, your mind, all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you won't lock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? What you wanna listen to, your mind, all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you won't lock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill?
I think that it's cool that you are who you wanna